Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Hey, well, there I am. I'm back, and I'm going to bring my guest, Brian Nelson, up in just one moment. I'm really not sure how many people we're going to have tonight, but we'll see. Live is always interesting the first time you do it in a different time slot or anything else. So we'll see what we get. What's up, Brian? How are you?
I'm doing very well, Don. How are you?
Man, never a dull moment for me. Busy all the time. But it's been a while, man. The last time I saw you was the night match at Dead Zero.
Oh, yeah.
3 years ago.
Yep, I remember.
3 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, however long ago. It feels like last week, but also forever ago.
Right. Well, that's how it works for me anyway. I don't remember. I ended up having to quit that match before I even fired around. I went into the I did the make ready, and I got down to take a sight picture underneath the vehicle, which was my first stage, and I couldn't get back up because my knee and hip were still messed up from hard as hell. The resurgence or whatever it was that was the I'm pretty sure it was that run up that silty berm.
Well, we'll have to narrow it down. I think we had a couple of those, but yeah, that was
the one without a rope.
Okay, yeah.
And so I think that's what probably did it, but of course I didn't stop, and it took me a while to get over that injury, to be honest with you. So yeah. But so what are you doing these days? I haven't talked to you in a while, and I know you're super busy.
Yeah, so I'm fortunate that just about everything I do kind of relates to marksmanship and shooting in some way or another. So professionally, still work for a company called Scoring Technologies, which is the parent company of Practice Score. So if you're a competitive shooter, Practice Score. Specifically, what I work on is an initiative called the Joint Marksmanship Assessment Package, which is an electronic score sheet similar in function to Practice Score, but for military law enforcement applications. That's part of the whole package, but that actually includes such things as designing assessments for military law enforcement professionals in conjunction with their subject matter experts. Basically, hey, what marksmanship questions do you have or problems do you want to solve? Let's design an assessment that we can run and score in the same way we design a stage. In order to give you better answers on what you need to train on or what equipment solutions you may need to come up with. So helping to design, implement those assessments, score them, and then part of that would also include training for trainers. So you've identified what your marksmanship priorities are. There's a test. We shot the test, and if you'd like to, hey, we think we can design a curriculum and train your people up so that your instructors can then work within the organization to make some traction on those key metrics that are identified.
So I remember when we shot Hard as Hell Assaulter.
Yeah, the two gun.
I shot a lot of Hard as Hells. I love those matches. I remember when we shot that, you were actually developing some of the metrics, or using the data from that match for part of the metrics that you were going to apply in the military stuff.
Yeah, and one of the things, if you'll remember, it was a very stressful thing that I was not super happy about how it worked out in the match there, but it did lead to some positive things
Sure.
with the watches that we had.
I remember.
So those it was a burden, and but in the end, it did end up assisting, because what we got out of that was the ability to do what we call non-acoustic timing. So those watches, along with a lot of other data collection throughout, mostly the Marine Corps, who are our primary customer now, and some other events, some competitive shooting stuff I ran, like the Hard as Hell. We did some at Red October. And especially the watches, that led to us being able to develop a non-acoustic timing solution. So we can take a smartwatch and we can use that to time shots which is convenient because,
Yeah.
you know, I've got a watch on me right now. It's an Apple Watch, and primarily that's what I use as a training timer now for myself. Like, I forget to bring an acoustic timer, which can be a pain when I, you know, forget that I'm training with somebody else. I'm like, oh yeah, crap, you know, I don't have a timer for you. Sorry, here, throw
Yeah.
on, I guess.
Right.
But no, for 3 world shoots now, I primarily trained up using that application. It's convenient, but more so than that, if everybody has one, it doesn't care about noise. It uses the accelerometer within the watch,
Right.
both the magnitude and signature overall. So a gunshot looks pretty distinctive. But what that does is it lets me run like, hey, everyone's got a shot timer on them. So
I remember when you were talking about that, and the one thing that was annoying is you don't have it for the Garmin watch.
I know, and that's something that will change eventually. What we developed is an algorithm to detect shots that'll work with any sophisticated enough IMU, inertial motion something unit.
Yeah.
I'm not the developer, but
Right.
anything with a sophisticated enough IMU, we could run it on. So any of the newer Garmin watches could run it. Any Samsung watch probably could. You could run it on a Fitbit or a Whoop strap if you could figure out how to start the thing.
Got it.
But the only thing we built an interface for is the Apple Watch because, and this is part of our initiative with the Office of Naval Research. One of the solutions they wanted us to develop was non-acoustic timing, and so we were able to make a commercial product out of that as well. Just part of the Small Business Innovative Research Program that we were on, still are on for the DoD or War Department now. Sorry, long way around. It could work, but we only developed a UI for the Apple Watch because it was the lowest effort solution to get us something that works. Because you develop for the Apple Watch, and generally it works on, I think, Series 10 or newer, and you don't have to program it for a bunch of different interfaces. But the algorithm would work on anything. It's just the interface. So
Yeah.
we could package that into whatever. So hopefully at some point we can get into some more commonly available watches.
It would be, I have so many Garmin watches. I have the Instinct, which I wear when I'm shooting. I have the D2, which I wear when I'm flying. And I have an approach something or the other. I have a watch I wear when I'm playing with golfing. And the golf watch, it already does it, what you're talking about, because it literally it records every swing I take. It records the impact with the ball. It automatically logs from tee to the second shot to the third shot. It'll have my whole, like, I don't even keep score anymore. Like,
Yeah.
there's just no point in it. So it just doesn't matter to me. So
yeah.
it's really easy, I would think, to do it, but for whatever reason, we don't have practice score for the Garmin watches, man. It'd be great. I would love it. But Garmin seems to be very stingy. So
I've actually talked to the I forget his actual title, but essentially the lead for firearms related programs at Garmin. So like the 0C1 chronograph.
Yeah.
They've had some other shooting related projects in the past too. They actually had I forget what it was called, but it was a Doppler radar, probably led to the development of the Garmin chronograph. It was a tool for trap shooting that you would put in front of. I don't remember if it went on the trap on the actual house or if it went somewhere on the field, but it would detect the birds getting thrown. It would measure the shot column. It would track whether it was broken and whether you missed ahead of it, behind it.
Wow.
Whether you broke the back, front, or smashed the bird. I looked at it. I'm sure you can find it. I forget what it was called, but if you just Google like Garmin clay pigeon or clay target thing, it'll pop up.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've talked to him at a couple of different events actually, and I think we could get in. They do have an enterprise solution for pushing third-party applications into the Garmin interface somehow. So we could do it, and if that doesn't really give us everything we need, we do know who to contact there. It's just a question of priorities.
Yeah.
You know, we are a small business, and we are at capacity with what we're doing right now.
Yeah. So I want to, because I know you, but nobody in my audience knows you, and hopefully people watching this video 6 months from now, they don't know you either. So just I know that I'm gonna preface this by saying that I first heard of you when I was in Reno shooting with the WMPL, and I heard about this kid who was like 18 or 17 at the time, whatever it was, with this that wore like, you know, I forget what kind of pants and shirt, but the thing was the hat with the retard curl and and you look like, and they said he just looks like he's just like this really backwoods hick guy, and he just shreds in 3-gun. You just won't believe it. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And then I got to I went to Hard as Hell. The first one I went to, which I think was I forget what number it was, but it was it was at Sups, and it was awesome. There's everything was awesome about it. The most awesome thing was that I actually DQ'd my second stage, and you were my RO.
Oh,
and what had happened is I had a stage plan where I thought I was going to have to run to the barrel and shoot these plates that you had in this berm, but I was able to take them on the run. So I was throwing the shotgun away on the run, and up until that point, I basically shot all of these weird match rules where you had to, if you abandoned the shotgun or a long gun in a barrel off safe, you were DQ'd.
Yep.
And so as I'm letting go of the gun, I'm trying to get the safety on, and I ended up triggering a round into the barrel. Made a perfect round hole in your barrel. It was awesome.
Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah, you remember that? Yeah.
Yep.
And your dad did the most awesome thing, and he's like, you can shoot the match for no score. Shoot the rest of the match for no score. And I'm like, really? Because I was literally like, well, I mean, it's gonna be a long drive home.
Yep.
But
yeah, that was the worst.
Yeah, it really was. And and he was really blunt. He's like, hey, if I have to talk to you again this weekend, I'm just going to assume you're having a bad weekend, and you just need to take a break. But he's like, I know you're safe. Brian doesn't have a problem with you. And you were like really crushed that I did that. You were like, I think it's just a stage EQ, but then you were like, no, this year we made it a match DQ.
Yeah, and that was also I don't remember if that specific incident was the driver or if it was something similar that I'd seen happen. Because
you told me that I didn't even have to put the safety on.
Yeah, so because I'd seen exactly what you did happen enough to where I think that you should use manual safeties if they're present. So I just use them habitually anyway. Yeah. With a shotgun, it is a little bit weird with the crossbolt safety on. I think, were you shooting a Versamax or
I was shooting a Versamax.
I was pretty sure it was, yeah. And so with those, and it's a crossbolt safety behind the trigger guard. So behind the trigger. And I've just seen enough people where the gun is in a barrel. It has got no other factors on it. It's already in the barrel. If it were going to go off from being dropped, it would have already gone off. So if you drop the thing in there and you don't get the safety on, the best thing to do, it's kind of like, hey, if you drop a pistol that's loaded, don't try to catch it, because all you're going to do is it's probably not going to go off. Even there's a SIG P320 joke in here somewhere, but the odds of it going off from just hitting the ground are significantly lower than the odds of it going off because you caught it by the trigger guard, which is the only big hole on the thing, and happens to have the switch that makes it fire.
Right.
Same thing with the shotgun going into the barrel.
Yes.
I've seen more barrels get shot from people trying to get the safety on and fumbling with it because they missed it the first time, and they're grabbing at
and we're freaked out because we don't want to get DQ'd for the safety not being.
And they reach through the big hole that has the switch where it goes bang, and they put a round into the dump barrel. And and unfortunately, it's an accidental discharge within 10 feet. Like, that's one of those we can't really let you continue after doing that. But that's why those rules became what they, that's why the rule is that I don't really care if the safety goes on, and I don't want to incentivize anyone fumbling around with their gun after they put it in the trash can or dump barrel or whatever it is.
Yeah.
That's it's just sitting there. It's fine. It will do absolutely nothing unless someone walks up at it. And even if it does go off, that's why it's not pointed at people. It's pointed at dirt.
I tell you what, you guys earned my loyalty as a match customer for life. Like I will always, unless it's just impossible for me to do so, I will shoot your matches, 100%.
Well, that's always what we try to do. This is supposed to be something that's fun.
Yeah, yeah. So I tell that long story to say how I met you and how I became aware of you. And I've got a ton of stories about Brian Nelson in the short periods of time that I've spent with you. But tell everybody else, who you are, what you do, why you do it, what you've been to. You've been to a World Shoot. I don't know how many times. You've actually done a lot of really cool things with firearms. And let's talk about it, man.
Yeah, so I don't really know why. I don't know why I like shooting so much. It was just something I did. I was born in New Hampshire and lived in Vermont until I was like 3 or 4 years old. Not very long. My dad had guns and he shot, previously, just as kind of normal American dude, and had guns and said, well, my kid probably needs to know what a gun is and how to be safe with it. He did not expect to go on this crackhead journey. And I remember like, okay, BB gun. I'm like, oh, this is pretty cool. And then I think the first gun I ever actually shot was a Ruger single 622 that my dad like helped me hold up and like cocked the hammer on.
There's one right there.
Yeah. And it was my dad's old gun, and it's like, I'm like, oh man, I really like this. So then it was walking around and shooting stuff with a BB gun, and then my dad's like, well, you showed me you can behave safely with it. So then kind of my first gun was a Henry 22 lever action rifle when I want to say it's like, it wasn't like mine to, just have or anything, but
right.
Like, oh yeah, this is Brian's gun that he goes and shoots. It was a Henry youth model when I was like 6 years old. So shooting was always just a thing that I enjoyed quite a bit. Before even competing, that was like my dad and I'd spend time together. We'd go shoot it, cans and bottles and stuff in the desert with whatever, some small game hunting, and wasn't really old enough to get into, in Utah at least, to get into hunting like medium game like deer or anything like that. But I started competing when I was watching some shooting TV show, and there was, I think it was an IDPA match. And I grabbed my dad and said, hey, my parents were on me like, hey, you should probably try playing like a sport or something. And they're like, hey, this looks cool. I'm like, oh, okay. And then a couple of weeks later, shot an IDPA match we were living in Utah then, shot an IDPA match in Las Vegas, and then 1, 2, skip a few, here we are. So yeah, it became a thing. I really enjoyed the shooting part of it. It's like, wait a minute. So you're telling me that like me, who really likes guns and shooting guns, there's a whole like sport where you like run around and shoot them at paper targets, and it's different every time. Wow, that's cool. It really got serious when we found out that not only was there a sport for it, there's actually a club in my hometown that was like 20 minutes from my house that did 2 matches a month of this whole USPSA thing, which was a little bit more fun and engaging than IDPA was. And it really, really became serious when I went to, at the time, the Army Marksmanship Unit and MGM Targets and the Gibson family ran a junior camp on the AMU on Krilling Range in Fort Benning. And so you had to write an essay in order to be approved into it. And they kind of vetted every kid to go there, and they vetted the instructors pretty well too. And so I went to do that, and I got to get some instruction from the Army Marksmanship Unit. So at the time it was Travis Tomasi, Daniel Horner was there. I think he was like a specialist 4, so pretty early in his Army career. Now he's now he's an E7, and has won absolutely everything.
Is he still in? I thought that he left the Army.
I think he's in the reserve still. He's either reserves or guard, but yeah. And he got out of the AMU as an E7, but
Gotcha.
yeah, anyway. And I saw other people. So the instruction was good. But what was really compelling was seeing other people that were kind of like me. Like, oh, there's people not much older than me, not any more particularly gifted or anything, but they're actually doing pretty good at this. Maybe this is a thing that I can just do. So stuck with it and actually regularly started practicing and taking it seriously, and kind of set the goal of making a class together with my dad. And we did, and we kept on going with it. And somewhere along the line, because my dad's a volunteering type, he also ended up taking over a couple of programs as a volunteer at our club, one of which was scoring, assuming that my mother, who was an accountant, would help him with that. At the time, it was all on paper. So a bunch of paper scorecards would come back and have to get entered into Excel. And then eventually we'd have the hit factor scoring math done. And typically at that time, you would shoot the match on the first Saturday of the month, and you'd really they'd send an email out with the scores eventually, and then they'd do the awards and really announce who won at the next match on the third Saturday of the month. My mom took one look at the stack of paper scorecards in bad handwriting where it just says, "Oh yeah, this is John." No, because you filled it out on every stage, and it's like, "Oh yeah, John." It's like, there's 3 Johns. Which John? And she said, "F that." And so my dad, having a background in computer science and a software company, initially wrote what would become practice scores. With a few, we tried Palm Pilot PDAs. Those were the next thing for electronic scoring at the time, which I believe this was like 2010 or 11. Which by that time, the Palm Pilot PDA was also super dated, and we had iPhones and Androids, and so what if we made a mobile application? And now Practice Score is the default scoring system for practical shooting pretty much around the world. And there's a couple other electronic scoring systems now, including IPSC has their own, and you can look at it. It's kind of cribbed off of Practice Score. So that sort of also went with a transition into 3-gun, because when Practice Score came around, USPSA clubs and major matches could kind of figure it out whenever it was approved to be used there. We would travel to bigger 3-gun matches because the match directors just asked, "Hey, can you come and you can shoot the staff match, and can you just help do the scoring?" And so my dad would do stats, and I'd usually RO a stage. So I'd just travel around and shoot these major 3-gun matches. And I thought that was a lot of fun. And it really kind of triggered my interest in long gun shooting too, because, I'm a good pistol shooter, and that's where I started. And I think that I was kind of an American. If you carry a pistol, you should be pretty good with it.
You're an excellent pistol shooter. I haven't actually seen you shoot rifle in a while, except since the Hard as Hell resurgence or whatever it was. But your pistol shooting, man, is just next level. I got to be honest. I know, and look, I've seen some really good pistol shooters, and you're right there. I mean, you're it's pretty impressive.
Well, thank you. I had some good mentors, especially with pistol shooting, that set me up with a background there in order to take that. And the biggest single one was a fellow by the name of Ron Avery.
His book's right there.
Unfortunately, and who's unfortunately passed away. But somewhere along the line in this whole thing as well, my dad was also elected to be the club president at Southern Utah Practical Shooting Range, and took over, and we started running a lot of the matches there, and then eventually started a training company in partnership with Ron Avery, called the Tactical Performance Center.
Yep.
And my first actual job that I was paid for at 16 was as an instructor for TPC. And so that was really, really awesome. I got to learn from Ron, who developed, I think, the best systematic approach to shooting, and especially shooting a handgun that I'd ever seen. And I'm very, very lucky to have that background. And that continues on. We sold TPC to Rossen Christoph, who owns it now. I want to say back in 2019, but I've helped Rossen with a few classes since then, and he's doing an excellent job keeping that going. He's the one that really drove pushing that or publishing Ron's book, and continuing Ron's legacy at TPC. And I'm also grateful that I get to also give little pieces of what I got from Ron to the people I work with now.
Yeah, I never got to meet Ron Avery. I basically I watched the videos that you guys were putting out that he was doing. One of them actually, I was shooting a match. I think it was USPSA national 3-gun nationals or whatever championship, whatever they call it. And the sun was actually like going down. Like I had to shoot this plate rack, and I had just literally like 2 days before watched Ron talk about how to shoot the plate rack with the kind of the bounce from one to the next target, and that you didn't really need to have that perfect sight picture if you just had the timing and the movement down. And I was like, yeah, because I can't get a perfect sight picture. I barely can see the plates, but I know where the plates are, it actually worked. Like, and I never practiced it or anything. I was just like, this is what Ron Avery said do. I'm just going to do what he said do. And it just went one after the other. And it was great. It was really awesome. So I've watched a lot of the videos that you guys did from TPC, and I found them to be really good. So the stuff you did on slings, the Safariland holster, the ALS and GLS, all that stuff that you did back then. I watched a lot of that stuff and really found it to be helpful. And, I find it to be very genuine what you guys did there. And not very, it wasn't like you were trying to sell a product, because I don't think you sold products, Nope.
And that was, to be fully transparent too, as someone who was working there at the time. Number one, yeah, we just like people to be good at shooting. So anything we can do to make people better at shooting, whether that's come to a course and actually pay for it, or watch a video and practice on your own, that's a win. It always backed up from the mission of the company was to fulfill X. It wasn't to, the shareholders were, just the ownership. It wasn't a publicly traded thing. It was designed to fulfill a mission, and so everything we could do backed up from that. The WIFM, what's in it for me, was also, it's especially then and still now, you can't really buy advertising as a firearms company or firearms industry company, especially a training company. So the best thing we could do was just put out video content that made sense. So the best marketing would be, hey, you watch this video, and I would hope that everyone who watched it thought that Ron or Ross or Joanne, Aaron Brecky, or Max when he was there, or myself, wow, these guys really know what they're talking about. And here's what I see. Yeah, like I think that training is a good idea. I should go take some training from somewhere. Probably going to be those guys, and they're not shy about sharing everything they know. There's no secrets. There's no, hey, come to a class, get the real secret stuff. Like, no, you need to come in person to get the hands-on actual methods of instruction and hit those points of learning beyond just what you can watch and listen to, and actually feel and have someone look at you and get that third-person perspective for you to then turn into a first-person input and get better.
So how did Hard as Hell come about?
So the funny story about Hard as Hell, to grow our club and our range, we kind of decided we needed some we liked hosting matches. We're a smaller club. Even still, like, we overperform, but it's overrepresented, I guess is the right way to say it. It's a smaller town and community that has way more practical shooters. If you apply that same ratio to a major metropolitan area, it'd be, thousands of people.
Right.
But we like having major matches because it helped us develop our resources as a club. And what was really great about it is our local matches, it was tourism for the county, bringing people in. And it was in St. George, Utah. They host like the big Ironman triathlon, the St. George Marathon's pretty well attended. So it's a kind of a tourist economy. And the nice thing is the county leadership looked at the shooting sports park that they built. And, there's a club here that's bringing in aggregate, it's bringing in another Ironman in terms of people coming to shoot matches, between the Cowboy Action venue hosting things, the Purgatory Clay Sports hosting events, and then Southern Utah Practical Shooters having the USPSA Nationals, having, major events. So they like that.
The Berries You have Barry's
Barry
there.
Steel Open. You had the Red Rock Rumble now. You had the Dixie Cup for a little while. Red October, the AK match.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
Hard as
Red
Hell.
October was your invention.
Yeah, it was as well. The Hard as Hell came about because we wanted to have a big 3-gun match. And those were the thing at the time, too. 3-Gun Nation TV show was a primetime NBC Sports show, and the first 2 seasons of it were going to the kick-ass 3-gun matches that we had back then. The MGM Ironman, Ozark 3-gun, Fort Benning, Multi-Gun Nationals. They even made Multi-Gun Nationals look super cool because at the time it was also, just watching it, not even being much of a 3-gun shooter at the time. I'm like, oh, man, USPSA – like I shoot USPSA, but apparently in multi-gun, you can shoot a 240 off of the hood of a car at the multi-gun nationals because that was a stage one year and I missed it. I'm like, that looks cool. So we wanted to do a major 3-gun match, and we're kind of looking at my dad will tell you a different story, but really what happened is we wanted to do a major 3-gun match, and like, well, every big 3-gun match had some sort of geographical feature it was named after, right? So Superstition Mountain Mystery 3-gun, right? Blue Ridge Mountain 3-gun, the old Rocky Mountain 3-gun, right?
Yeah,
we didn't have no mountain. Pine Mountain 3-gun, it's closest real mountain. Doesn't sound very cool,
right?
But the area the range is on is called the Purgatory Flats,
right?
Like, well, okay. What if we just made something that was like hard as hell? And so it became the Purgatory Flats Hard as Hell multi-gun.
Yeah.
And the first year, Pete Rensing helped with a lot of the design and administration of it.
I hadn't heard of Pete Rensing in a long time.
Yep.
I miss that guy. I actually like that guy. I mean, I know that he rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. His personality is specific, but I like the guy. I thought he was great.
Yeah, I agree. I love Pete. He was there, when I was shooting, getting into 3-gun and 3-Gun Nation. We drove to a couple of matches together. So, yeah. No, Pete's good people, and it's a shame that that USSL didn't quite work out. But I hope that he's doing better things. So
yeah, for sure. But so how did that first match come? Because you guys had and the props were amazing.
Yeah,
and they got better every year, obviously. But it seemed like, and I missed the first year or two. But apparently the first and second year were legendary for props. So,
yeah, it's long enough now. The first year I believe was 2012, and then 2013 we had like a 100-year blizzard. So that
the weather. I was in 2014, I believe.
Yeah,
where it still froze.
Yeah, it was still cold, but it wasn't like
there's still ice on the ground, but it wasn't.
You didn't have 50-meter visibility.
Right.
Or whatever it was. It wasn't that bad, but it was pretty bad, especially for the Mojave Desert. It was like, oh my God, it was actual real legit snow. But the so that was the product of it. This was a practical shooting range, and we had whatever time and resources we needed to Hard as Hell build for a match that was the first week of December. We could start the first week of November if we wanted to. And everything could just work around it. Because we have club matches that are 6 stages. You can run those on something you're not. Yeah, so many bays that you don't have to overlap, and then you still okay, yeah, we're gonna shoot this piece of a Hard as Hell stage. Trust me, the stage is going to be like a 4-minute time, stage time for most people. There's no advantage to shooting 1/8 of that ahead of time, in order to host your club match. So we had plenty of volunteers who could help build it. So we had the time, we had ownership, so we didn't have to undo whatever we did. Right? We could dig a trench, which we did, and it could just stay there. Oh, it's like, and now we have a trench. It's like, and then we need to fill it in. All right, we can rent an excavator or a backhoe or whatever we needed, and fill the thing in, or dig another one, which I think we did. We've dug, I think, at least 2, maybe 3 different trenches, on that compound, 4 matches. At the time, we could do kind of whatever we wanted, and we had the time, and then we had, of course, exceptional volunteerism and expertise in that. So a lot of the cool props at Hard as Hell, Red October, a lot of the cool artwork was basically driven by a guy by the name of Bob Wolf, who's one of our board members and general all around, just helped with everything. And so he was big on like, yeah, we didn't just have, we build a match. We just have walls. He put art on the walls, we paint it up and there'd be a theme to it. The entrance to that gully run that we had in the back in natural terrain. We had a couple of walls and a door, and he painted a T-Rex that looks like that scene in Jurassic Park, right? All sorts of stuff like that. Yeah, we built a climbing wall. We built a roller coaster.
I never got to do the roller coaster.
So, yeah,
I wanted to do the roller coaster. I missed out on the roller coaster.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. We used that a few times too. So, yeah, just stuff like that. At the time, we could also shoot in natural terrain. So if there was generally a berm, you could shoot, or not even like a berm. If there was generally a backstop, you could shoot a rifle bullet into it. Bird shot into the sky. Nothing mattered, and we could put long range targets back. I think that was the first. Well, it was probably not the first, but we put targets at 600 yards there.
I know.
So
that was actually the only thing that my only advantage at Hard as Hell is I could usually hit the long range targets.
Yep.
Like I'm okay with pistol. I'm okay with the rifle in up close. I'm not super fast, but I can hit things far away. And so that was I think that was my only saving grace. But my favorite, I think the match itself was just amazing. The first time I was there, I remember throwing that simulated
the flashbang.
Grenade.
Yep.
Yeah. Throwing the simulated grenade and diving into one foxhole and having to climb out and go into the next foxhole and then
4 foxholes and then into the trench.
Then into the trench and run through the trench, and you could shoot in any direction because you're literally in a ditch.
It's trench.
Keep
your bullets in the trench, please.
Yeah, keep the bullets in the trench. And it was amazing. Like it's unbelievable. I mean, for people that haven't been, I feel really bad for all the people who have to watch the videos and go, that looks so cool. I can't believe he did that. And I just actually, I know I'm getting ahead of myself here, but I saw that you on Instagram posted that you're gonna do a 2-gun Hard as Hell. In where?
So we actually did the 2-gun Hard as Hell here in Virginia back in August. It was in conjunction with the Marine Gunners Association as a benefit. I didn't get to do that one. I don't know that we'll be able to do that here again. It's a function of my schedule, availability on the range. It's a great range, great host. It's just a question mark because they're not used to running matches.
Yeah,
so
this one was Hard as Hell 2-gun or something like that, and it was somewhere weird.
They're bringing back a 3-gun match, actual Hard as Hell 3-gun at Heartland Shooting Sports Park in Grand Island, Nebraska.
Yes, I'm in. That's one of my favorite places.
That is Tom Bush, who's helped with Hard as Hell for years.
Love that guy.
Runs the Heartland Shooting Park, and then Craig Rundell and Crystal Perry as the other co-match directors that really just wanted to. They help again with a lot of PCSL, and then they helped with the last Hard as Hell Resurrection that we did at the Cobalt Range in Utah. And we really want to do this. Can we do this in Nebraska at Heartland? And I said, absolutely yes. That is I believe 28th, 29th, and 30th of October, I believe.
Yeah, I'm in. 100%.
Last Friday through Sunday in October, Hard as Hell 3-gun should always be a 3-day match because you're going to do a lot of stuff in it. It's going to take a long time. It's long stages, long time.
I hope so. Yeah. I hope they can use more of it because
I think they can. Tom is in charge.
Long range there.
They can, and Tom's. I actually haven't been to Heartland, unfortunately, not yet. But Tom's in charge of the place. So
you should come shoot zombies.
I've always kind of wanted to. And I sort of forget about it. I'm like, oh yeah, zombies. And I look at the videos. And I'm like, oh, that does look fun. But
it's so fun. Yeah,
June,
zombies in the Heartland is one of the best matches. I've had to miss it the last couple of times. I wish I'd known that you haven't been, because I've registered and gotten a slot, and then I've had to last minute I've had to cancel the last few years. So I'm gonna go this year though. I'm like, it's on my as soon as they open registration, man, I'm in there like swimwear. I'm trying to get into Superstition, but I need to get a hold of the match director and see if they'll let me in because they're weird.
Yeah, that's a tricky one.
Yeah. You know, that was my first actual like that was my first DQ, and it was a completely garbage DQ. I was so angry about it.
They'll do that sometimes, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Just kind of goofy. Like I'm not saying it to belittle or speak poorly of anyone. I just don't think that it's a good approach because the real thing you should be asking about disqualifying someone from a match is, does that person need to stop handling a gun today?
Right.
If the answer is no, then you probably shouldn't DQ them.
Yeah. And my problem with and I really hate the sidebar here, but it deserves it now that I brought it up. So I had shot this stage where you had to shoot your rifle, you abandon it, and then you had to pick up this weighted ammo can and shoot a bunch of targets, weak hand and then strong hand. I did everything.
I remember that stage.
I did that fine, set it down, and we go to clear my rifle, and the RO is like, okay, go and clear your rifle. So I reach in and I grab my rifle and I pull it out. I take the mag out, I put the mag in my back pocket, and I'm trying to get the bolt lock to cut back because they want to see the empty chamber, right? So I'm kind of bumblefucking around with it, and it's still in the barrel, more or less, right? And he says, stop. And I'm like, okay. Because now I think that somebody else, something I don't see.
Someone went down range or something. Like,
yeah, somebody's like walking past me while I'm bumblefucking around with this thing. And he's like, your safety was off. And I'm like, no, it wasn't. What do you mean my safety was off? My safety was clearly on. And he's like, no, it was off. I saw it when it came. He changed his story like 4 times. At first he said it, he saw it in the barrel. And I said, okay, why did you let me pull the gun out of the barrel and clear it if you saw that it was in an unsafe condition and therefore you're going to DQ me for it? Like, I don't believe you on that. And he's like, well, I saw it as it came out of the barrel. And, and he changed his story like 3 or 4 times. So I went to the, I thought he was like the match director or who I went to the official they told me to go to, and he's like, well, I'll go talk to the RO and we'll figure it out. Guy disappeared for all of lunch, and we're getting ready to start shooting again. If I don't rejoin my squad, I'm
yeah,
screwed.
You're behind. It's a whole problem.
Yeah, now I'm a problem, and so I go down and I finally track this guy down. He's hiding in his little office. Finally track him down. He's like, yeah, I talked to RO. I'm just gonna stick with my RO. I'm sorry. Maybe better luck next year. What I've come to find out later when I talked to Ross Albright, or Ross, whatever his name was, the guy that helped down there.
Russ Osceola, maybe?
Russ. Yes, thank you. When I talked to Russ tells me that's not our procedure. He should have filled out when you protested that, he should have filled out a form, and there should have been 2 or 3 of us to review this and talk to the other men, because nobody on my squad saw that safety off.
I'm just saying that there being a form with 2 or 3 people approving it does sound like the most Rio Salado thing I've ever heard.
What?
that's just kind of their club culture is a little bit like that. Like, yeah, there's a committee for everything. It's very
so they didn't even follow their own procedure. And he's like, it was your first year, it's a full match. They don't care. I'm like, all right. So but I've shot it several times since. I've had a great time. I love the match. I never do well there for some reason. But
yeah, I haven't shot it since I think probably it was either 2020 or 20. I think probably 21. And I shot the stealth 2-gun division when they introduced 2-gun, just as a like, oh, this seems interesting. And I shot it. I thought it was enjoyable. It was right in the middle of like peak post-COVID ammo shortages too. So they did sort of
I think I shot it that year or the year after.
I thought it was pretty good. So I'm excited. I got in for this year. So I'll be going. That'll be my first 3-gun match of the season, and
I'm gonna call the match director and see if I can get in, and maybe they'll give me an in as media or something. I don't know.
Could be. All you can do is ask.
Yeah. All I can do is ask. But so So you started doing Hard as Hell, and you were shooting a bunch of USPSA. How many of the world shoots? How many, how much? I know, because I remember one year you shot the Texas match with me at Copperhead Creek.
Yeah, that was the Midnight 3-gun or Starlight 3-gun, I think it was.
Starlight,
Right?
yes. Oh, I love Starlight. That match needs to come back. And so we shot Starlight, and then you were like leaving 5 days later to go somewhere overseas, far, far away.
Oh, was it then?
Or maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe it was like a month later or something. But you had to fly back.
There was a lot of sleep deprivation involved in that entire endeavor, being a night match.
Yeah.
So yeah, so the first international match that I shot, and the second time I'd ever left the country, was in 2017. I would have been 20.
Yeah.
And it was the first IPSC rifle world shoot ever. And it was in Kubinka, Russia, which is about, I want to say like 60 kilometers from Moscow. So we flew into Sheremetyevo Airport in Moscow for that. I was on the U.S. Open team, and it was myself, Jerry Michalek, Tim Yackley, and Hunter Kale. That was the first one. Since then, so I've been to all three of the rifle world shoots. That was Russia, Sweden, and Finland last year. I've been to 2 of the shotgun world shoots. That was France in 2018 and Thailand in 2023. And then I went to the pistol caliber carbine world shoot in IPSC. Pistol caliber carbine is its own discipline, not just a division. So it's technically its own sport. And that was this year, back in May, in Czech Republic. And those are the world championships I've been to. And really the second time I went to an international match was where it clicked, where like I really quite enjoyed doing that. It gives you the opportunity to kind of travel, but also you get to shoot in a different pool of shooters, not just at a world shoot, but this year I also shot the European Shotgun Championship, which is a level 4. It's like a continental level match. And I've shot some level 3s as well in Czech Republic, in Bulgaria, in Hungary, and in Poland. And I'm probably forgetting a couple others, and in Sweden.
So so obviously there's a lot of complexity in traveling. And I remember, I think it was in 2016 or 17, the Mikuleks were talking about how, I guess for the women's shotgun world championship, world shoot, they had trouble getting ammo. I think it was in Italy or somewhere.
2016 would have been the shotgun world shoot in Italy, I believe.
Yeah. So that sounds right.
Second one. I unfortunately missed that one.
Yeah, they wouldn't. I guess they would not in Italy. They would not allow them to send the ammo that they were used to using, so they had to buy ammo in Italy.
Yeah, and that is rather common for events like that, especially for shotgun, because, just kind of it's common. It depends on the host nation for the world shoot, but yeah, I can tell you that getting ammo to Thailand also was. With shotgun, it's so bulky, right? There's no chance you can fly with it. So the only thing you can really fly with to get your ammo there are like your buckshot and your slugs.
Yeah.
And then for rifle, it's kind of the same thing. There's no way you can really fly with enough ammo within the 11-pound limit that you're allowed to bring on paper. The solutions there are, you can lie to the airline, just not the TSA. Don't take legal advice from me. I don't know if that's actually true, but
nobody's ever asked me about my ammo.
Yeah, they are more specific about it internationally, because there can be some penalties associated with that if you're like in a connecting airport. And like in the US, you don't have to declare ammunition at all. It's completely optional. It has to be packaged correctly, and the airline will ask you, and they might want to inspect it.
Yeah, I don't declare my ammo. And we'll talk about flying with guns later. I'm actually going to do an episode on flying with guns because I've gotten really good at it.
Yep. Well, internationally, you do have to declare it. Like if you have ammunition just in
every single
check
round
bag, you don't have to be like, it depends on where you are, but you don't have to be like super crazy about it. But yeah, so in the US, for example, they don't actually denote that your gun case has guns in it, right? I think there's actually a law to that effect. So It's like if you're flying with a pistol in a hard case inside of a suitcase, they might tag it like priority or return to the baggage service office. But they don't specifically tag it as a firearm. Well, when you fly internationally, they tag it specifically as a firearm, and there's special handling that most airports will have to do outside of the US for that bag. Like it's the last bag loaded onto the plane. I've seen it like on the tarmac as I'm getting onto the plane with like someone standing by my 2 bags that have the special orange tag for, firearm and ammunition. So you declare your ammo there, and then when you say, hey, I have ammo, they'll probably weigh it. Anyway, you can't generally fly with enough ammo, so you'll have to figure out some other solution, either to ship it, which has been done in the past. USPSA went to the effort of having ammo shipped to Thailand, which was great. Federal is apparently helping out with the Greek shotgun world shoot in Greece next year as well, which is great. And especially if you shoot open, having your own shotgun shells is pretty important for that. Depending on the gun, I shoot a Genesis Gen 12 as my open division shotgun. It doesn't care. I've taken that thing to Europe twice now, and it does not care.
I'm looking at getting one of those, the Genesis. Yeah.
That's probably not something we should discuss right now, but we can certainly talk about it in a minute.
Yeah.
It's either shipment, which is its own set of things, or figure out some ammo overseas that'll work. Now, shotgun. They do have people, believe it or not, people do shoot guns in other countries than the U.S., and they do like to have ammo that works. So, if you're shooting a shotgun match in Europe, there's like 4 or 5 good brands of ammunition that'll work just fine. Same thing with ammo, with the centerfire ammo.
I think what Lena was talking about was that they didn't really have a good chance to pattern it, and they were very concerned about obviously with the world shoots. Knowing your patterns is very, very critical.
Yeah, it's a big deal for shotgun shooting in general. The type of shotgun shooting that we do for 3-gun and IPSC as well. You can get away with not really knowing what the pattern is for what you're doing for most things in 3-gun, because it's only a third of what you're doing with the shotgun, and it's generally undervalued and underrepresented, right? Whatever you do with the shotgun, 2 extra shots in your long range targets kind of undoes it, right? When it's only shotgun, it's not necessarily the obvious thing is you need to be able to avoid hitting a no shoot. And from what I understand too, the 2016 Shotgun World Shoot, they used all of the no shoots, like a lot of them, very tight, very tight no shoot presentations. It's just, and a shotgun no shoot is just a red painted steel plate next to a regular plate you have to hit. And they would set it up where it's like a 6-inch plate with 2 6-inch no shoots exactly on the edge of it. So your pattern has to be 6 inches. I don't know if you know this, but it's a 6-inch target. And if anything leaks out, you're killing at least one no shoot. So patterning is definitely important for that, but also just to know exactly what you can aim with, right? So the principal target for an IPSC shotgun match is 6 inches. Well, I have a pattern that's 18 inches that all of that pattern will knock the target over. Now I can change, now I can aim differently and shoot faster. In the same way you were talking about shooting a plate rack earlier, I don't need to see my dot or my bead on the plate. I just need to see it within a certain radius from the plate, and I know it'll go over. So I don't need to stop the gun as I move through target transition. So you can go a little bit quicker.
The very last rock hard, I forgot to change my choke, and I think I had like a improved cylinder in, and there were some really small, like 4-inch or 5-inch, the flipping target.
The little like kind of half spinners.
They just kind of knock over and then they pop back up.
Like the gunfighter target. Yep.
Yeah, the gunfighter. And it was just at that range where I wasn't getting enough of the pattern on that target to knock it over. And I really, really needed like a mod or light mod.
Yeah, that's not a good feeling. The nice thing about IPSC is every target is supposed to be able to be knocked over with a cylinder choke in it from a 24-inch barrel. Yeah, 24-inch barrel. Okay. With 1 ounce, 7.5 at like, I want to say 1,300 feet a second. So not nothing, but you're never going to run into the problem of, you're seldom going to run into the problem of like, oh, I can't knock this target over because I don't have enough choke. When you start getting into the short guns, like I'm actually playing around with I shot the last 3-gun match of the season with a 10.5-inch Genesis. So that was pretty cool. When you start getting into shorter guns, like even down into 18-inch barrels, the velocity loss could be such that, like, yeah, I got to choke up in order to.
I don't have anything with an 18. Well, I think I have a Mossberg, I think, with the 18-inch barrel, Mossberg Tactical 940 or something.
Yep.
But I don't do anything with I think 24 is my standard length barrel.
And if you're shooting a tube gun, why not?
Yeah,
because we're shooting, if you're shooting standard or modified, or in our divisions that'd be tactical or modified. Yeah, man, you're running a 12 to 14 round tube, like you might as well. The last shotgun world shoot I shot in standard, I shot a 24-inch gun with a 14 round mag tube. So the cool thing is, you can actually get down to a 20. So if you go with a 21-inch barrel and a telescoping 12-round magazine tube, now you're flush with the end of the gun. So you're back to having something that, when you only have the starting loadout in it, it is noticeably nicer to swing around.
Yeah.
Now I know Nordic and Briley both have some sort of telescoping magazine tube. I think they're like $300 or something. So you have to decide, is this something that
you have to really want it?
Yeah.
Well, I bought a set of chokes from Briley for my kid's sporting clays gun, which I have to go pick up tomorrow from the gun fitter and get it gun fit to him because he's grown. Dude, my kid, remember the little kid?
Yeah.
He's like right at 6 foot and 190 right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah. He's taller than me, and he's a big boy now.
Yeah.
And he shoots sporting clays, and we've got him a Browning Satori 725. But I forget what the rest of it is, but it's a great gun. He loves it. It's ridiculously good. And it's funny because last year at the state match, this guy shoots a perfect 100, and he leaves his gun in the rack. My son puts his gun in the rack and goes over to talk to his buddies. The kid that shot the 100 took my son's gun.
Oh,
and left with it. So my son goes over and he picks up this other gun, and it doesn't fit him. And he goes for that first shot, and he's like, the look on his face was just like, I can't do this.
Yeah.
And he's like, this isn't my gun. So I'm like, what's wrong? Because he comes off the line, like he takes his shots, and he comes off the line, and he's all confused looking, and he's like, this isn't my gun. Where's my gun? And it was very funny. But obviously we found the kid who had just his dad had grabbed the wrong gun.
Yep.
And they all look alike. They all look alike. But yeah, so have you've done decently well at the world shoots?
Yeah, generally. So my highlight was I did win the PCC Irons division. There's only 2 divisions for PCC in IPSC. There's optics and irons. So optics is the big one. I was offered a spot on the iron sight team because I didn't qualify for optics. So I shot PCC irons with an M16A1 clone in 9mm, and so I was able to win that. So that's probably the highlight. And then for the rest, I was 7th at the Rifle World Shoot in 2024. I was 5th in Standard Division in 2023 in Thailand. I was 4th in Standard in 2018 in France. And then for the Rifle World Shoots in Sweden, I did poorly. I had to take a gun apart on a stage, which is generally not conducive to good performance. So
but
that
you've won doing that before, though.
What's that?
There's this Hard as Hell I remember where you took your gun apart while you were in the trench and hammered and just like banged the bolt carrier group around and put it back together and finished out that stage.
I might have. Hard as Hell was also always a end of the year. All of my stuff is broken, and I've been building this match for weeks. So it's like
you won though. You won the overall.
Yeah, I did somehow. But Yeah, it's kind of and it's your standard thing of being staff and putting everything together always has that like weird effect on it. But
Yeah.
and then I think I want to say I was like I was low 20s in Sweden. I forget what place, so not great. And then in Russia, I somehow made it in the shoot off, so I guess that means I was in the top 16, but I think it was like 15th or something because I was
Gotcha.
barely in there.
Hanging on.
Yep.
That's
I might
awesome,
have been
man.
16th. I might have been like the bubble because I think I shot again. No, I was 15th. I think it was 15th because I shot against the guy who went second. It's now my good friend Ryan Pelticoski.
When you're doing the in the how many people shoot the world shoots in like rifle and PCC and all that? What are we talking about? Like 1,000 competitors?
Typically, it seems like the number's around 600. I think PCC was a little bigger. There's limitations because the stages for rifle and shotgun do take a little longer than pistol to run and more resources. So you're kind of capped somewhere around that 600 range. I think
600.
I think for PCC or sorry for pistol, and I've never shot a handgun world shoot, but I think they had like 1,200 in South Africa or something like that.
Wow, that's crazy.
It's 30 stages as well.
30 stages.
Like 30 stages over the course of 5 days. Although technically, I think it's 6 days because it depends on the match. That they do a different schedule for every one of them, obviously. But yeah, typically I think it's 5 days of competing with, and there's one rest day in there somewhere.
Wow, that's
and then nuts. And it's a big deal. So you'll go. There'll be opening ceremonies where there's a parade with every nation represented in order. Like you'll have someone carrying the flag at the very front, and then the whole delegation's marching. And then there's a commencement ceremony of some type. And that varies from like in Russia we had, the Russian army like horse guards, and then their equivalent of the Blue Angels did a routine thing. And then they set up a big jumbotron, and they had like the Russian Minister of Defense and they had a cosmonaut from the International Space Station talk to us. Like it was a whole thing in Russia. And then in Finland, we walked through a park and a local politician, I think, said hi. And that was the opening ceremony there because their priorities were very much on the shooting part, not the circumstance. The Finns
are there like huge crowds while you're shooting or? Like
not necessarily. In Finland, it was actually funny. It was also on the same day in Oulu, Finland. They had a gay pride parade on a different route. So,
oh wow!
They're like, "Yes, I'm here for the parade." They go, "Oh, that's nice." I'm like,
"Wrong parade."
I just remember awesome. I was walking around in the city of Oulu for a minute and talked to someone at like a tourism booth in their like farmers market or market hall building, and like, yeah, I'm here for the parade, like the shooting one. There's like, or which parade? I'm like, oh, the shooting one. Oh, the other one's a pride parade. I go, okay. So
okay.
Yeah. Anyway, and then the closing ceremonies are also a whole other day. So it's basically I budget because the world shoot's a big deal for me. It's the world championship, and I'm trying to win just about every time I go. So I try to have it like 10 days allotted at least to go do it. So I'll try to go over early and acclimate. And if I'm falling in on some ammo, like, yeah, it's a shotgun world shoot. And I don't really I haven't used the ammo a whole lot. I'll fall in on the ammo, like grab some early and pattern it, make sure it all works, practice with it, get used to it. And then just have time to get used to the time change because it's usually in Europe or Asia. So that's a thing.
So how big a hassle is it to bring your guns in as a competitor?
Usually it's not bad. So varying degrees, but part of the arrangement to host a world shoot, the different regions will bid on it if they're interested in it. And part of what you have to provide is, oh, you're the host region for the world shoot. Okay, you have to arrange for everyone to get a gun permit somehow. In Finland, I don't really know exactly how they did it, but it was worked out with the police there by the match organizers. You filled out your information in a portal on the IPSC website, and then eventually in your email you'd get a permit.
They can't run like a NICS check or something. How do they
basically are running the equivalent of a NICS check, or at least they're looking saying, yep, this meets our criteria for a temporary import permit. Most countries have some temporary import permit, the same way that we do with like an ATF Form 6 is what a foreigner would use to bring a gun to the U.S. So yes, I send them like, hey, here's a scanned copy of my passport. Here's proof that I have a gun license in my home country, which for us is just usually a 4457 form, which is a certificate for personal effects taken abroad. It's not even for guns. It's just something that customs stamps that says, yes, you are this person and this is your personal property, so that you can bring it back without getting hit on import duties. So I believe scan passport, 4457, and match invitation. Those 3 things, and maybe a couple other supplementary documents. But upload those. That 4457 has the serial number of the rifle on there, and then you'll also tell them like quantity of ammunition you want to bring in, and that'll do it. Czech Republic, I've had to deal actually with the embassy in order to do it, but I've done everything by mail, and it's been pretty easy. Czech's a great place to bring guns, although it does actually have a more involved process for
it's a great place to bring guns.
Yeah, it is. It's they have a great shooting culture there.
Oh, great. That's awesome.
Yeah, a lot of places in Europe actually do. It's kind of like California in a way too, where like the shooting culture in California is awesome when you go to a match there. Yeah, because it's also like, yeah, this is not a thing that is like super popular and it's all hard, but everyone understands that like this is hard and are we following the rules? Like, sure.
Oh yeah, I was. I shot in California a lot, and I actually was. I was behind a little bit of a movement to get a major 3-gun match in California at either Richmond or SAC, and I just kept telling Bill, I was just like, I don't know how you're going to get people to come here, because nobody's going to believe you that they can bring all of their cool stuff here and not get in trouble. And
yeah, it's like the first time I taught a rifle class in California, for exactly 1 day, anyone had anything California legal, and then everyone like check left, check right. Okay. And then the next day, everyone had like drum mags and regular pistol grips, and
right.
It was like, yeah. And I don't even know what the status of everything is now, but yeah, it's just not really a big deal.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. So, okay, well, that's cool, man. I've never even thought about traveling internationally with guns. So.
Yes, the only real big obstacle I have encountered has actually been depending on the airline you fly and connecting airports. So there's some connecting airports, don't fly through the UK, just don't at all with guns, because they're not. It's not a thing. Yeah. I'm sure there's probably a procedure, but just don't. Also, like Amsterdam, popular connecting airport, but you have to arrange a transit permit ahead of time to go through that airport as well.
Wow.
So it does. And you'll look and say, I want to go to, I'm going to go shoot Central European shotgun in Hungary or European handgun or whatever. Oh yeah. Flights are like, oh cool. Flights are like $900. Oh yeah. But that connects in Manchester or Heathrow. Like, nope. So Lufthansa, in my experience, I live in Virginia. I fly out of Dulles International for most of the international flights I do. And if you can get American flag carrier, it's usually pretty easy, because it's almost exactly like you deal with the same check-in people that check people in for CONUS flights. So they're used to dealing with people with guns. Because there's 100 a day.
Yeah, Dulles. I really gotta do that gun flying with gun episodes. I've had a lot of mixed experience flying with guns, but I'm really good at it now.
And then, but basically, American flag carrier will be, your United, Delta, American, whatever. Yeah. It can get a little bit weird if you're dealing with a shared ticket as well. I'd say call ahead of time with your airline for an international flight just to make sure everything's booked. However, every time I've done that, it hasn't really done anything for me. I know you're supposed to, but like it just, and most of the time I fly Lufthansa and I connect in Germany, and I call, a week ahead of time or 2 weeks. I'm like, hey, I'm flying with guns. Here's my confirmation number. And like, I just want to make sure that everything's okay. If I need to prepay for it, and like, oh yes, you just show up at the airport, try to give it like 2 hours ahead of time. I show up 4 hours ahead of time. And then usually when I show up at the airport, they go, "Oh, you're supposed to call ahead." And I say, "Yeah, I did. They said to just show up."
Yeah.
But I've never had it be a problem, but I always give enough time for it to.
How do they handle the
work
guns
out.
while you're in country? Do you have to like lock them at the police station, or is there?
No, I've never been anywhere where that was required. It's generally keep them locked up, disassembled, separate from ammunition, or some combination thereof.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't sound honestly that bad.
It's not. It really isn't.
So, yeah. Okay.
In some ways, it's actually kind of easier, or not easier, but in some ways, like, oh yeah, there's no SPR laws. Like they don't really care about that.
Right.
And in some countries, like, oh yeah, suppressors are not regulated to the same degree they are here. So
I had an experience when I was in college, since like 25 years ago. It's been a long time. And so I was in college, and I flew over to Austria to visit some friends of mine that were in the military. And we're after like the second day, I'm bored because I'm just not a tourist, like I don't really care about going to see the sights. I don't care about the architecture, whatever. Let's go fishing. Let's go do something cool. Like I'm a doer, not a watcher. And so they're like, "Hey, you want to go shooting?" And I'm like, "Hell yeah, I do."
Yep.
And so we go to this gun range. I didn't understand, and I don't know that the gun laws in Austria haven't changed, but at that time, you could not have a firearm in your personal residence at all unless you had a very special permit, which almost nobody got. So to own a gun, you had to have a locker in a basically a shooting range or a gun club. You had to have a locker that was under lock and key, and that the gun range controlled. And so my friends didn't have guns at all. So we're driving there, and I didn't see them putting guns or anything in the car. So I'm like, I don't know what we're going to shoot. Maybe they were ready to go. So we get there and they walk in, and we just rented guns. Now this is I also did not know that in this part of Germany, you cannot, it's against the law to own a firearm in a military or police caliber. So it's 9x21. It's it's like it's all of these weird ass calibers.
Yeah, and that's largely changed. I know Italy was another one that was big for that, where you get 9x21 and 222 Remington.
Yeah,
I think that's changed now because they are having the Handgun World Shoot in Italy in 2027, I believe. Or maybe it's 28. Anyway, next one's there, but apparently that's no longer a law there. I think the last place that I can think of, Mexico has a similar law. Austria, you can have 9mm.
Yeah, you couldn't then. It was very fun, and it was considered rude to shoot without a suppressor.
Well, that's just generally true everywhere. But yes, and then. Actually, so I had that happen last year in Poland. A friend of mine on a squad from Spain shoots 223 when he goes to the rest of Europe, and I don't know exactly what the logistics of that are. If he has like a 223 rifle and no ammo, or if he has an upper somewhere else, it doesn't really matter. Yeah. But one round, because what they use there instead of 223 or 5.56 is 222 Remington,
right?
Which is real close. That it fits in the same mags, including a D60. But it does not fit in, most importantly, the chamber. So he had one round that made its way into, I think it might have even been a D60 mag, like a drum mag, but it made its way into the chamber, and we had to punch it out at a level 3 match, so equivalent of like a national championship.
Wow.
Had to get, that literally is the Polish national championship. It got, I had to put together a segmented, M4 cleaner rod, and we had to punch the thing out of the bore.
That's
and he just took no score. It was like literally, I don't even know if he fired one shot. I think it was like load, make ready, click, and like it was just stuck.
Yeah, that's rough.
You hate to see it.
When I was shooting at that range in Germany, they had you have Ear Pro, the little bins of Ear Pro on the counter of every gun store, where they'd sell you foamies for $5 each or whatever. They had suppressor. They had these polymer suppressors. They're like, they won't last 100 rounds, right? But they're like they're back then they're like $25 or $30 US, and you would rent one and you would buy your 2 boxes of 50 cartridges, and nobody shot a lot there. I was like, I reached for 2 boxes of 50, and they looked at me like I was insane.
Yeah, was ist das? What
Yeah.
are you doing?
Yeah, why are you doing? Why so much? And I'm like, what are you talking about? It's like it's not even 100 rounds. And it's very funny. I will never forget that experience because it taught me that, first of all, I love suppressors. That's my first exposure to a suppressor, and sure enough, by like the 80th round, that thing was shot out and it was getting noisy.
Yep.
But they were disposable, so you just literally just threw it in the garbage. You know, just throw it in the garbage and then keep moving. And it was my exposure to that. I was like, why do we have suppressor laws in this country? Like, this is the most pleasant thing. And they had like one guy shooting a revolver, and everybody was giving that guy dirty looks. Like, would you stop already?
Well, never forget that the same act that put a $200 tax stamp on suppressors and made a controlled item almost completely, they tried to initially completely ban handguns.
That's
entirely.
true.
It's the only reason we have SBR laws is because they could do that, but they couldn't get away with a complete handgun ban.
Yep.
And it was written by the same people who gave us prohibition. So
yeah, just not super smart, but
not winners. I wouldn't
not
say
winners.
I wouldn't say they were. I wouldn't say they were dumb. I would say that, you know, if they were trying to put the brakes on badass stuff, then they were very smart.
So what? So you've done the world shoot. You do hard. You've been match director of Hard as Hell. You've done all this really cool stuff, and you're enhancing lethality of U.S. troops. You're moving beyond the Marines now, right? Because you were just somewhere else doing stuff.
Yeah. So if you're a group of armed professionals, so anywhere in the War Department or a major law enforcement department, then yeah, our interest is in finding a solution to bring speed and accuracy together into your assessments, qualifications, training.
That's easy enough.
Yep.
That's awesome. So, and you do that through metrics, like you're using a modified hit factor.
Yeah. So there are several methods we can use. I mean, at the base level, the simplest thing that we can do, and it's still very useful for the customer, is qual automation. So whatever you were previously doing and using a paper scorecard, which is still the norm and default for most armed professional organizations right now, just like Practice Score did for competitive shooting, like, would you like to stop using paper and Excel spreadsheets? Here's a electronic scoring device, a phone or a tablet, enter a score here, sync with Wi-Fi, push it, you're done. You know, it no longer takes the same amount of time. That's the basic level of what we can offer. In my opinion, that's the least compelling, but it is certainly the most compelling if you're that poor E5, E6 that has to actually get all those paper scorecards and hand jam them into a spreadsheet and then upload that to whatever database it needs to go into. But then, yes, beyond that, assessments, the gross level scoring we do is not modified hit factor. It's just hit factor. It is some amount of, there's a vital area on the target. So if we take a USPSA target, that would be the A zone. The Marine Corps has the annual rifle qual target, has a destroy zone is what they call it. Whatever it is, if it has a center value, if it's a central area that generally corresponds to a vital area on a human being, that's worth the most points. And then it gets granularly smaller from there. Like, okay, so you're outside of that, there are fewer points assigned to a C zone hit. Depending on the application, like, hey, we're very interested in immediately vital or likely to incapacitate a human physiologically. Okay, so an alpha is 5 points and a Charlie is 0 points and a delta or a miss is like -30 or something like that, depending on the application or the need. But still, hit factor is the gross level of what we do. But because we use electronic shot timers, Bluetooth enabled shot timers, and we have fixed courses of fire in the same way you'd have, say, a Virginia count like USPSA classifier.
Right.
I know that shot number 1 is a draw or a low rating presentation or whatever it is, right? Because we made the assessment. or the assessment existed already, we know shot 1 is the first shot, it's a draw. We know shot 2 is a split. We know shot 3 is a target transition. And we know what distance they're at. So we can also assign hit probabilities and vital hit probabilities to a distance and a behavior. So I can tell you across the entire group. So if you come out with a company, a team, or whatever, of all the people that were shooting that day, hey, your average first shot time on a 25-meter USPSA target is 1.5 seconds or 1.8 or whatever it is. Oh, and by the way, compared to the average within your organization, that's 30% below it. You need to work on that. Or, yep, you guys are doing good on that. Your hit probability from the kneeling position at 50 meters is 80% hit probability, but only 30% of them are vital. You are wearing out the periphery of the target. Maybe we need to work on something in that regard. So it's hit factor is the gross method of determining like speed and accuracy balanced.
Yeah.
Metrics inform training priorities. And then the other thing we can do, depending on what the assessment is I can also take metrics and create a simulated gunfight in what's called a spear or a timeline battle. So I take 2 groups and say you're a marksmanship vacuum, where that's the only determiner of success in a battle. Say, okay, ready, set, go. Let's roll the dice on this person from this group against this person from that group, expand that to the entire cohort of people, and compete their metrics to see first shot times, hit probabilities, vital hit probabilities, standard deviations of any behavior that's repeated multiple times. What would the outcome be? How many wins would you have, and how many casualties would you sustain when you do win? Or another way to think of that is, how many times can you fight that battle before your force is depleted?
So when you guys were starting PCSL, you were kind of moving in that direction anyway, as part of I mean, I guess you were involved, but it was Max doing it.
Yep, I was around and I offered some guidance and contributed a little bit, but that was very much a Max.
Because I like his K zone or T zone now.
That was me. I did actually pretty much contribute that. Yeah,
I like that. I like everything about PCSL really. I even like the practical rifle. The pistol I'm less. It is what it is, but the rifle for practical rifle, I think that there's room in there to really like work on a system that just ends up with something really cool, but really useful as well.
Yeah, we've pretty much seen that at this point now, where I don't know if there need to be more limiting factors for the practical division, just because it does incentivize things that maybe wouldn't be used outside of just shooting the practical division, right? So, like gas system length, for example, right? It's when we get into more technical rifle shooting, longer gas systems help, right? Like a rifle gas system, great. And your limitation for that at that point becomes 16.5 inches is the kind of the shortest barrel length that can run reliably. I start to wonder if that becomes dominant, if that's not a bad thing, because that's still not quite enough dwell time, and barrels that long. I guess that is what the IAR is. The standard issue Marine Corps infantry rifle is a 16.5-inch barrel. Definitely not a rifle gas system. It kicks like a 308, but
right.
But yeah, and it is fantastic. I'm saying like that's me zeroing in on like, I think we might need to maybe put the brakes on that because the practical rifles are getting pretty good. There's nothing wrong with the rifles getting really good. We put a box on what practical division could be, not literally a box. We say it's Max. Like the
I like
division, the practical division was for rifles was something I started doing as a local match director at subs. Because basically I recognized that there's enough difference between AR-15s as there was between like a Glock 19 and an open pistol. Like, these are both AR-15s, and basically within the rules of the TAC Optics division, I can make this into a pellet gun, and it bears no resemblance to this M4A1 that a dude's bringing out, or a dude's going to deploy with, or a URGI or a pick a M4 variant. It doesn't matter, right?
I remember
these are not the same thing.
I remember you shot the Hard as Hell Resurgence with a M16A2 clone with the suppressor.
It was a Mark 12 Mod 1.
Mark 12 Mod 1.
Or sorry, Mod 0, not a Mod 1.
Mod
I don't know why I said Mod 1. The Mod 0 is the cool one anyway. But
at any rate, it looked cool.
I still have it. It's like kind of my favorite because it's also a nice. It's a URGI is also, which the current like SOCOM M4 variant is a upper receiver group improved. It's a mid length 14.5 or a carbine length 11.5 with a Geisley rail M-lock. Like it's a good gun. It's not great, but it's good.
Yeah.
The Mark 12 just has a special place in my heart because I didn't know what that was until I bought like an SPR profile barrel when I was 16 or something to build a gun. And like, what the hell is an SPR? And I looked and was like, oh, wait. So at some point, SOCOM, actually at some point, fifth group, a guy was like, hey, what if we put either a suppressor or a muzzle brake on an 18-inch rifle with a rifle gas system and put 77 grain bullets in it? Like, hey, wait, this is a 3-gun rifle. You just said, hey, what if we just gave dudes a 3-gun rifle for like going and shooting people at like intermediate distances with a 5.56?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that's super cool. And then you grab it. It's like, hey, this is an issued military rifle. That's actually pretty cool. And it's good to shoot. Because grab it, most other issued M16 variants, like you grab an M16A4, to be honest, it kind of sucks. Like it's a vibe and all, and it's not like the worst thing in the world. I'd rather have that than an AK, but it kind of sucks. You know, you grab an issued M4 and it's like, this kind of sucks. You grab an M27 IAR, it's like this kind of sucks. Like I can make it work, but it's not nice. You grab a Mark 12,
you're killing so many people right now.
This is actually kind of nice.
You're literally killing so many people out there with their Daniel Defense and Geisley 14.5.
I have one too. You know, I have clone guns. Like it's cool. I built a Gordy clone, like
you're
everybody
just
else.
Killing them. They're like, oh, but I thought this was the best I could get.
No, man, it's like, hey, man, a Uberti 1873 Winchester is a fantastically fun gun.
Yeah,
it's just not the best at anything objectively because we've moved on past then.
Yeah,
right. But it's cool and it's fun. That's fine. It's okay.
So I have a 14.5 with a blast forwarder, and it's got the Deadfoot arms. Yeah. It's got the Deadfoot arms brace on it with the it's got the stubbiest bolt carrier group I've ever seen in my life, and it's literally this big, and I've actually shot that out to like 400 yards, and it's not bad. Yeah. Now, I don't keep it in that configuration because you have to put a scope on it to do that, and it's a red dot. That literally just calls out for a red dot all day, every day, and just leave the red dot on it. But if I were pressed, if I had to, I wouldn't hesitate to shoot that thing out really far.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was taking a 14.5 last week. We were taking 14.5s out to 600 meters on C-zone plates. It's more a function of it's more a function of can you see it and apply a correction than can they both get there. 14.5s pretty normal. Like an 18-inch is giving you a little bit more capability and velocity, but it's not really measurable where you can do anything with it. To me, the thing is I like the weight on the front end of the rifle, and I like the rifle gas system, so it shoots a little bit easier. But other than that, like you're not really making many compelling arguments beyond that for 14.5 versus 18.
My specific one is a heavy barrel 14.5. It does have that weight up front. It's not as brutal as you would think it is to shoot.
Oh yeah,
it's not great. I mean, like it's not great, but it's not brutal.
And we're still talking about a direct impingement 5.56 gun. It's not like I said, it's still not an HK 416. I don't know. That gun is magic in how badly it shoots for what it is.
So what do you think the future of competitive shooting? I know that we're seeing like a lot of 2-gun matches, and they seem to be all the rage. But do you see 3-gun and multi-gun coming full circle and coming kind of being more of a thing, or do you see more single one gun sports? Because now you've got all the NRL 22, you've got a bunch of different. It's just so many different things going on.
Yeah, I think that we're future shooting sports. I think 2-gun is going to occupy it. We see 3-gun sort of wane because it's complicated. Just every part of it's a headache, right? Like I haven't flown to a 3-gun match in a while, and I'm not sure how I'm going to do it because I kind of forgot the packing piece of it, especially shooting open. And I'm glad that I fly a lot for work.
I'll have my episode up before you.
I get 2 free 70-pound check bags now, so I got that going for me. That'll make it a lot easier. I think that 3-gun will still always be successful where there's a large pool of shooters to pull from. So your metropolitan centers, especially that have a gun culture where shotgun is part of it. In the West, this is just me, and I could be talking out my ass here. Where I grew up, bird hunting was a thing, but not a big thing in southern Utah, right? Like, yeah, we had quail. You go quail hunting, and you go up, you do bird hunting, but it wasn't like you didn't have a dove season where everybody in the county is, buying flats of shotgun shells, and like a Benelli M2 is a reasonable gun to buy for dove hunting. Like people who did bird hunting in southern Utah was like, yeah, we have like N870 if we want to go out and shoot at some birds or something. Or we'll go to the clay range and shoot it, so to shoot 3-gun, the shotgun piece of it is like, yeah. And in Texas, people have semi-auto shotguns. It's like not a big deal to say like, oh yeah, a $1,300 or $1,200 semi-auto tube fed shotgun that I then put a tube on and cut for quad loading. Like, yeah, this sport's compelling. I think I'll do that. If that's not a thing in your area, 2-gun's a lot more compelling. And you just see people that, kind of just get burnt out on all the things you have to do in 3-gun, gravitating towards the single gun. So I think PCC itself and USPSA pulled a lot of people that shot 3-gunners like, this is a lot. It's like, you know what? I just kind of like shooting long guns and going fast. I'll go shoot USPSA. As the world shoots come along now and kind of IPSC gains more traction, our delegation gets bigger and bigger for these long gun world shoots. People kind of find out like it's nice to just spend some time on one gun, not just logistically because it's easier, but like there's a reason that a USPSA Grandmaster is like a really, really, really good pistol shooter. It's because it's focused, and you get all the nuance and you get all the challenge in the match. So it forces you to be good at all of the things. There's no, you can't be really good at the long range and kind of passable at quad loading a shotgun when the only thing you have to do is shotgun shooting. All of a sudden, everything in that one section matters. So it's just kind of compelling in that way. The future for 3-gun, like I said, it'll still be a thing. They're still running fantastic matches in North Carolina, in Texas, in Arizona on the local level.
I'm going to shoot Battle for the South.
Yeah, that's Fall Brawl. Basically, what they're going to do for Battle for the South this year is Fall Brawl, but in the spring. Battle for the South last year was a 2-gun match in the spring, and then we did Fall Brawl in fall, like back in November. And so they're going to do the same match essentially in the springtime and call it Battle for the South, and then Fall Brawl will become the 2-gun match. And I shot it for the first time at Coleman's Creek. That was fantastic. It was my favorite 3-gun match that I've shot in quite a while. Great facility, good stage design. You could not hide from marksmanship challenges. There was hard long range. There were flying birds with a shotgun that were actually pretty legit. And pistol shooting was also there present, and you were, kind of forced to shoot far and small stuff. So from a marksmanship challenge, I thought it was really good. The future for 3-gun outside of that, I think there's still a there. I've always, not always, for the last little while, I've wondered if perhaps 3-gun can take an approach where, yes, there are 3 types of guns. Well, sorry, 3-gun has to choose one or the other ways to run a match. The best 3-gun matches acknowledge that there are 3 types of guns that exist. There are rifles, there are pistols, and there are shotguns. For our rifle, we use the best representation that's the most versatile. An AR-15 and 223 is the most versatile. I can shoot out to 600 yards with it, and I can shoot stuff really fast and really close and not like hurt in my soul that I just burned a $2 308 or 65 Creedmoor on a 5-yard paper target. So you shoot it far, you shoot it fast, you shoot it close, you shoot it really fast, you shoot it on the move, all that other stuff, right? Pistol is the same. It's just a copy paste USPSA pistol, and that's pistol shooting. I think that's pretty comprehensive. Yeah. Shotgun is where it kind of gets weird, because what do shotguns do? Well, shotguns are also super versatile in the ammo types you can use. But unfortunately, a lot of 3-gun matches kind of just look like a lot of steel targets on the ground. And it's basically a couple of activated, usually not very difficult flying targets. If there are slugs, they're kind of giant. And the challenge is sort of keeping track of whether you have a slug or bird shot in the chamber and not shooting a slug at a 10-yard knockover birdshot plate, which is problematic. And I did that at Memorial. And that's not super compelling. It's kind of like you shoot the shotgun part at a lot of the, especially local level matches, but even some of the bigger ones I shot a couple of years ago, it's like, man, this just kind of isn't it for me. So either you look and say, oh yeah, I try to do this at Hard to Sell. There's hard flying clays in there. There's hard slug shots. You're managing patterns around no shoots. There is buckshot, which I think should be part of the game, although unfortunately now it's expensive. All the things a shotgun can do, and we're testing them. That way it's a comprehensive test within each gun for all the types of guns. That to me is like peak 3-gun. That's what we always try to do with Hard to Sell, as well as making hard, stupid stuff to do in between, shooting the guns. And the other option is, if we want 3-gun to be reasonable, like not everything and not super comprehensive, that's fine. But let's just take a martial look at it, or military application, or a defensive application. Really, we'll talk a military application, because using all 3 guns for self-defense would be a little bit awkward to explain to the police. You were just doing side quests on your personal defense journey.
Yeah.
But so what does that look like? Well, then what's the military application of a shotgun? Well, that looks a lot more like, okay,
blowing doors open.
It's shooting. I joke that shotguns, from a practical military perspective, it's like, what are shotguns good for? Man, shotguns are good for birds, door locks, and grunge musicians' careers. So what we'd be using is, breaching, although at that level, it's not really a gun. It's a hammer that always works. It doesn't really always work, right? But at that point, it's a hammer. It's a breaching charge. It's a tool, not necessarily a firearm.
Right.
But that's cool. Work in a breaching door. Absolutely. There is I'm not going to talk too much about this, both from a lack of knowledge and maybe also just, I'm not sure if I should talk about it, but military application. We start to see it kind of come back as the last ditch option for counter drone. Like FPV drone, it's flying in the sky. I would like this to not hit me with an explosive payload. So the very last thing I can do is shoot it with whatever's in my hands. And if someone has a shotgun, do you have a higher probability of success than shooting it with a ball round from a 5.56 gun?
Yes.
Beyond that, if you're using a shotgun for military law enforcement application, you're shooting buckshot or slugs. Secondary, or your backstop is a concern. So you're also not, you need to know what your patterns are with buckshot, and just trying really hard not to miss with a slug. And you're shooting it until it goes empty. You're maybe putting 4 to 6 rounds in it off of a side saddle, or like you have 1 spare magazine for a mag-fed gun, and that's it. So shotgun and multi-gun, if you want to make it like tactical 3-gun, for lack of a better term, then what you have is shotgun that looks like some very high consequence targets that are shot with buckshot and slugs, or a simulated drone, basically a flying clay. And I don't know if that's even real, but it's at least something we can say is kind of a use for the thing. So your shotgun round count would maybe be everything is double or triple value to balance it within the context of the match. And in a whole match, you're shooting like 30 rounds of shotgun, and then a couple hundred of the other 2.
I like all of that. So I actually still shoot. I sign up every single time for a 3-gun. But most of the time when I get there, I walk the stages and I look at it and I go, there's no point in shooting a shotgun here. And I'll just go change to 2-gun and just run 2-gun because there's more people and I don't have to mess with my shotgun.
Yeah, and that's certainly a regional concern too. But we have the same thing here in Northern Virginia. We have the Quantico practical shooters on Marine Corps base Quantico. We did a couple of 3-gun matches, and I think that they did a pretty good job. Some friends of mine on the Marine Corps shooting team designed that, but it was one where like the demographic here similarly doesn't really do shotgun the same way. And it's primarily also a younger and military age demographic for that match. Because it's quite literally on Marine Corps base. So same thing, right? It's like I shot the shotgun because I wanted to shoot shotgun, but you could have shot the whole thing with a pistol if you're going to balance it. And that's a way for multi-gun to survive. And for those here, it's like a minority of people that really want to shoot a shotgun. But they are controlling in that, like, yeah, but we want to have shotgun in here because, damn it, we're putting the work on and putting the match on. So we'll have a way to get people in, shoot a pistol or PCC on this. Yeah. But there's a multi-gun division and you shoot shotgun in it.
I just, I guess I agree with all that you said. I think I'm just, my point of view is that it annoys me that we're not shooting buckshot. It just annoys me. It annoys me that we don't shoot, that we shoot 2 slugs a match. That's annoying.
I feel similarly, but I also have to look at it and say that, like, yeah, but also I load my buckshot and slugs, and I'm super psycho about this. And that was one of the things that helped me a lot in IPSC was just like taking control of my ammo.
Yeah.
You can buy good buckshot and you can buy good slugs. You can't always get the right ones for your gun. So I just took control of it and said, I'm going to load this myself. It's really not especially hard, but you have to be psycho enough to do that in the first place. And then I looked at buying slugs and I go, oh, Jesus Christ, these are like $1.80 a pop or something like that for federal true ball low recoil. And buckshot's kind of similar, if not more so.
Yeah, but again, so if I'm talking like, let's just say we take a typical 3-gun match. Let's say a typical major 3-gun match, 10 stages, 2 days, and you're going to have one all shotgun stage, and then you're going to have a sprinkling of shotgun on every other stage, but it's going to be like basically, it's going to be rifle and pistol heavy just because those are the 2 guns you're going to, people shoot, and that's where it is. So if we look at it that way, and I've shot matches like this before, and I've wondered why they've gone away, or I wonder why they've kind of faded into the background. And that's on the all shotgun stage. So you've got some knockdown steel for bird shot, I don't know what you're simulating there, maybe, taking out dogs or whatever. But
or just you're shooting the gun with something.
Yeah, you're just shooting a gun.
You're shooting a gun because shooting is shooting. And like generally, if you'd hit something small with birdshot, you could also hit something bigger with buckshot. Like I get that.
Yeah. And so, you get a few flying clays. I love that. But then there should be a string of 3 or 4 slugs and hard targets. Like you've got one here and one there and one way back over there that you have to really slow down and get right.
Yeah.
And then buckshot, either heavy steel targets you have to knock over with the buckshot, or paper.
Something kind of far paper that's scored or something farther away. Something
something that matters. Yeah. And then instead of having a 40-round shotgun stage, all shotgun stage, I have a 25 or 30-round stage, 10 or 12 of which are birdshot, just so you can get so the loading guys can feel like all the practice they put in means something. And then, because my problem with multi-gun, and tell me if you've seen this too, is the shotgun became a loading contest and not a skills contest. So I didn't see people using shotgun to knock over heavy steel plates or to shoot paper and get scored and or any of that kind of stuff. What I saw we're going to shoot a bunch of steel and a few clays, as fast as we can, and it becomes a loading contest just to keep the gun fed, because all of the targets are within 15 yards or whatever, and it's not, they're not challenging shotgun targets. They're just, you know, you've got to, and okay, your skill is in selecting the right choke or something. So that was what I kind of saw, and what I want is what you talked about, is that skills portion of it. And then on the other stages, so let's just take our all shotgun stage. You've got 5 slugs, 5 5 buckshot, 15 birdshot if you really, or maybe 9 birdshot, just so whatever. What is it? It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So it's not a 40 round all shotgun stage, but it's a hard all shotgun stage, and it's meaningful. Then you go to, say, your other 9 stages, and you instead of shooting the shotgun dry, shooting 9 rounds and then adding 4, so it's a, you know, so that it's a loading contest to see who can load the, you know, who can plan their loading. Instead of doing that, have it just be, you know, 5 or 6 birdshot and 2 slugs, and the slugs are, you have like 1 semi-close and 1 really freaking far, so it becomes a, you know, speed and accuracy test with a shotgun, just like it should be for the pistol, because that's what you would do with the pistol. You don't do every stage to have 40 pistol shots. You can only have 5 pistol shots on a stage and it'd be perfect, right? It'd be a perfect skills test. And I feel like that the shotguns just got kind of sidelined into this loading contest instead of being a skills test. And I don't know. I don't know how you feel about that. I'm very curious.
Well, so the perception of it being a loading contest, or basically it's a contest of shooting stuff really fast on the ground without a whole lot of variation between. Certainly, a lot of matches I think that I've shot were guilty of that. Not to single out any of them, because, well, I can't think about the top.
I still enjoy it,
because I very well could be lying about that too.
I like getting my gun on. I'm not saying that I hate it.
The one thing is, shotgun has actually become less and less of a loading contest the better we get at loading them. So the first multi-gun matches I shot, we didn't have quad or dual loading. It was like the speed stripper style caddies were around, and that was about it. Or loading from loops off a side saddle or an armband. So that was way more of a separator back then versus like, hey, yeah, a 1.6 second load 4 versus a 2 second load 4. It's much less of a separator than it is.
And
Those are both really fast. 1.6 is really freaking fast.
But you're loading while you're moving anyway.
Yeah, you're doing it while you're moving, and every time you have to do it, that 0.4 stacks up. But when we were loading and a load would go wrong, you know, it would go wrong by a second, not 0.4 of a second.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
So, yeah, that's as a separator. But yeah, generally more diverse challenges in the shotgun part. And it's hard because I think a lot of match directors that it reflects people maybe not necessarily knowing what an interesting challenge for shotgun would be. With regard to different ammo types or target engagement types, more use of movers also is a compelling good thing. So flying clays or some sort of mover with birdshot, just to make it, again, more of a technical challenge than just the same thing of all these things, or the typical jungle run where it's like, it's not really, it's a shooting test, but like also, can you remember where all this stuff is and where you need to load and how many shells you need to put in, and then also shoot. And that's some of those get to the point where I'm like, I don't like this. This is just kind of meh. If you're into that, cool, that's fine. But it's just not, you know, I don't love it. Another thing when it comes to ammo types is make it a single ammo type, but like, hey, this stage has 10 buckshot. There are 10 rounds of shotgun. They are all buckshot. This stage has 10 slugs. There are 10 rounds of shotgun. They are all slugs. So in IPSC, for example, you are actually, by rule, not allowed as a stage designer to use multiple ammo types. It is either a buckshot or a slug or a birdshot stage. Okay. And I do kind of like that. Buck and bird, I think you could probably use basically interchangeably. There's not really a safety concern there, because you should really just be using the same minimum safe distance for pistol and buckshot and birdshot, just for, you know, frag concerns. Slugs is where it can get kind of dangerous to where I do respect now that what's happened now though, that I respect is my touch points for 3-gun this year were both Zoo City matches in North Carolina, the Memorial 3-gun and the Fall Brawl. Yeah. And So those are very smart stage designs where it was blending slugs together, and they'll even do optional slugs on like a paper target in that match can be shot with slugs or pistol or rifle. But if you screw up and you put a slug on a knockover plate, it's not a DQ. It might even only be a 5-second procedural, because a slug on a knockover plate like that isn't really the safety concern that a slug on a hinged pepper popper is, because the popper stays upright and all that frag gets disseminated out. Versus a plate, that slug goes with the plate and it really doesn't do anything especially unsafe, other than puts a dent in the plate, depending on what you're shooting. Or if you're me and you load your slug super light, it does less than birdshot to it, apparently. Because anyway, we don't need to get into too many stories, but
we're going to talk about loading in a minute, because I'm fascinated that you load your shotgun shells. That's fascinating.
Yeah, but I think that's a good way to also integrate in those different ammo types. Is like we did it at Hard as Hell once too. We had a whole stage where it's just this. I called it the Tower of Learning, because it was a tower that you climbed up on and shot targets in a bay below it, and it was all buckshot. And a lot of people learned about some stuff on that tower, that like their low recoil buckshot was slightly too low recoil when it was December and dusty, and they'd shot 200 rounds on the gun previously. So the low recoil buckshot now didn't really work, and you're shooting at a downward angle. They're learning like, oh, I don't have a tight enough pattern to even really affect this target at that distance with this buckshot. So, and when I can force people to learn with a challenge that's not like unreasonable, that's what I kind of appreciate as a match director.
I like shooting the spinner with, or not spinner, the Texas Star with the no shoots in front of it with buckshot. That was a special treat. I really appreciate that. That was the same stage where you had the rifle spinner at 50, 100, and 130 yards, I think, or 200, whatever it was. It was a long damn rifle spinner.
We did a lot. Sometimes people mention stuff about Hard as Hell and go, "Oh, I forgot we did that. I don't remember that at all."
You know that. So I did the Hard as Hell 2-gun, the very first one that you did. And
I
brought a guy that had never shot a match before in his life, and to the Hard as Hell 2-gun. And you had this stage where you had the mags on a table, and you had to go up a tube onto a platform. You could shoot from there, and then you only had 10 rounds in a mag, and then you'd have to go down the tube, back to the table, back up the tube, down the stairs, over into the shooting area. But I was so gassed when that stage is over. Like, it hurt so bad to do that stage. And I asked your dad about it, and he's like, we might have gone too far.
Well, so that stage for that first Hard as Hell 2-gun, that's the one Hard as Hell I had pretty much no involvement in, because I was in college, and I came back. I shot that on
that's true.
It was like spring break, it might have been. So I just came down and shot that match, but in the staff match, and Sam Travis was actually the one who directed that one. And that stage where you had to go up and down the tube and all that, initially that was a rope. That was a 1-inch steel cord like climbing rope. And you had to go down that berm like 4 times, and then up the other side also like 3 times. Maybe it was 4 times. And that was my first stage. And a very mature, responsible adult. I had gloves because we're going down a rope, and this one's like, yeah, use gloves. Say like, hey, do you want to borrow these fingerless gloves? Because they, you can use your trigger finger and it's like better. I'm like, oh yeah, that's probably a good idea. This is a mature, responsible adult with much life experience in doing things. So he's probably looking, goes, oh, this is a good idea. This will be fine. And I went down that rope with absolutely no fear, because it's just, that rope was a break for me. That was it. And I was running straight down that basically 90-degree face on a 8-foot berm, basically. Did that 4 times. So that's 32 feet of rope that essentially I was not wearing gloves when I did that, because the fingerless gloves did not cover where the rope was on my hands. So I burned these shit out of my hands and did not. And I'm looking at it, it's like, and I had to teach some stuff in a couple of weeks. And my dad was basically looking, so it's like, yeah, you're done. Don't shoot this mat. Don't continue shooting. Whatever you can do, don't even try. Like, you get an infection on that, and you can't use your hands for like a couple of weeks. Like, you're
Yeah.
That's bad. Don't do this.
I think we're talking about two different stages because
we might be.
It had the ammo on the table and it had a plastic tube leaned up against a platform, so you couldn't use the stairs to go up, and you had to like get in it and like jump up and grab the top and then pull yourself out.
Well, no, so that we took the ropes out of that stage in the staff match after that happened. It was and it was replaced with that tube and the shimmy up to get what you were getting.
Yeah, it was and in the I don't know. That was a hard stage, and I think I don't think I timed out, but it was if I didn't, it was like not by much, but it was hard, and I was so gassed when that was over, man. Like it hurt. That one hurt. That hurt a lot.
Yeah.
But then I brought this guy that had never been like to any match ever. He never shot a match.
It's either the best or worst way to introduce someone to competition shooting like that. It's like, number one, it's like, practically, this is really hard. But also, especially at the time, there weren't a lot of other opportunities where you could get someone, you could coach them through the entire match as they're shooting.
Yeah.
Right? Like you can't show up to Superstition or Rocky Mountain and do that because it's against their rules there, which is fine. And they're a championship level 3-gun match, so it was hard to sell, but we always viewed it as you need help to just get through the damn thing. It's
right.
Okay.
Surviving is the object. So I always like the hard as hell match. So there's a series of matches that I really like that, that I just can't say enough about. And that's like every single Zombies has been awesome. Like it's just so much fun to shoot. They're not particularly hard. But the skill challenges are there. If it's whatever you need it to be. If you just want to have a good time strolling around shooting guns, you can do that.
Yeah.
If you want to make, if you're Dylan Easley and you're like trying to smoke this thing into the dirt and, then you can do that. But it's just, the match is just whatever you need it to be. And I really like that about that match. And then, all of the matches I've shot in Texas, except for the 3-Gun Nation, the first 3-Gun Nation match,
the Copperhead Creek Hurricane Festival.
Yes, that one.
Yep.
Except for that one match, and every other match I've shot in Texas, even if it's rained or whatever, they've all been great. But that match, I got so screwed because so I shot the first day AM. And then it started raining, and then I guess they quit shooting early, and or that maybe they didn't quit shooting early. Whatever that happened. So when we got there the next day, I shot PM, and they were still drying part of the range out, so they were all backed up everywhere, and we were supposed to start at 1:00 on my stage, and they just kept letting the pro guys go through. The super squads go through because they didn't want them to shoot in the dark. And I ended up shooting in the dark, and that pissed me off so bad.
Yeah. You can't make that kind of your priority where you look and say like, well, we need to make sure these guys have daylight to shoot because, like everyone registered, everyone's a competitor here. Everyone should get
so bad
their opportunity. And if you happen to just find yourself on the schedule where you're going to end up shooting in the dark, probably that's just the reality for that schedule. Like it doesn't matter.
Yeah, for sure. And I
don't remember if they were trying to film that one though. So I guess there are those.
I don't think they were.
They probably weren't. I don't think they really cared about that at the regionals. And okay, well, everyone here is paying to produce your TV show, so there is.
It just really pissed me off that it was apparent that we were getting bumped. Like they would say, okay, you guys are going next. And then they come up, oh, guys, sorry, we got another squad coming through. You're going to, probably it won't be that long. And it was just like over and over and over and over again. And then on the other side of that, so I wasn't going to do another 3-Gun Nation match. I was like, these guys suck. I don't want to do this anymore. But then you guys did the very next 3-Gun Nation
Western
match.
Regional, yeah.
And I went down and I was like, this is awesome. This rocks.
The year they let us design it, yeah.
Yeah, it was so awesome. It was like the only complaint I had the whole match was, and it wasn't anything you guys could do anything about, was that somebody, when they had obviously I don't think that you guys meant to start as early as you did in the morning and on the last day, but the plate racks that were in one of the bays were literally in line with the sun as
Yeah.
it rose, and I couldn't see. I was like, I can't see any of that.
I mean, have you been back to subs since the redesign?
No, I
in the last
have
couple
not.
years?
Well, I have
It's
not.
just all that now. It's actually a legitimate factor for all of the matches there, is because all the bays face that direction. Face
Oh,
yeah, they face due south,
yeah.
and so you get sun directly, like at the beginning and the end of the day. It's like laser beam right over the berm. We had
it
that
was,
at the PCC Nationals and PCSL Nationals, and
yeah,
you know, in a way though, it's actually kind of nice. Because it sucks, but it's really bad in the morning when the sun comes up for the morning schedule, and there's no way around it.
yeah,
But it's also really bad in the afternoon when the sun's going down for the afternoon schedule, and
yeah.
it's just the same thing on the other side of the bay. So
Right.
it's like, in a way, it sucks, but it's the most fair way
It sucks
could be.
evenly.
As opposed to if you're shooting both directions, like there's some schedule option where you start not facing the sun, you don't have to deal with it. It's like,
Yeah.
nah, man, new sups. You're gonna have to deal with it.
I don't know why we ended up having to shoot so early on day 2.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
I don't know.
I just shot that one like a normal competitor. I do remember I got in trouble for posting a photo of the shooters meeting the second year. This was at like 5 in in September, so it was completely dark.
Yeah.
And I posted a photo of the shooters meeting in the dark, which was just black.
Yeah.
And I didn't even say anything like
derogatory.
I didn't even say anything shitty about it. I was just like, shooters meeting 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. whatever, sunrise 7 a.m. I think I guess we have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, I remember that. I was there for that.
That's all I said, and like everyone lost their mind, like I was some ungrateful young shit or something.
We were all like, why are we here this early?
And I'm sitting here like,
we have another hour and a half before daylight, and then even once you get daylight again, the sunlight comes over those berms, and the targets are like, if the targets are on this side of the bay, you're fine, but if they're over there, you're going blind.
Yeah. They were worried about running out of daylight or something like that. Actually, no, they were worried about getting done before it got hot or something to that effect. And it was a silly decision. I just kind of made light of the fact
weren't running it, so.
They did. No, I mean, I just made light of the fact that they were being silly, and some people got mad that I was like an ungrateful little whatever. It's like, I helped build umpteen number of matches. I've been to the range at 4 a.m. I don't know how many hundreds of times to make sure the stuff got done. This feels a little uncalled for, but I'm not still bitter about that 11 years later.
It's it's an interesting thing that it seems to me, let me know if you agree. It seems to me that we've got, as Three Guns kind of progressed, we've gotten away from this idea that we have to be there at the rise of dawn, and we have to shoot until the sun goes down. It's like,
yeah, I think that's a general shooting sports trend that I've noticed, and it might very well be that you're seeing
we're just more efficient,
kind of more efficient, but also, when I started doing this, everyone that was in a position of leadership for a match or a club, mid-50s, and it's like the joke is, well, they've been up since 4 a.m. They had to get up to pee at 4 anyway. Like, it's just early morning stuff is the thing anyway. So it might just be you see younger people get more involved in it. I don't know. That could be nothing. It could just be that we take the approach that, like, hey, this is supposed to be fun, and like this is a recreational activity. And I'll wake up if there's a compelling reason to, I'll wake up at 3 a.m. to go out and make sure I'm in the right place at the right time to shoot something when the sun comes right at the moment when the sun comes up, hundreds of times, right? It's not my preference. If you don't have to, why the hell would you make someone do that?
I think it's great. My local match at Dead Zero, I know that the match is going to start around 10 o'clock in the morning. If I get there at 9 o'clock, I'm cool. That means I can leave my house at 7:30, still make it plenty of time. I don't have to get up at 5 a.m.
Here's a great philosophy, right? This doesn't need to be how it is. There are compelling reasons that you might not do this, but it's a good general rule. If you can look at your shooters or look at your schedule, say like, hey, can my guy who's doing this, like, can the dude like eat breakfast and load his car like when he can see? and not forget stuff. That's a good litmus test. It's like, oh yeah, the dude had time to like eat some food and he could load his car in daylight.
And he's happy.
Yeah.
Your competitor's happy. He's happy to be there. He's having fun. He's not in there like trying to chug a quart of coffee as fast as he possibly can just to see. Oh yeah. That's funny. I mean, I mean, we're making light of it, but it's a real, that's one of the things that has really like been an issue in some other things that I'm involved in is this idea of the quality of the experience, right? And it's, are people actually having a good time when they come do this thing that they supposedly love to do? And if the answer is maybe, you need to work on it.
Yep.
Right? Like, because there's so much that competes for people's money now. And I'm going to be honest, I love shooting. Like right now I'm hoping to be able to run a full 3-gun or I'm hoping to run a full shooting schedule this year. 2 guns, 3 guns, a couple of pistol matches. I might do a rifle match in there. And what that means to me is I'm now shooting 4 days a week, 200 rounds a day. I dry fire every single day. Now that's pistol. I don't shoot rifle that much. Rifle is, and maybe you've got a different take on this, but rifle's really the easiest gun for me. It just is. I have the manual of arms. I hit things with it. I know where my holds are. If I need to use holds, I generally don't. But I'm just the rifle I don't practice with much. I actually practice with a shotgun more because I get super sloppy with the shotgun.
Yeah, you can. And unfortunately, the hard thing about shotgun when you're trying to do it really well, you also have to practice on falling targets, in my opinion, or something that's a reasonable facsimile thereof. Like a spring popper is like that's the outside edge of like self-resetting targets I would use for shotgun. Is like
like a skinny
an MGM
Sammy
auto
or
popper,
something.
Skinny Sammy, that kind of thing. And even then, I think that's still, I primarily shoot like a plate rack is great because you can pull one lever and have the whole thing reset. You can do a lot with that just for gun skill. But when it comes to movement drills and target transitions and stuff, like it's me and my 18 knockover plates that I have, and I knock the stands in the morning at start and pick them up a lot and put them back on the stands a lot.
I've got those innovative target ringers.
Yeah, those are pretty handy for that.
Those are great because if you don't hit it right, it'll barely move.
Yeah.
I've got a spinner.
Yep.
I like using. I don't get to use it as much as I want to, but I like having it. I've got I'm actually going to see if my indoor range, it just opened back up. I was going to buy it, and then they like wanted way too much money for it, and this other guy waited long enough that he got a really good deal on it, so he's opened it up, which I'm happy to let him do that. And I'm going to see if he'll let me bring my spinner down and put it in the indoor range.
Oh yeah,
like 20 yards. I mean, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. But so I've got the spinner. I've got some other. So I got a couple of skinny Sammys. So for me to practice shotgun, I want to do flying clays. I want to do rabbits. If I have the option of doing rabbits, I want to do rabbits.
It's just my favorite thing to shoot as a moving target because I grew up hunting, like shooting jackrabbits. So
yeah, that's your favorite target. All right, cool. I want to shoot, and I want to shoot steel of some kind that is like you said, self-resetting or gives that feedback. But I get just so sloppy with the shotgun where I'm like, I will get like a string of like 8 targets. I will miss the 7th or 8th target because I will just outrun the target. And I just get sloppy. When because I know that you worked with Ron and you've worked with I can't think of his name now. Rawson, thank you. And you've worked with some other instructors. What's your like training schedule like? What do you do when you're getting ready for like a world shoot, or if you're going to go do the hard as hell at in Grand Island or
Yep.
wherever. Yeah.
Heartland Haw. Yeah. So the train up period looks like getting closer to the match. What it ended up being a lot more this year. I structure my year around the World Shoot that's happening, right? Because it's the World Championship, so I should probably put my energy there. With little sporadic, upcoming, I need to do some maintenance on this particular skill for this match, because this year I shot PCC World Shoot and I qualified for the open team for the Shotgun World Shoot, so I had to do both, and I had to train up for those 3 qualifier matches that I did shoot. And so for PCC, it was pretty much, I want to say I shot 2-3 times a week where I could, in a deliberate, like, focus practice session that I was doing for myself. And those would get, those are the lowest priority because I do them the most and they're kind of a maintenance thing. And work on specific things. Like I'm going to go out, shoot swingers a bunch, or shoot, some movement drills, some, whatever. And just generally be ready to shoot a World Shoot. And then also bring the thing with me when I'm doing the other tasks that it is. So I'm doing a training class for some Marines and wherever, I'm bringing my PCC with me, and just when I get time on a break or for a demo, I use this thing. So I'm just familiar with it.
What does your PCC look like now?
The one that I shot at the PCC World Shoot was a Mean Arms prototype, almost like a concept gun.
Okay.
So it was their bearing delayed system, similar to, if you've seen the MAUL, MAUL, it's their competition bearing delayed upper. These were sort of those guts, but put into an M16A1 carry handle receiver with a service rifle style float tube and triangle handguards on it. So it looked like an M16A1. Used a JP clamp on their sort of A2 profile front sight gas block combo that's adjustable, just because it's the easiest way to clamp the thing on the barrel. They actually had to EDM some shims so it would go on the barrel, because they never designed them to have a gas block or a front sight on them, because that's not a thing really anymore. And then I put it on an M16E1 Brownell's lower receiver with a A2 stock, because I'm a big ugly son of a bitch. So I wanted the extra length of pull for an A2 stock with a national match front. So that was my iron sight PCC. And then I basically leaned that in a corner and didn't really touch a PCC again until a little bit before the nationals this year. And I kind of moved some parts around, and my buddy at Unrivaled gave me some parts to build a regular
Kyle Litzy.
Zach Smith. But they're both my buddies. Zach and Kyle are the co-owners of Unrivaled. Unrivaled.
I really like Kyle, man. I took a very close look at his 1301.
Yep.
And I did basically the same thing.
Yeah.
The only thing I don't have is I don't have the lead tape underneath the mag tube.
Yeah. You probably should. That might have been the last time he actually touched that gun too, was when you showed it to him. I don't think he's shot shotgun very much since then. But anyway, yeah. So the parts that I put together, I think Zach gave me a barrel, essentially, and it might have been a stripped upper. I don't remember. And then I put together the rest of the parts that I had, and I basically made, because parts that I had, and B, like, I kind of like cool clone guns if I can get away with it. I don't sacrifice performance for vibes, but if I can do both, then we'll do both. So it was an old PRI, I think it was a Gen 2 carbon fiber handguard. So one of the early carbon fiber handguards. And it's kind of like that, like the same handguard that's on a Mark 12 Mod 0, actually. This was the natural carbon fiber look. This upper receiver and gun that I shot kind of looked like a 2003, 2004 Iraq invasion, like Delta carbine. So still free floated, but not like M-Lock or Keymod or a quad rail. It's like, so that was a pretty cool. Like I said, it was a vibe, but also had plenty of performance.
Right. So are you using you were still using the Mean Arms?
Yep, their bearing delayed system.
Yeah.
Delayed blowback is certainly the way forward. Whether it's the JP5, which is basically MP5 guts shoehorned into an AR made by JP, or the Mean Arms is the other bearing delayed system. Theirs is radially arranged ball bearings in a barrel extension. The mean arms is a less specific infrastructure. Basically, their bolt, their barrel. You have to pretty much buy one of their complete upper receivers. That's their way of kind of quality controlling the uppers, because there's some other design features that if you put it in a substandard or out of spec upper, not even out of spec, but if there's certain dimensions that if they aren't correct can induce problems because of the way their bolt and barrel design works. Anyway, you get their complete upper, but it'll go on any lower, and accessory compatibility is much simpler than the JP, which is basically you buy a JP5, and I think you can change the handguard, you can change the stock.
What about the CMMG?
Yeah, that didn't really. That radial delayed blowback is essentially kind of barely delayed, not to the same extent as the bearing delayed or the roller delayed that you'd see in that. So it can work. And then I just saw a lot of issues with the CMMG setups as well. Some of it was just
I don't know
goofy.
anyone that's used it, so I have no.
I've known a couple. I know a couple who played with them. But yeah, it's not really worth the squeeze. I don't know if they even still do the radial delayed blowback in the same way. And Mean Arms was actually making the magazines for them too. They had their Endo mag. Yeah, the Endo mag is the one that goes into the PMag without the ejector. That's what CMMG was selling with those. I'm like 95% sure that's true. And my threshold for certainty is like 50% before I'll say it on a podcast.
I kind of want to get one of the Mean Arms, but they've been on back order so long.
Yeah, that's
giving up.
That's the unfortunate part is keeping up with the demand and getting product out the door has been a struggle for them.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm very lucky that I got it. Yeah,
I would buy an upper if they were around, but
yep, I'm very lucky that they put a priority on the people going to the PCC World Shoot. So I talked to them at PCC Nationals last year, actually. And this was right when they were first getting in there, and they sponsored Kyle, Zach, and Max Legrandis. And I met the guys there, and we're just talking at lunch at this barbecue joint, and they have no idea who I am. I don't really know who they are, but we're just talking about stuff, and like, oh yeah. And Matthew, I think it was mentioning like their first project kind of like was building replica pneumatic or like gas firing guns for reproduction in restored B-17s, the bomber planes. I'm like, oh, well, that's like you just hit right on my squarely in the middle of my autism spectrum. Like, awesome. So I knew, they're really good people, and they put a priority on. They wanted to get receivers in the hands of people who are going to the World Shoot. So that kind of took their priority, and now they're trying to figure out how they can kind of fill in and sustain that. So they've had some big orders for some specialized military and law enforcement customers they're fulfilling as well, that they took and had to fulfill. It's not that they prioritize those customers more so than everybody else. They got into this situation where they got like, oh yeah, we have a couple thousand orders that we took all at once that we just have to get through because the customer paid for them. We have to make the things that are already paid for.
Yeah, I would. I would buy one of their uppers if it was available, but that's okay.
Yeah, they'll get there. I think that's going to be around for a long time. And the cool thing is, it's driving more delayed blowback in that 9mm space. And really, you're getting that as it's the Mean Arms. The whole point was to have an upper receiver in 9mm. You can just put on a 5.56 lower. So they made a mag that goes in there, and they didn't do delayed blowback for performance reasons, like shooting performance reasons. They did it so that you could just put it on an M4 lower and have a training analog in 9mm without breaking your hammer, bolt catch, and all the other things that blowback uppers would do, unless you put, a 2-pound buffer weight in them.
Right. Yeah. So what drills are you running when you're running like for PCC rifle or?
Typically, it'll be some sort of inventory check where it's just standards. Like, let's just say for rifle, I'll start at 100 meters, drop to the prone, and shoot 10 shots on a IPSC mini target. That's what I was doing, getting ready for the Rifle World Shoot. And like 50 meters on a full-size target, it'll be standing 5, reload 5. 25 meters, just 5 shots starting from the standard ready. And then at 7 meters, I would shoot either a micro target or just a 3-inch little shoot and see sticker with my offset dot. And that's just the super close range, but it's like a height over bore challenge more so than anything.
Right.
That was like my inventory test. That was it.
Okay.
And then when I'm done with that, I'll do whatever else. Usually I'll do some not a prescribed pre-made drill. I'll just make something for that day. Like I'll do designated target today, or I've got a movement stage. I'm going to set up 3 positions and some partial targets here, or set up a swinger over here, and just something that challenges the marksmanship skills. That's unique to that day usually.
Okay. Yeah, I've been. Well, before I get, what's your pistol drills like?
Yeah, it'd be something similar to that. Just 25, 15, 7
Okay.
for the inventory test, and some strong hand weak hand, and maybe a precision pistol bowl. Although the 25 meter usually takes care of that on that skill. And then same thing, like something that's either multiple targets or some amount of movement. I really like Skills and Drills Reloaded, the practical shooting training group. There's a good library of drills in there if you're looking for some inspiration. Or I really like bar hop drill, or something. Especially I like doing short movements that are very technical, where you have to get, it's a movement here and then you engage this target, and then you have to immediately transition to this target and shoot these 2 on the move, and then get to this position. Just a short distance, but really tight. A lot to unpack in that short area, because those are the things you absolutely have to get right in a match when it comes to executing marksmanship skills in a small window of time and distance while you're blending in movement. That's
pretty good. So again, I don't actually do very many rifle drills. Maybe I should, but I don't. My shotgun
rifle, the other thing I'll say for rifle is a lot of what we have, especially if you look at 3-gun, and it's getting a little bit better, I think, or maybe or maybe not, and I'm just talking out my ass, which is entirely possible. The challenge for 3-gun is either really, really hard, but it's a technical challenge generally. Like there's some position building for long range, and then there's, do you have a well-zeroed gun with ammo that you know the holds or corrections for? So that's the hard part. Or here's an entire paper target. Please put 2 bullets somewhere on there, or 1 in the A zone if you get lucky. Please hit this.
So
optional.
So my monthly match is almost every single stage it uses a rifle. You're going to be shooting at like 3-inch throoms, the self-healing mushroom-looking targets.
Yeah.
They call them throoms. You'll have at least 4 and maybe 6 of those at damn near contact. Like, you're talking 6 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet. And so that's your height over bore. And and I've watched people just sit there and just miss.
Oh yeah, they're just wearing the bottom of it.
Just wearing everything out, and so almost every month you'll have a stage where you will start with pistol or shotgun. You have to run probably about, it might be 30 yards, 40 yards, something like that. But you're maneuvering guns and stuff like that. They do a high value target on every stage for every gun because they're ridiculous that way. It's really annoying to me. I hate it. But I get it. We have new people. You don't know their skill level. It's fine. And then the rifle stage is always about they have steel out at about 430, 350 or 320, somewhere along in there. And then they'll have another piece of steel out or a couple of pieces of steel out at like 2 something. And then they'll have a know your limits at about 125, 130. And then they'll have a set of skinny Sammies at about 100, 115. And I just to piss everyone off, I always hit the 430 first and work back furthest. I go furthest and then back. And on the know your limits, I will always start with the 1-inch target and go up.
Oh yeah.
And it annoys the hell out of them. But I have a very well zeroed, all 3 of my competition rifles. I know exactly where they're going to hit it at 100 within a cone this big, right? Like I'm pretty sure at 100 I'm going to get it. And or 115, and they're all of them. They're all 3 basically the same gun. and I've handed them to people and they can hit. But
yeah,
it
definitely
just
makes it easier when you just go, oh yeah, this is not even a math problem. This is just a recall problem. It's like, oh, my holds are this and this and this and this and this, and
well,
I know
I
my
don't
bullets
use
go
holds.
exactly where the holds go, or you dial for them. Either way,
I dial for that first target.
Yep.
And then I know that once I get to the 300-yard targets, I'm using 100-yard zero, so 100 and 300 are going to be basically the same. So I just dial for my I dial for the 430, which is 2.1 mils, and then I just dial back to zero and hold a little bit, and I'll get the 300s. So it's really a good. It's for the rifle for me. It like we had eight targets once, and I shot 8 rounds, and everybody's like, "That's why." I mean, that's stupid. That's I shouldn't be able to do that. But and then the other one, we'll have the throoms up close. We'll have paper out at like 20 yards or 30 yards, and then we'll have 3 or 4 targets that are hidden up in the brush, and then 2 skinny Sammies like in the grass line. And they're the problem with those is they don't paint them, so you need to find them and then find them in the scope.
Yep.
And so for rifle, I feel like I get hard practice every month on.
Yeah.
So I don't spend much time.
And one thing I would say is I think that it's a deficiency in how we treat rifle shooting in matches too. So because I had a reason to, I was given some feedback on the PCSL Nationals. I looked up. So in IPSC, and IPSC is not the like gold standard, everything they do is right about everything, right? I don't want to sound like one of those guys. However, there are some things where it's a mature sport, and they looked at and they have to control for things across the 4 continents that really have practical shooting: North, South America, Europe, Asia. And so you tend to see some kind of robust things in there. So for a level 3 match, which is equivalent of either an area or a national championship, 40% of rifle shots need to be between 0 and 60 meters. 40% of the rifle shots need to be between 60 and 150 meters. And then 20% of rifle shots should be between 150 and 300 meters. Really, it's above 150. They'll shoot a little farther than 300. Every world shoot we've shot farther than 300. But
that's interesting.
So what's really is, so number one, if you think about the rifle paper we shoot, it's very seldom beyond 20 meters with a rifle, and 3-gun. And we don't do a lot at all. If we actually chunk that up into, call it 40 to 110 meters, we do very few targets in that range.
Yeah.
But when you start scoring at hit factor instead of time plus, so alphas matter, and everyone's shooting minor power factor because pretty much everyone shoots 5.56. All of a sudden, you approach rifle shooting in the same way that a top level pistol shooter approaches pistol shooting and training. But that's because those sports actually fully kind of flesh out the engagement range to where you have to be good at all of that. Whereas in 3-gun, you can kind of, I'm not saying, and it's not a bad thing, but we sort of bracket it between, again, hit this piece of a washing machine box twice with two bullet holes. And also, here's a target that anyone in the military would consider like a sniper designated marksman target.
So that's an interesting point, because what I have noticed, and again, my monthly match does kind of the same thing. The targets are either really far out there, or they're really not far and they're big. They're either really small and they're like, for most people, that's a really challenging target, or they're so big they're not challenging at all.
Well, and
there's not.
I'll tell you a secret.
There's something to that.
The smaller steel plates are a lot cheaper than the big steel plates. So as someone who's had to buy steel to outfit an entire match like twice in the last 10 years, I really like buying 8-inch plates, because it's like, oh, this is kind of big enough that it's like not a super, super dick move. But like, yeah these are like $35 each, and I can do 12-inch plates that are like 70. So there's some practicality in there, but also and then with rifle, if it's closer than 50, it's got to be paper. because otherwise it's kind of a safety concern, or self-healing rubber, which also means you got to have a dude walk to it to score it and tape it. So generally those are closer. And anything that's smaller than a full-size paper target, you have to create yourself. You can buy mini targets, which is logistically another thing to add, or we can just use the same target. It's like hardcover. It's like, nah, just let it be.
Yeah,
fast.
I used reduced size targets a lot when I was match director. They haven't been, but I did when I was match director.
Yeah, and I was also not averse because I didn't have to follow any particular rule book, so I could make my own rule book, and I would make my own targets at a print shop.
Yeah. Oh, I remember you made the Rhodesian camo targets.
Yeah,
those were awesome.
Yep. And that was just me looking, going like, I want to get some reduced size targets for this. It was like, they don't make them for the PCSL target yet. I'm like, but I could get 11x17 paper printed for how much?
Yeah.
And like I can do black and white camo pattern. All right, cool. Let's just do that. So the white tape doesn't really change the appearance of the target. And it looked like just the A, K, and C zone of the old PCSL target.
Yeah. For pistol practice, what my practice looks like now is I try and get to a match or a bay range where I can move.
Yep.
At least once a week, and otherwise at least 3, usually 4 times a week, I go to the indoor range, and I'll start with 20 with a B12 target out at like 21 yards or 25 yards or whatever, and I'll shoot pistol at it, and then I'll bring that in, and I'll put a row of 3-inch shooting C's. I'll put like 9 of them on there, and I'll shoot 6 rounds at each, and I want to keep all 6 in each circle. And then I'll come back to, and that's at 10 yards. I don't know what I said, but that's usually at 10 yards. And then at 7 yards, I bring it into 6 or 7 yards, and then I'll move down to a 1-inch shooting C, and I want to keep all 6 into the 1.5 inches, whatever. And I want to keep all of them in the dot. And then I do because on the range that on the indoor range, it really is frowned upon. They will let you, but it's frowned upon to draw.
Oh yeah,
and you have to stay inside the box, which means that the table's right there in front of me.
Yeah, it's super awkward. It's
a little awkward.
It's definitely not preferred.
Yeah, so I do a lot of dry fire, and that's where I do all my holster work and movement drills and things like that. So, so that's what practice looks like for me, which I can do more. It's just what I'm doing right now.
Mm.
So, and I don't shoot my PCC at all. I haven't shot my PCC in like 3 years. I kind of hit that where I get saturated with it because like we had a world shoot, and like I said, practiced hard with it, leaned in a corner, didn't touch it until I didn't practice with it even before I left for Utah for the Nationals either. Like I put the thing together and made sure it worked, and then went to Utah, and I was there early because my folks still live in Utah, and a friend of mine from Finland who's a really good shooter, Raina Peltokoski, he came and I showed him around. He was supposed to shoot the early match, and so was I. We both managed to make our way into the main schedule, so we decided to keep our flights, and I was staying with my parents, so it didn't cost any extra. And so we practiced. Where was the PCSL Nationals? Was it?
They were both in St. George's Subs. Yep.
Okay. It looks so much different, man.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, the redesign, because they had to. I think 2018. They had to, or maybe 19. They had to basically tear the whole range down and reorient the thing. And when they rebuilt it, the layout initially looked good. This wasn't SUPS, by the way. This was the county, essentially, who did the work and paid for it. So it's not like all
right, hold on. So the last time I was at Cobalt Range, Max was talking about, and it might have been you as well, where you were talking about how the way that they had forced you guys to rebuild SUPS, it wasn't useful for matches anymore.
Yeah. I'm a little more forgiving or creative in match setups, just because I also or in range setups where I was like, yeah, you can still do a good match on old sups. Well, on not old sups was designed for awesome matches.
Right.
The first redesign after the county rebuilt it, yeah, what they did was take a great layout that had lots of bays, and they said, well, the problem is when the ranges were oriented towards this ridge with houses on the other side, bullets would leave the range. So we need really tall berms. So every berm was 30 feet tall. So they designed a great layout. When you make every berm 30 foot tall, the base of it has to be about that big. So your functional layout was 2/3 or half the size, basically, of what was actually on the floor plan. So you could only get minimum distance on steel targets with pistol if you shot from one side of the bay to the other side of the bay if it was not straight down range. So your stage designs were certainly affected by that. So they've redone the range again.
I think you told me that before. Yeah,
they've redone the range again, basically, where they knocked down the intermediate berms. So the outside perimeter berms. So the backstop that all the bays are shooting into, the far left and the far right berms on a bank of bays are still 30 feet. But everyone in between has been knocked down. It's like, I think it's like 8 feet or 10 feet or something. Like it's a normal height. So they have much more room in the bays now. They're fantastic for designing a pistol stage. They're still a little bit short if you want to do like a good multi-gun bay stage type of thing, but certainly still workable. And and they have, I think, at least 2 bays that are 200 yards they have access to, and another one's like 100 or 150. So
yeah, I remember a little bit of what was going on back then, but it's not really relevant, so it's fine. It's awesome to hear that it's awesome again, and maybe we can see more matches out there in the future.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've already had USPSA nationals, PCSL nationals. There will be another USPSA nationals next year, and I want to say I think there was some discussion of potentially a bid for the World Shoot, but I still don't know if they could have done the World Shoot there. And there's other pieces that go into that. So, and they decide on Italy for the next one. So,
yeah. What match are you looking forward to the most going this year?
Oh, that's a good question. Shotgun World Shoot, just because it's good to have that thing to back up from. And I am eager to see. What excites me is the process that. It's my first World Shoot I'm shooting in open. I shot the European Shotgun Open or European Shotgun Championship in the open division. So it's going to be developing kind of a new platform that's familiar. It's the Genesis Gen 12. So it's an AR-10 pattern or SR, not SR. It's a LR-308, that functionally large frame AR platform shooting 12 gauge. There's some technical pieces as I'm kind of playing around with, like they have a great base for the gun. But I'm playing with some different configurations and different options. Like I said earlier, I shot a 10.5-inch gun. I think that a shorter gun might even be a little bit more of a doable solution for the IPSC format.
What do you think of the Genesis? I've been following it since now I can't think of his name, but I cannot think of his name. Picture him. I can't think of his name.
Cody,
no,
Tio,
no,
Pat Kelly. Okay. Yep.
I've been following that since Pat Kelly started messing with it and doing his conversions and doing the breaks and all that.
Yep.
And so I kind of started following it. I have a TAC 12 that was made by Firebird out in Arizona.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And it runs flawlessly. But at some point it's going to break, because they all break.
Yep.
The way the bolt carrier is, it's a very thin piece of stainless, and they'll all work hard and crack at some point. I understand that. I know it. And so I'm not really that big into the box fed shotguns, but I like to have gear for everything. And so I've been considering getting a Genesis upper, because I have a couple of pretty nice 308 lowers that don't have anything to do right now.
Yeah. So what I'll say about them, we'll just talk magazine fed shotguns in general. The king of them for a long time has been a Saiga or Vepr, primarily the Vepr-based AK style shotgun, specifically. Really distant arms is who you're talking about when you talk about that. R&R Racing did a lot of the sort of pioneering work of introducing those as a race gun in the US especially. But Dissident has kind of taken that over, really run with them, and they run pretty well. There's still idiosyncrasies with them, but overall they work very well.
I just don't like Michael Whiteside, so.
No, I haven't had a problem with him, but we don't really need to talk much.
Yeah, no, we can talk about it later. You'll be like, but you know, it'd be.
But what I'll say is the thing about the Vepr is they have their idiosyncrasies to them where things can get sideways real easily, and it's still an AK under there. Which means that the magazine insertion angle is still weird, even though it's decent. The controls are still different. So the Genesis to me was this is an AR. The difference of what I made, and the reason I shot open now is because, and I shot standard, or I would, given the choice, I'd shoot modified. I think it's the most compelling, interesting division because you get like a tube fed gun, but it holds more bullets. You get a red dot and a comp. You still have to quad load it. But I'm shooting open because I had to qualify for the Shotgun World Shoot the same year I had to train to win a PCC World Shoot. And there just wasn't, I just didn't have the ability to do those two completely different guns where, like, I can't load a tube gun and practice loading a tube gun to qualify for a World Shoot team with the absolute, monsters that we have shooting, and also train to win a PCC World Shoot. By the same token, I wanted my shotgun to be as similar to my regular gun as I could. So the Genesis is an AR, but 12 gauge. So the practice and changeover I have to do is pretty minimal. The shooting skills between PCC and shotgun are pretty well overlapping, especially when the gun is basically the same, same stock interface, same pistol grip, same trigger, general same index. Even if it's a lot more recoil and you still have to worry about patterns, the changeover was less. The downside to the Genesis versus the Vepr is that the Genesis, it's an upside and a downside. The upside is the Genesis is a short recoil driven firearm. So the barrel recoils about 1/4 inch. It actually moves within the receiver, not to the same extent like a Browning Auto 5 would, but more like you almost imagine like a pistol or maybe an M250 cal, where the barrel recoils just a little bit. And but as a result, there's no gas system, so it cannot clog up. The feed system on the Genesis is not sensitive to the Genesis as a gun. I mentioned earlier, it is not sensitive to ammo. Like,
just run anything.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the only thing is it's got to have enough power to cycle the gun, but 1 ounce 1250s are enough to run the gun. That's not really something you can reliably run in a Vepr.
No, you cannot.
But the Vepr does shoot softer because it is a gas-operated gun, so you just have less stuff going on there. Also, as a result of being a short recoil gun, if you hang a muzzle brake on the barrel, it's kind of like a pistol comp. If it actually works, i.e. redirects gas to counter recoil and muzzle flip, it also stops the barrel from moving, so it stops the gun from working, which is why pistol comps aren't angled to the rear the way that you see a rifle muzzle brake or comp. A little bit of trivia if you weren't aware. But so you're limited in how effective your compensator can be on the Genesis, which is why Pat came up with that mid-barrel brake with the expansion chamber. What I'm messing around with now is the suppressor breacher model. So I have a 10.5 and I have a 13-inch. Suppressor breacher model, actually, it has an interface where muzzle devices mount to the handguard, and the handguard extends beyond the barrel. So on the suppressor breacher model, SBM, if you put a suppressor on that, it's actually mounted to the handguard, not the barrel, but it still runs fine. Like, it acts like a conventional muzzle device. So what I'm playing with now is some what they call choke adapters that go on the suppressor breacher model. So you take a 10-inch gun that has a cylinder choke, you put this choke adapter, it acts as essentially a barrel extension, and it constricts the bore. Well, because that choke adapter is not moving with the barrel, you can mount a muzzle brake to it. So actually tomorrow, I've done a very little bit of testing with it. And the ones I have, they sent me 2 that are threaded for rem chokes, which is the standard thread for the Gen 12. And then I have an adapter that goes in the choke threads and puts a Sega thread on the end of it. So I can put a muzzle brake onto a rem choke thread, basically. That's not a solution for long term because I can't change chokes. I'm stuck with cylinder, which is obviously not the answer for competitive shooting for everything. But it lets me find out and do testing on what brakes are good, what I care about, and then I can figure out a solution for, all right, so I need one of these choke adapters and get it cut for Briley thin wall chokes on the inside and then thread it 22 by 0.75 on the outside. And then we've arrived at a solution for what this gun's going to look like, whether it's worth it to do that. It might be that it's not really better, and I stick with the 18-inch gun with the covert or TTI style, sort of a different version of Pat Kelly's brake.
So what's the difference in recoil between the Vepr and the
it's significant and noticeable. The Vepr certainly shoots flatter, or feels like it shoots flatter and softer, but that's a subjective feel kind of thing. I haven't shot the two side by side to figure out how much that actually matters in order to quantify it. Now, I don't love it's as an effect of my job. I've grown to kind of hate I think I feel as a preface to an answer. It's like all these are eminently measurable things. Like, okay, so a Genesis does feel like it kicks a little bit harder. If I run a plate rack at 12 meters from right to left, so recoil is working towards my strong side, I have to fight that to drive the gun from plate to plate. If I did that with both guns, what percentage difference would it be with the Genesis? Would it even matter? I don't know. So until we've actually done that, I don't really love to say that it's a big deal.
Okay, that's fair enough. I probably going forward, unless there's a very real reason why I need to, I'm probably going to stick to the 1301. That gun
Certainly.
it runs awesome. I don't think I've ever had a single problem with that gun that I didn't inflict on it. So
yeah, 1301s are a great tube fed shotgun. Again, 1301 versus an M2. I think they're both probably equally reliable. The issue there with the M2 is, again, the right ammo. 1301 is less sensitive to that just because it's a gas operated gun. But yeah, and again, I shot them both side by side. I did some testing. It's like, it doesn't really matter, but the 1301 does shoot softer than an M2.
Yeah, for sure. I've got both.
And as a modified division gun, sorry, little segue, the M2 or Stoeger or pretty much everything else that's inertia driven, if you're building a modified division gun where you're trying to port it and put a compensator on that to delete recoil, once again, stops working. 1301 being gas operated, you do whatever the hell you want. As long as it doesn't bleed too much. If you port the barrel or drill holes in it, you can rob gas from the operating system enough to make it sensitive, but anything you put on the end of that gun, it doesn't matter. All it does is it's like a rifle.
Yeah. I have and I've tried a little bit with my 1301 to get it to mess up, and I've never had a single problem. I mean, and I've done just really stupid stuff, not cleaned it forever. It just works. My M2 is kind of the same, except the M2, I don't like the recoil impulse.
Yep. Yeah, it's an inertia-driven gun, so you'll see that.
It's just a sharper, shorter recoil impulse. And if I took the time, I could get around it. You know, I could work around that. But I just pick up the 1301. It's just faster. So I don't know. For me, I'm not saying that everybody's going to be faster with a 1301. And I have heard guys complain about the weight difference between the Benelli and the 1301. The 1301's a little heavier.
Yeah, the big thing for me that I've hit with the 1301 is the receiver's a little bit weird if you don't cut it right. And
yes.
But even still, obviously, overall, Shotgun World Shoot's been won, I think, twice with a 1301 now. overall. So beat the open shooters, but that's a function of division rules too, because modified you're actually allowed to have more ammo than open. Open and IPSC you only get 10 in a mag. And then I have actually had and seen issues with 1301 small parts. And it's really just a QC issue where sometimes stuff leaves the factory and it just isn't right. I've seen parts breakages or just timing get off. I was helping a guy yesterday with 1301 that was having some hiccups, and mine did too until I replaced the lifter with just a factory new one. It's a machine, so sometimes machines leave with parts that just ain't right.
I was told that I was going to have problems with the lifter spring and the trigger spring, and there's three or four springs in there, and I was told absolutely you're going to get to X number of rounds and you're going to have problems, and it's going to be these springs. I'm well past that number of rounds.
Yeah.
And all I do is every once in a while, which I probably need to do it now, I'll take everything apart, I'll put it in the ultrasonic, I clean it in the ultrasonic, I put it back together, I lube it, I use grease here, I use oil there, and then it's ready to go for another year or two, and I just don't worry about it, and it just runs.
Yep.
And I did the same thing with my Versamax. The only problem I ever had with my Versamax is I thought I'd messed it up, but I bought these shells from Shields, the Shields branded shell, and I think they were Fiocchi or Federal, and
yeah, I think Shields had a Fiocchi special load that was like a 1 ounce 1170, if I recall correctly.
I think, yeah, it was an orange box. And I bought a bunch of them for Zombies in the Heartland one year. And what would happen is that they were belled on the end. They had like the crimper had just pushed it just a little bit too hard. And so they were, instead of being kind of straight, they were belled. And they were fine unless you were shooting the Remington really fast and that bell would catch on the
extractor cut out. Yeah. And that's also something that over time with all of these tube fed guns, actually. So I'm not super what's the word? I'm not a psycho about maintenance, and like it's a machine. I expect to eventually have to replace parts, and before I do important things, I check the parts to see if they're good. One thing you can do to avoid problems with all of these tube-fed shotguns, especially tube-feds, they all have a cutout for your extractor on the right side of the chamber of the barrel, right? When you slam the bolt forward, especially on an empty chamber, you are slamming the bolt into that cutout, and you are creating a burr and occluding that chamber slightly. So two things. Out of the box, it's actually something I picked up from Raina Peltikowski, who's a really top level, like top shot. He won modified and overall at the World Shoot last time in Thailand. First, don't slam the bolt closed on an empty chamber if you can avoid it. Sometimes you do, but like it's just you're eventually going to wear that out. And when you get the gun, just go ahead and take a file to that corner of the chamber preemptively. And you're going to progressively have to deal with that more and more.
I'll check it again for a burr. I didn't have a burr, but it would the shell would catch on it, and some would and some wouldn't, and it was driving me nuts. And I actually borrowed a case gauge. And
were they failing the gauge?
Yeah, they were failing the gauge. They were belled, and
nice thing. Genesis don't care. I've put stuff in. I've deliberately put stuff in that was smashed, or when I was learning how to load shotgun shells with a roll crimper, it looked nasty, looked like freaking the Predator, mouth, where it's like four corners and that's what the front end of those shells look like. That's even a demo they'll do. Is like at a match, they'll take shells out and they'll hit them with a hammer or like step on them and put them in the mag, and it's like literally this is oval and it still somehow makes its way into the chamber, which is pretty impressive.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
that was the only problem I ever had out of that Versamax, other than it's heavy. And my son, to this day, if I let him, he will go and shoot that Versamax with the 20-inch barrel and the tube that extends 4 inches past that.
Oh yeah,
he'll shoot trap with that, or skeet, or sporting clays, and he's out there on a ski field just wearing them out. He loves it. He loves that thing, man.
That's the thing that's frustrating, and actually, this is you mentioned Pat Kelly that I'd like to shoot birds or shoot like clays with my Genesis, and now At my old club, Purgatory Clay Sports in St. George, they didn't care. They thought it was cool. The first time the dude came out freaking out, thinking I was shooting a 308 at the trap range, and like our trap range shoots at town. He's like, "What are you doing?" And he realized, like, oh, this is a shotgun, but it takes magazines. That's cool. Hey, can I shoot it? Like that's what I'd like to see. Unfortunately, I have learned that not many trap, skeet, sporting clays clubs are like that. So the two that are around me here, you have to have at least a 24-inch barrel to shoot, even just to go shoot, like to play around on it, not play around, but, you know, just shoot the sporting clays course. So I'm sitting here like, okay, well, I could kind of, they let me use my M2 with a 21-inch barrel because it had a 12-round tube on there. And I'm like, hey, this is a 30-inch tube. Like it, you know, if you're concerned with safety and trying to keep me inside of the little freaking whatever that PVC pipe loop thing is station, like this is doing that. And they go, oh yeah, that's cool. I can't show up with a 10.5-inch Gen 12.
No,
they're not going to be cool with that. It's like, trust me, look, I know you're used to a certain type of person that shows up with like a Mossberg Shockwave and is a complete jackass. I'm just here because there's a very specific, well, actually the Genesis has this concept called America's Shotgun, right? In the same way that the AR is America's rifle, what if it was also America's shotgun? So a suppressor breacher model Gen 12 with a red dot and a suppressor and a choke adapter is America's shotgun, because with that, with a dot and a suppressor on it, loaded full of buckshot and slugs, it is my home defense shotgun. And then I unload that and I take some flight controlled TSS, and it's my waterfowl shotgun. And I put some regular lead in it, and it's my pheasant or upland game shotgun. And I take the suppressor off, and I put the choke adapter on there with a muzzle brake and thin wall chokes. And all of a sudden, this is my 3-gun shotgun, and I can go do all of the things. And this is just, I have a shotgun to do all of that.
Yeah.
Problem is, some places, well, like I want to go to shoot a trap skeet sporting clays thing. They ain't gonna let you do it with a even with a 19-inch gun with a barrel extension on there. There's like
they don't really like that all black. They don't like any of my guns actually.
Well, like I said, my old club
they'll let me shoot them. They'll let my kids shoot them, but they much prefer the double barrel Browning Satori.
Yeah. My old club, and even the shooters there, just the random people you'd run into, or not random, so it's kind of, you know, the same people. They all thought it was cool. There was like one guy that like had all of that club's like hatred just inside of him. It's like, oh yes,
oh yeah.
I would almost, you would actually go and just like, huh, you know, I can totally see where they all just had a meeting and decided, you know what, everyone here is cool. Someone has to be an asshole. Steve, his name's not Steve. Just,
Steve.
You know, like, yes,
Steve, you're up.
It's your turn. Like,
it's funny.
So you don't get like that, you know, because I know some other clubs, and it's a club culture thing, right? You'll get that like kind of low level. Everyone's a little bit like, "Ooh, you're shooting an auto loader. Oh, it's throwing the holes all over the range. That's inconsiderate," or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm picking them up after, like, chill, you know.
Yeah, it's bad. The hate we get. Very important. That's funny because one of the audience is named Steve, and he just said Steve reporting for duty. That's very funny.
Yes.
Yeah, so it now what are you shooting for a pistol these days?
I go back and forth. Depends on what I need to do, but primarily it's a Terran Tactical Sand Viper of some type. So I have one Sand Viper. For those not familiar, if you've seen John Wick, similar gun, 2011. It's a 4.5. Well, it's a 4.5-inch like slide with a sight block, so it ends up being a 5-inch barrel. I have a barrel with a compensator, and I have a barrel with a sight block. So if I want to shoot limited optics or PCSL practical, I shoot with a sight block. If I'm going to shoot open, typically open minor or a 3-gun open, I put the compensated barrel in there. I am a TTI Pro Team shooter, so I shoot the TTI editions of the Genesis Gen 12 and the Sand Viper, and then TTI rifles that I kind of adjust to some very personal preferences I have for rifles.
Okay. All right. I've been going back and forth. I have, I build all my own rifles. And They all look alike. They're all very similar components. I use the Elftman triggers. I tried the Trigger Tech diamonds and I outran it.
Yeah, I had issues with the diamonds just for reliability and for oh, what's the hell? Oh, it was doubling.
I never got it to double. I tell you, so this is I shot Battle for the South, the first one, at Griffin Group's complex there, the big airfield. And they had a jungle run, and you started off with a shotgun and a couple of slugs and some clays, and then you went to pistol, and then you went to rifle. And it was a jungle run rifle, and there was a lot of paper, and so I go D60, right? Because it's it's a slung rifle, so it's unloaded start. So I'm not starting with a mag in and a mag on my belt. I've just got, so I just go with the D60 and I shoot the rifle. Pardon me, shoot shotgun. Shotgun goes actually really good. The 1301 shoots slugs like laser beams, so like it's crazy how good they are. Pistol goes really well. And then I unsling the rifle and I reach back to get my mag. The D60 had departed.
Yeah, that's never a good feeling.
And so I yell, "Backing, shades of you." I've heard your story about yelling back,
coming back,
running over people. And so I yell, "Backing," and I just turn around with the gun over my shoulder and I start sprinting back to get my mag. And I fall down because I trip over some roots or something because it's a jungle run. And I have my Bluetooth Ear Pro in, and I somehow touch my ears. And now I have the Offspring at full volume in my ears. So now it's a video game. So I get the D60 going, and I'm far behind. I'm like, I've burned so much time. And I'm like, this stage cannot be the worst stage. And I just go full video game. The paper's so close that I'm just point shooting. Like there's no sights at all. And every target gets at least 3. And I've got brass flying everywhere. I was very fast on the trigger. And then I felt it hiccup and I thought, well, that's weird. And I got it I hit it and I got it to work again. And then the last set of 7 or 8 before the D60 ran dry, the trigger stopped. I pulled the D60 out. I still had 4 or 5 rounds in it, and it would not pull, and it wouldn't do anything. And so I ended up sending it. I ended up, looking at it, and it had like somehow gotten jacked up inside, to where it would not release. And so I think I just outran the trigger and really messed it up. And I was like, I've never even thought I could outrun a rifle trigger. Like I've outrun shotgun triggers. I haven't outrun rifle triggers.
It was not, in fact, pretty fly for that wet guy.
No, it was not, in fact, pretty fly. But I sent it back. They sent me another one. I have it in a gun that I don't shoot much. So I pretty much shoot the I shoot the Daniel Horner Timney trigger.
Yep.
Or I shoot the Elftman trigger. And
yeah, I like the so the AR Pro is the kind of the next Timney trigger that they came out with after the DH, because I think it basically took the DH3 gun and said, wait a minute, everyone just adjust these to these settings right here. What if we just made it fixed at like the best setting for the DH3? And that was the AR Pro. And there's another company now called Ballistic Engineering. It started up. I think it's some former Timney designers, if I'm not mistaken, that are doing a trigger with AJ Anthony and Linda Turnbull and some others. So that's interesting. I'm excited. I think I'm going to get to play with that here in a little bit. Beyond that,
let me know how it works.
Yeah, the AR Pro. I was a little bit snake bit on cassette style triggers after taking my gun apart in Sweden, because that was an AR Gold trigger, which the DH3 and the AR Pro are kind of cribbing real hard off AR Gold. But even looking at the one that came apart, I borrowed another trigger to finish that match that had an additional design feature. I forget exactly what it was, but you could look and see that, like, oh, this thing in the trigger prevents the sear from popping out and the detent getting loose in the lower receiver, which is what happened to me. Well, I'm glad they told everybody about that when they updated the trigger design, because I've been running around with this thing that can do that. But whatever, I get it. But yeah,
I use mostly black hole weaponry barrels, although I do have a proof research barrel that shoots pretty good. I'm using JP LMOS bolt carrier groups. I pretty much don't use anything but the JP LMOS at all. They just work, and I don't worry about them. And I've gotten to where I pretty much use the Kyle Litzy's unrivaled buffer assembly.
Yep,
I like that a lot. I have one of the Cobalt Kinetics Pro setups, and it works. I'm just afraid to use it too much because you can't get parts for it if something goes wrong.
Again, and it's one of those. It's in a recoil system, right? So especially if you run that kind of overgassed at all, which is as simple as, oh yeah, I just bought some ammo for practicing that was different from what I'd load or whatever. Yeah, so no, I really do like the unrivaled buffer setups. What was the other piece that we had? But yeah, just being able to replace parts like that, big deal to me.
Yeah. Then, I mean, I used the Ultratech Apollo S Max.
Oh yeah, the Ultradyne.
Ultradyne, yes, thank you.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the Apollo. I love the Apollo brakes. Everybody else hates them because if you're near me, it's going to hurt. But
yeah,
I love those things.
One of the things that I looked at, I talked about it. I think it was with Joel Park on another podcast. We're talking about suppressors also. So there's becoming a thing now where we have muzzle brakes on the ends of suppressors. So not just the Silencer anchor brake like they had on the Harvester, I think it was. So there's now three companies I've seen. So Thunderbeast has one called the Magnus that has a pretty legit brake on the end of it.
I've seen that. Yeah.
And then there's another company called Thermal Suppressors, also out of Arizona, that they do like
Matt was just testing one of those.
Yeah, precision shooting with it, and it's again very legit looking muzzle brake integrated into the back half of the suppressor. And then Otter Creek Labs, I just saw, have an add-on end cap for their Infinity suppressor that is again pretty legit looking muzzle brake. So I'm curious what that is like to use.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing because I'm going to try one. I'm going to experiment with it myself. I see. For me, it seems like the cans that I have tend to do soften the recoil, and they also tighten my group size for the most part. So, I mean, I can't imagine the advantage of the brake unless it's just you're using an even shorter can and not worrying so much about the sound suppression and just worry about the concussion.
Yeah, I'm curious what it actually sounds like too, because I have no idea what that'd be like. So it's something that hopefully around SHOT Show there will be something I can actually get behind. That's actually something that would compel me to go to like a range day at SHOT Show, because typically those seem like a good idea, and then you get out there and it's like, oh yeah, there's a line I got to stand in for 10 minutes to shoot 5 bullets while this rep is trying to talk to this guy who's asking questions that are not at all important for the range day. Like, hey man, this dude probably isn't going to take your order for 5,000 units for your shop right now. There's a show this week inside in air conditioning that is for that. So
yeah, I'm late getting into SHOT, but I should be there, so it's going to be a good time. Yeah, I mean, all my guns basically look alike. They're 15-inch rails or handguards. They're all M-lock. It doesn't matter whether they're Samson or it doesn't matter. No matter whose rail it is or whose handguard they are. I use I don't really even care about stocks anymore. I'm just whatever. I don't really, as long as it fits, right? I've been using a lot of the Royal Arms stocks.
Yep.
I like those a lot. So I don't know. I have like this formula and it produces an accurate rifle every time and it works and it doesn't give me any problems. And that's all I really care about.
Yeah, it takes a lot to make you want to change. Like, yeah, but like, yeah, that was kind of me with like White Oak Mark 12 barrels. It was just like, hey man, I get like a cut rifled SPR profile 18-inch barrel, and I put a good bolt and barrel or bolt together, and
yeah,
you know, it always just seems to be pretty good. You know, so,
right. That's like
I
that.
did.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I did deviate from that and put together one of the unrivaled 16.69 barrels, which was also, that was pretty cool. It's rifle gas. It's a good barrel, shot fantastic groups. I get 30 rounds of 77 grain, basically the Black Hills commercial Mark 262 load into like 1.1 inches. So, and the gun, I think I'd have to put it on the scale, was like 8 pounds with all the stuff on it. So, and it shoots soft and flat because it is a rifle gas system. So I can still slam like a 100-meter bill drill and not notice a whole lot of movement. The gun itself was lighter, which has some downsides when you're trying to build positions, and you know, it doesn't want to stay in the same place if you overdrive the gun or if you're, you know, for stability and wobble. But for something that's sort of biasing towards the medium range, that was pretty fantastic.
So I've actually, I will say this last year's build, which I usually build a new rifle every year. I don't know if I'm going to this year because I barely even used the one last year. But last year's I went with a cross machine and tool handguard with a Arca rail built into it, and I haven't even used an Arca rail as an Arca rail. It's just so awesome, and it's flat, and you can just bam, and it's done, and you're there. Like, it's
I could never really do the Arca rail on an AR handguard thing.
I've been impressed with it.
Yeah, I have some Arca Swiss or some Arca pattern adapters on a couple of bolt gun chassis. I just find that I like Picatinny rail only where I want it. So I'll have 2 rail sections, one at the front, one at the back for bipods. Because gripping that 1.5-inch dovetail, it just never really, this is me saying like, well, I think I feel, it was so like irritating to try to grip and do when primarily everything I do is standing and gripping the gun and not putting it on something. Having the whole bottom end of the thing be an Arca rail was a little bit like,
I hadn't noticed that.
Now there's some hybrid options there if you're into the Arca infrastructure. I just don't really care for practical rifle accessories either, because infinitely adjustable just means it slides when I don't want it to. Although there's other, like the Area 419, I think it's like Arca Lock or whatever they call it, where it's like it's basically got divots in it, so it's like basically infinitely adjustable, but it bites down into the position so it doesn't really slide on you. There's some other hybrids, like I forget who it was. I want to say it was Ripcord, but it might have been someone else, where it's almost looks like a Geisley handguard, where there's an Arca platform at the midpoint of the rifle, so right where that kind of mounts to the barrel nut, and then you could add another just towards the end if you wanted to use Arca rail, just so everything was the same between, you know, maybe a bolt gun and your gas gun.
I don't even notice it's Arca when I'm using it, except when I need to put it on something to just like if I'm shooting off of a position or you know, I need to clamp it down onto something, and having that flat there is like super nice.
But it's kind of like the old Seekins handguards were really nice for that too. The SP3R,
they were kind of triangular too.
They were people call them a triangle. It wasn't really a triangle because it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's more of a pentagon, I guess. But the bottom of it was super flat for that exact reason. The PRI Gen 3 Delta rail, also similar, and it was a carbon fiber. That's what Brower Solutions on their OSSL receivers they were using, was that or are using, is that triangular PRI handguard.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly good stuff. I'm really excited for this coming season. I hope that I honestly hope that more matches get organized and set up. It would be great to be able to shoot a major a month again.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Or
you
maybe
still can
two.
if you're willing to travel like a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, what?
I pretty much did.
I remember. So I remember Kerry Palmer had a Cobalt Kinetics match in northern Utah.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to remember what that was.
I still have
it
the
was
shirt.
like it was a UML like traditional nationals, I think it was, or maybe it was Expedition.
No,
Nationals.
it wasn't UML. It was long before UML. It was like it was a not Three Gun Nation, but it was what did they call it? Maybe it was. I'll look. I still have the shirt somewhere. So I shot that, and then I shot
Cedar Valley multi-gun, I think it was.
Yeah, Cedar Valley. Yeah.
Yep.
That was a great match. I enjoyed that match.
Yeah, I think they did that at the farm, right? Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. I enjoyed that match, and then I did a match then I think I did Superstition after that because his match was early in the year, and I think I did Superstition after that, and then I think I did the Texas Three Gun Nation, and then then I did the Western Three Gun Nation like a month later, and then I mean it was easy. I mean, like there were so many matches. I did Blue Ridge. I did a lot of stuff, but I was traveling a lot. I flew a lot. I think a lot of people. I think one of the reasons why some of the scattered matches started dropping in attendance is people got tired of driving, and they're scared to fly with guns.
Yeah, and also, I mean, it does take. It's probably the single biggest expense is depending on where you're flying from is the airfare to the match.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that I considered it a huge expense compared to like driving, unless you get like 2 or 3 guys and you all pool in for gas and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I almost always came out ahead budget wise if I flew, even considering I was going to rent a car, because I could rent a car for $30 a day or $40 a day.
Yeah. When I was looking at flights, I was also under 25, so that significantly affected the
car rental. I remember. So
significantly affected the car rental rate. I think
Texas.
I rode with you for pretty much exactly that reason.
For the Starlight match, that's exactly that's right. I had you couldn't rent a car. You were 20 years old, but you couldn't rent a car.
Yep.
That was hilarious. And I had to pick you up at the airport and drop you off at the airport and drove you around everywhere. And
I still remember the last time I rented a car as a 24-year-old. It was like a week before my 25th birthday. And between the ages of 21 and 24, you could still rent a car from like every major car rental carrier. But there's certain things that because they're smart. They're like, nah, who gets in bad accidents at total cars? It's this demographic right here. It's like between 18 and 25, that's where you're going to do it. And so I flew into Jacksonville, North Carolina for something on Camp Lejeune. And this dude in front of me, I think he was like 21 probably. And he looked young. It's like a Marine coming out to TDY or something. He was weirdly young for that too, like on his own. But he goes to rent the car at Enterprise or wherever, and like, yeah, it's your driver. Says, oh, you're a young driver. It's like, we're gonna waive the fee. I'm like, oh, I wonder how you get that done. I figured it was probably a military thing, which it turns out it was. So they waived that, and so I asked, like, hey, this young driver fee, work was paying for it anyway. I'm like, it's family business, so it's kind of left pocket, right pocket, like. Hey, how do you get this young driver fee thing like waived? He's like, oh, he was in the military. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, it's weird that that's a thing that gets that waived, because I feel like as an insurance company, being between 18 and 24 and in the military increases the risk that you're going to be in a car wreck that totals the car. But like, hey, how do you do this? Oh yeah, you can't you're too young to, you're too young. We're going to charge you extra. And they won't rent you like the higher end vehicles. Usually they won't rent you a 4x4. It's like you can rent a sedan.
Yeah.
So like, anyway, she goes, so I'm going to put you in anyway. Basically, she says, not in as many words, yeah, you're too irresponsible. So you're probably going to wreck this car. So we're going to give you something, like we're going to charge you more. Anyway, here are the keys. I've got you in a Dodge Challenger.
Oh,
like,
yeah. There you go.
Perfect. Of course. And it's like the rental car, like it was like the V6 automatic transmission. Like it was actually pretty not impressive of a car.
Yeah.
But I still remember that. Cool. It's like, oh, yeah, hey, you're irresponsible and young. Anyway, have a Dodge Challenger.
That's funny. It could have only been better if it was a Mustang.
Yeah.
Or like a Hellcat. That would have made it better. Yeah, when I broke down my match budget to go to like when I go to Arizona, right? If I'm there for Superstition, I'll rent a car, I'll fly in. My flight, I'm gonna spend about $500 round trip for the flight. I'm gonna spend another $80 or $90 for the car, plus $30 or $40 in gas, and then whatever the hotel cost me, which I don't know why they do the Superstition match when they do, because that's when they do all the training camps.
Yeah,
and all of the
hotels.
Every hotel is booked solid. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, I was lucky. I was either stayed with friends that were like 10 minutes from the range, or I was able to get I think it was like the second Airbnb I ever stayed at also was in Mesa. And it was literally what Airbnbs are supposed to be. It was literally just like 3 rooms in this dude's house that he hung like a privacy curtain. And it was like a little bedroom, bathroom, and like a little laundry or short. I don't even know what the room was supposed to be. It was just like a small half room that had like a record player, a vinyl record player, and a bunch of vinyl records, and like a little mini fridge with some snacks and stuff. And I think it was like $30 a night. And it was nice. It was like a nice bed.
Yeah.
That was cool. I think every Airbnb I've had since then has been probably worse.
I could probably do that, but I just don't like to stay with other people. So I'll just suck it up and pay the hotel costs.
Yeah. No, and for the most part now, when you can't get in on a rental like that, it doesn't make sense to get an Airbnb for like 1 or 2 people, because the pricing for them now, they're all owned by some big corporate rental company, and they charge, because we do it a lot. Yeah. We do it a lot for work, for us when we go to Camp Pendleton or somewhere, because there's like 4 or 5 of us going. And I get progressively less impressed with Airbnbs the more I'm around them.
Yeah. I have a house that's just off the lake in Winchester, Tennessee. And it's an Airbnb now. We never go there anymore. And so I don't charge that much. I actually think I need to raise my rates. I have to look at that before the first of the year, but but I never have a problem filling it up, or I mean, it's actually not a bad gig for me. But so I've run all of the so when I budget, I forget how much I budget per day for food, but I don't eat that. I actually don't eat that much, even when I'm on when I'm not like losing weight like I have been. But and then my biggest expense usually outside of the airfare is the match fee and the ammo. And because I usually have to ship the ammo to me.
Yeah.
And it's always annoying. I've had trouble like in for the Wyoming governor's match. I was like freaking out that my ammo got there, but it was supposed to be at the range, but it ended up being at some gun store in town, and I had to go back to town to get it. I was like, oh, this is freaking me out, man. Like,
yeah, I'll usually just ship it directly to the hotel. There's nothing wrong with sending ammo there. So
yeah. And that's I've done that as well. And then I usually end up having to give away ammo or whatever, because I don't have time usually to ship it out. I can't find a post office to actually walk in and ship it.
Yep.
So those are probably my biggest.
And you always got to find like a UPS or FedEx hub. You can't do it through the UPS store. It is.
You got to go to the hub, or you got to go to the post office, and the post office is most of the time they won't even take it
I was
because
going to say, I'm pretty sure you can't. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to ship ammo through the post office.
I'm sorry?
I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to ship ammo through the postal service like at all.
Really? I think you can, but maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong.
You could also just ship like school books and stuff. So
yeah. Well, I had to ship a bunch of gun parts once, and the lady freaked out about it.
Yeah, I just say the machine parts because it's for a machine. I was like, yeah,
yeah.
Because look, I have no problem telling people what I do.
Yeah.
But I just like to avoid the conversations. Like, what's in this? Machine parts.
Yeah.
Look, your policy says I can ship gun parts. There's no thing about this. Nothing's illegal. This is all fine. All I'm doing is stopping some busybody that just doesn't like what I do or has some compulsive need to follow rules that don't matter from like getting on with my day. The other one I like is tractor parts because nobody knows what tractor parts are supposed to look like. And if they do, they don't give a shit that you're shipping gun parts.
So I have two things about this. So first, the worst experience I've had flying with guns was with Delta. I will never fly with Delta. I will never fly with guns with Delta again. Actually, both experiences I've had on Delta with guns have been bad. The first time was the worst though, because this lady had no idea. The lady at the counter had no idea what their policies were regarding guns.
Yeah.
So she had to get somebody to come help. And I'm sitting here watching the clock wind down, right? And I'm like, I still have to get through security. So the problem with all of this is like, if they did it and then just let me go to security, that's fine. But they always tell you to wait 15 or 20 minutes.
Yep.
And so I'm like, come on, guys. So this lady doesn't know what she's doing. We get through that. That takes some time. But then she doesn't realize that she's supposed to walk the gun to TSA to be inspected through their luggage people or whatever. They do their little wipe down test or whatever.
Yeah.
So she instead calls a TSA guy up there. He gets there. He doesn't know how to do the test. This guy literally has me open the, instead of just swabbing the outside of the case and like sending it on its way, he has me open the case. He's swabbing the lid of the case. He's swabbing the padding. He is swabbing the pistol bags and everything. And I'm like, well, I don't know what you're looking for, but I promise you it's probably going to show up.
Yeah.
Because this is where all the stuff is.
I don't know if that even really, because I've literally had like carbon on my hands from cleaning guns and stuff or shooting guns that morning and been swabbed. And it's like, this is 100% positive for GSR. I don't think they're testing for nitrocellulose residue.
I don't know what they're testing for, but he's like,
what if they're not testing for anything? They just like, no,
it's like
it's
changed
just to make
color.
us feel better.
Yeah, my bag changed color. It made the little thing change color or whatever. So he's like, I got to call up a supervisor. So the supervisor comes up there and she's like, what's going on? And I'm like, well, I have no idea why, but he swabbed this and this and this and this. And she's like, where did this turn blue or whatever? Oh, on the pistol bag where all the powder residue and all the explosives.
See how it's like kind of black there?
And it was like, and the lady's like, I'll just lock it up and put it on the thing. It was like, it was so bad. And I'm sitting there literally like, I'm going to miss my flight now.
Yeah.
I'm going to miss my flight because of you. And, but I didn't. But that was bad. They were going to hold me there for a while.
Yeah.
That was bad. So the second time I get to check in my guns I had, and I'm not even flying with my competition guns. I just have some stuff. Like I have a rifle, a couple pistols, just in a long gun case. It's nothing big. And I don't have my 50-pound, big, gearbox that I go 3-gun shooting with.
Yeah.
Seriously, Shelby, Brian here trains people like you. Shelby's in my buddy Shelby is in the Marines currently, I believe.
Ah.
So at any rate, so this lady, I have 2 locks, right? And I put it in both of the locking holes. Lock it. She's like, no, you have to have a lock in every hole. Everywhere it can be locked, it has to have a lock. And I'm like, no, No, it does not. It does not say that. I have your rule book right here. It does not say that.
I think I had someone. Say that it might have been Delta, it might have been another airline. I think I literally just broke the lock like holes out. So I'm like, yeah, locks won't stay in there now.
It was so funny. It was like, I'm like, you were wrong. And so she had some guy come over to look at it, and he's like, I just put zip ties through it. It'd be fine.
They'll do that too. Delta will do that. And they're the only airline I've seen that does it, where they just put this big freaking zip tie across your entire case. And it's like, what was this? But why?
What are you doing? What are you doing? And so
they had that guy in St. Petersburg, I think, Florida, that like got his gun out of the case and loaded
it was a Delta. It was Delta
baggage claim. Yeah, it's like, all right, but like that, the dude just needs to have a knife or some scissors,
right?
In his other bag. Yeah, you have inspired more people to commit a mass shooting in an airport by pissing them off even more. Maybe just stop that.
Yeah. So. And what one of the audience is talking about, most airlines require the firearm to be in a locked case and the ammo separate, but that's not true either.
Yeah, it can be in the same case. It just has to be not.
Yeah, it can't be loaded. Basically. But I had I think it was Delta, or it might have been United. This lady she's like, you can't leave until you have to show me that gun is unloaded.
Yeah,
I'm like,
that a couple times.
Really?
I look at him and just ask, like, would you know what it looked like? Do you know where the bullets go? Would you just hand it to him? It's like, would you like to check it?
So I'm like, I pull the AR out and I'm like,
hey everyone,
you really want me to do this in an airport? Like, this is not smart.
Allahu Akbar, as you're racking the gun. Like,
oh no, I can't do that. But it was funny because the people behind me are all of a sudden, they're like, whoa, what's going on here? Now everybody knows what's in the case.
You just reach in, pull the trigger, and go like, guess not.
No. That would be funny. That would be great. But no, I did not do that. I pointed the gun in the only safe direction, which is up, and racked it and showed her empty and then put it back in there. And it was nuts, man. By far the most professional and easiest that I've flown with has been Southwest.
Yeah, that does seem to be a general
coast to coast.
Yeah.
They either train their people right, or people fly with guns so much on Southwest that they just see it every day and they just don't care.
Yeah.
But I've never had a problem with Southwest.
Unfortunately, the other part of it is a lot of the bag check agents for your airlines aren't really airline employees. They're employees of whoever does the services for the airport. Like at Dulles, it's ABM or something like that.
Sure. So the same guy works Frontier today. He works United tomorrow.
And it depends on which airport and where you are, right? So I'm sure that like the DC Metro Airport Authority is super union dominated and like just generally not, you're not having the same quality of person.
No, I've not flown out of Washington or New
York.
They're
actually pretty okay, other than like they generally follow the checklists. It's just the real problem that I've had is just English being like the third language of the people that work the check-in desks there. A lot of Afghans and I think East African folks working there. So
I've flown out of LA, Oakland, San Jose, Sacramento. I've flown out of basically every major airport in California, Texas, all the Dallas, Houston, Houston Hobby, Austin. I've flown out of so many airports. Denver is the only airport that really has annoyed me when they were doing their construction, because like you had to go to this little room and they would make you open the case because they didn't have it, because they weren't doing all the construction, and they were like freaked out about they only had the one place to check I don't know what their problem was, but every single time they would make me open the case. They were the only ones that the security would make me open the case up. And they come over, we need your key, sir. I'm like, if I can be there, and they're like, we can't let you inside the room, sir. Okay, whatever. That's not what your rules say. Your rules say I have to be present if you open my case.
Well, they amended that.
Did they?
So the thing that's messed up is now the TSA guidelines, this is as of about a year ago, say that you're supposed to surrender the keys or combination to a TSA agent if they ask for it, which is the opposite of what it used to say. Probably because they kept having TSA agents say like, hey, I need your keys, your combination. I want to open it in a secure area. And it does, like, it's a secure area. You just can't have this dude go into the secure area and look at the stuff, even though you totally could, but they can't.
Yeah.
So they changed the TSA guidelines so people like you and me who actually read that stuff, it's like, hey, I literally can't. It's against your own guidelines referencing U.S. code. I'm not supposed to surrender these to anybody.
Right.
Except you argue that, and then you lose, which TSA ain't. But then you'll lose that argument anyway, because like, well, do you want to get on your plane today or not? Like, oh, well, I do. Well, then I guess I'm giving you my keys. So they changed the TSA guidelines to say that, like, if TSA asks for your keys, give it to them. But the U.S. code that they reference still has it. You're still not supposed to. So it's just the TSA guidance saying you're supposed to basically ignore the law, which is referenced in the TSA guidelines. Of course it is.
The TSA needs to be revamped for sure. I've had some interesting interactions with TSA over the past few years. But Southwest, by far, at every airport I've flown in or out of with my 3-gun kit, no problems.
Yeah.
Every other airline, I'm not saying that every time I flew that airline, but every other airline at some point has given me grief about my guns, or they had very poorly trained people at the desk.
I'll be honest, I just hate flying, and I have to do it a lot. It's probably once or twice a month I fly somewhere for whatever, either for work or for a match. And it's like, honestly, it sucks that air travel just kind of sucks, man.
Yeah, I'm actually getting set up so that I can fly myself, because I've got my airplane. I have an airplane that's slow. I'm finishing an airplane that's fast. And once I get the airplane that's fast done, it'll be me. I can put all my gear in it. And then I could leave Nashville and be in Phoenix in 10 hours, maybe, or maybe less. So, which is about as long as it would take me. Yeah. By the time I went to the airport, checked through security, everything else, maybe I spend an extra hour in the air, but that's okay. And I can do it nonstop, and I can just set the cruise control or autopilot and just let it roll. So, but nice. And part of that is encouraged because the hard as hell assaulter, they had, as soon as you finish that match, the entire world froze over.
Yep.
And my flight was delayed. You remember that? We had lunch next day because I wasn't supposed to be there, but I ended up having being able to meet with you and have lunch with you, and I can't remember her name.
Maddie. Yep.
Maddie. Yes, thank you. And so what you don't know is that instead of flying home, the only flight that I could get out of Vegas. So I ended up driving to Vegas, and the only flight I could get out of Vegas was with a layover in LA. I landed in LA with all the stuff I took to Assaulter, which means the body armor, the big knives, the guns, all of the stuff. I land in LA, and I barely off the plane when they announced that the flight has been canceled. So my flight to Nashville been canceled. So I end up having to go get a hotel with all of this stuff, which is 100%.
Oh yeah, awesome.
100% illegal in California. Like I was a walking string of felonies, and so I kept the case locked. I took a shuttle over to the closest hotel. It was literally, I could see the airport from my window.
Yep.
And I went up it was like a Hilton True or something like that. I forget what it was, but I went up to my room. I locked the case in the closet. I put the lock case in the closet in the room, and I didn't leave the room for 3 days. I did DoorDash. Of course, it was COVID during that time too. So
Oh
I was
yeah,
doing
and there's just nothing.
DoorDash,
Yeah,
and I was
in
like,
that part of LA.
the one time that I wanted to go out, I was like, hey, is there anywhere I could go get a decent steak? And they're like, yeah, you can go down the street here, but you're gonna have to eat it. You know, you have to. It's outside only. Eating, and I'm like, wait, I'm gonna go spend $150 on a steak and eat it on the sidewalk
at a picnic table with a plastic fork and knife. Yeah.
no, no, I'm not doing that. And
well,
so
you could have brought your own knife at least.
Yeah, I've been arrested, but it was that weekend that I was like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make sure that this will never happen to me again.
Yeah.
And as soon as I got back, I restarted my flight lessons and I bought a bunch of airplanes, and it was pretty life changing for me, because I was sitting there and I was just waiting for somebody to be like, hey, you know, we x-rayed your bag and we know what you got in there. So, and I had the like 10.5-inch short barrel gun with me, and I mean I was literally a string of walking felonies in California. So, and I escaped. Like,
made it out.
They made it out. But yeah, it was.
Did in fact escape from Los Angeles?
Escape from LA. But that was the last time I was in LA too. Oh no, that's not true. I was in LA this year. I did the Whatever show, and so, but yeah, that was cool. And so one of the things you talked about earlier is that you reload your shotgun shells. You are the only person I know in recent memory that has admitted to reloading shotgun shells. So what's that all about?
Yeah, it's not cheaper. I'll say that.
Okay, right out of the gate.
So for birdshot, it's not cheaper. And even if it is cheaper, it's not cheaper. It is not worth the time. Just don't. Not at the quantities that we shoot them. I haven't done the math, but I did at one point, and it took an ungodly amount of shells for me to pay off like a $40 Lee load all with the price of birdshot. That's probably changed since then, but yeah.
What kind of loader are you using?
So when I say I reload birdshot, I do have a Mech 600 Junior and a Mech 9000. The 600 Junior is kind of I actually like that better for most things, because it's kind of like a turret press, where it's a single stage, not progressive. But it's really 4 operations that are happening with every stroke of the handle. So you take one shell through, and station 1 size deprime, station 2 prime, station 3. You bring the machine down, you run one way, it drops powder, bring it back up, you seat a wad, run a switch the other way, it drops the shot onto the wad. Take it out, you got one station for your starter crimp, which gets the folds just literally started, and then you put it in the 4th station and push it to the bottom, and that does your final crimp. And that's not too bad to load on for time, but it is time consuming. That's if you're loading to do
like if you were going to load birdshot for a match, say you need 200
no idea, never tried, not gonna.
Not gonna. Okay, all right.
No, I'll just buy
it. Yeah, and
also like Federal or Remington do a better job of loading reliable birdshot than I will on that equipment I just described. They have something slightly better than me. But what I will do for buckshot or for slugs, I will load it, and I load it, not reload it. So I get primed holes, which you can get from Ballistic Products or a couple other places that are new. And then I simply drop powder in them with a single stage powder measure, whatever you got, RCBS or a Frankfurt Arsenal, doesn't matter. You could drop it with the freaking measurement spoons if you wanted. But I drop a charge, I put a wad in for my buckshot, or I just put the slug in. I buy component slugs from Ballistic Products, which are expensive, but still cheaper than buying fully loaded slugs. And then I crimp it, and I roll crimp it on a drill press. I needed to buy a special bit for the drill press and a hole vise. So my total cost to get set up to load primed holes in new ammunition is probably sitting around $100, because I think it's like 60 for a powder measure, another it's probably more like 150, probably another 40 for the roll crimping bit, arbor, whatever you call it, and like 20 for the whole vise. So, and what that does then, if you can roll crimp and you can do whatever you want, it just takes more time. You got to load it on new holes. But if you want to load special birdshot, like I joke that I load some birdshot with a roll crimp in a Federal hole, and it looks like the Federal action shotgun because it's the same hole that's roll crimped. It just is my load, not Federal action shotgun. So I do the whole Somali, like Captain Phillips, like, look at me, I'm the Federal action shotgun now. But it's generally not worth it. I'll do some specific stuff. So if I'm trying, like it does give me the opportunity to control for, I want to try something weird, right? So IPSC, anything smaller than number 4 buckshot is legal as birdshot because shot size doesn't really matter. It's not like here where we have to be under 6 shot usually because we shoot it on like a trap field. Yeah. So yeah, hey, if I want to try like a 1 ounce number 3 shot load or number 4 birdshot, let's see what that does. So it just makes it a little easier for me to control and do weird stuff to play around and see, is this worth doing? Okay. Usually the answer is no, it's not worth it. There's a reason why ounce and a 7.5 shot is kind of the standard that we use. But some spreader loads, there's some specific kind of fun things you can do with them.
Are you reloading rifle or pistol ammo?
I do reload rifle ammo for specific tasks. So I have a good load for IPSC. That's just a light 53 grain load with a Vitavuri N130. Shoots fantastic. Even it's just like normal power factor for a 55 grain bullet, but for some reason that powder just shoots awesome.
You said a 53?
Yeah, it's a 53 grain Sierra Match King Hollow Point.
Okay.
But there's some other. Generally, you'll find 52, 53 grain in that hollow point match bullet loading. I don't know why it's 53 versus 55. There's also 55s. Just a better bullet. Shoots better groups. So between like a 55 grain. Is
that a boat tail or is it just a flat base?
Just a flat base. Although they also have a boat tail. I haven't seen a whole lot of difference between the two. I can get a 10 shot group down to like 0.6, 0.7 MOA. Yeah. With that. So that's what I'll use for close range1PSC, and then I'll load 69s or 77s for long range, depending. And then pistol to some degree, although I haven't done enough of it to where it was worth loading versus I get some amount of ammo for practice for work because I am an instructor. Sure. So mostly it's shooting like 124 grain blazer. And then specifically I load for like, especially when I shot a blowback PCC, I would reload 100 or 115 grain bullets for that. For the PCC World Shoot, Supervel worked up a load for us that was legal in IPSC. They have a minimum bullet weight that we had to be above. So they loaded a really good 124 grain PCC load, and they shipped a bunch of it over to Czech Republic. I'm sorry, they didn't ship to Czech, but they loaded it with the intention of shipping it. They made it available to everyone on the team for a really good price. So I bought a bunch of that. I used some of the remanufactured loads for practice, and I brought a bunch of the new Supervel 124 grain PCC load to Czech for the World Shoot.
So that's interesting. I've never considered reloading shotgun shells. My understanding that shotgun is very temperamental to reload for or load period. And if you get it just a little wrong, it's really bad. And that's always been my understanding with shotgun. So I don't mess around with shotgun reloading.
It could be, but to be quite honest, especially with 12 gauge, we are using something that is so underpowered for what you can put in the gun. I'm not too worried about it. I've had some mishaps, like even double charging most of the target loads that I've done. Probably wouldn't be that big a deal. I've had some where it's like that was definitely more powder than it was supposed to be. It recoiled more than it was supposed to, but didn't cause anything catastrophic. And I'll tell you what, having a squib with bird or buckshot is hilarious because the shot still leaves the barrel. It just looks like you threw sand at the target.
Or it just rolls out.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, I've actually seen a shotgun squib. Yeah.
Yeah.
I reload. So I reload. I reload pistol mostly, and I do. I'm doing a 124 grain hollow point from Precision Delta, so it's a jacketed, not a plated. And then I do and I use a shotgun powder. I use E3 for that Reliant E3, and then I'm actually I've got probably 3,000 cases I just processed of 9mm, so I'm going to load those up, and then for rifle has always been a problem because you do have an 11-pound limit if you fly, and it adds up fast. and so my preferred load, if I have time to load it and I can take it with me, I have a 73 ELD M load that it's unbelievably accurate. And basically Dylan Easley turned me on to it. I was already using the bullet, but I wasn't getting the results. And then he was talking about how his results were just fantastic. And then I just pestered him until he told me what powder and weight he was using. And
oh yeah.
And so I basically copied it, and he's right. It's really good.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you get that. It's right in a great weight class where it's just, you can get it going pretty fast. And with that tip on there, kind of like the 77 grain tip match king as well. Maybe a little bit better, just because I think the 77 might be a little bit on the heavier side. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at
yeah, there's some reason they went with that 73.
Yeah. Either way, you're getting a 4 mile an hour wind bracket, and especially the 73, you can get it going a little bit faster. I think there's a lot of compelling stuff there. And now, like you take that and put it in those Shell Shock NAS 3 cases, the steel ones, where you can get an extra 10,000 psi of pressure in them without problems.
I haven't seen that. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, you're running 73 grainers at like 3,100. That's super compelling.
So I don't run mine that fast, but ballistically, trajectory wise, my 73 grain mirrors my 55 grain, and my 55 grain's like well over 3,000 feet per second. I was like 31 or 30, whatever it is. They're fast.
Yeah, so that's pretty typical for something like a H335 and a 55 grain out of a 18-inch.
Yeah, and so it's almost it's not the same arc, but they're the same point of impact at about 400. So I can use the 55 grains out to 400, but if there's any wind at all,
yeah,
it's over. It's over.
You're basically 2 miles an hour to move the bullet a 1/10 of a mil per 100 versus 4 miles an hour. So it's literally half the wind going from a 55 grain to a 73 ELD. And most of your conventional bullets in 5.56 to 62 to 60 to 77 grain Bowtail hollow points are a 3 mile an hour wind bracket.
Yeah, and I've been using those now forever, and I load 55 grain Hornady, just regular, everyday, normal, jacketed. That's
that bullet style, and it's not Hornady specifically. There's something to that spire point with a cantilever and it might just be that it's deliberately like this, the least expensive bullet probably that they make for rifles, like at all. I've had some where both in factory ammunition and just component lots, and it's not just Hornady, it's across a couple different manufacturers of like, I've had some where I got a 10-shot group that was like pretty decent, like, about 2 inches, which for what the bullet is fine. And some where it's like 4.5. I'm like, well, this is less compelling. So for me, if I'm going to go to the effort to put a bullet on a case and actually assemble it myself, I will spend the time. I will spend a little bit extra money to get a good known quantity open tip match projectile at some point. Even within the Hornady product line, you got 52, 53 grain BTHPs. They're more consistently accurate.
Yeah, I love Hornady makes a 55 grain boat tail hollow point.
Yep,
but they don't seem to sell it by itself. They load it as the American Gunner and Frontier 55 grain.
And I think they sell those to AAC as well as an individual component, and a couple other places.
They don't, but I've never been able to buy a box of them.
There's some weird stuff in the industry like that too, where it's like there's this random 55 grain open tip match from a couple manufacturers that you can't buy as a component, but like they're loaded in some one random weird loading.
I love that bullet. I really do. And then I have so I actually use a lot of the tipped 50 to 55 grain tipped bullets, flat base,
Yeah.
like the varmint bullets.
The VMAX, yeah.
Well, VMAX
Or something similar to that, like a varmint grenade. Well, varmint
yeah,
grenade.
the Nosler. I forget what the Nosler one is.
Yeah.
I got a lot of the Nosler
ballistic
ones.
tip varmint or something.
Yeah. The problem that I have is that it seems like out further than 100, 150 yards, they get kind of unstable. And in a group, so at 100, you'll get a really nice tight group, and you move out past 100, they really start opening up.
Yeah, it could just be that. I mean, there's a reason they came up with the ELD had that heat shield tip where it's a different polymer that resists deformation. Yeah. So it could be that. I'm not sure.
It could be tip deformation, but my understanding's always been that ballistically the flat base is just not as aerodynamically stable as the boat tail.
It could be, although I haven't really seen a real degradation. Granted, I shot paper too. I've shot 53 grain flat base and 40 grain VMAX, although the 40 grain VMAX is a boat tail actually, out to 300 without really too much drama.
Yeah. I'll check it again. I mean, I actually have some loaded up right now. I bought a ton of the VMAX bullets when they were the green tip zombies.
Oh, the ZMAX, yeah.
Yeah, ZMAX. Yeah, bought a ton of those things. I probably have 500 or 1,000 of them in there somewhere. And I should probably turn them into bullets.
It's also nice when people freak out and see a green ballistic tip and go, "Oh my God, it's green tip."
I know. All right.
Like, yeah, man, that's not the same thing.
That's a great subject to go down since we're talking about ammo. I, to this day, still have match directors sit there and swear that green tip is going to put a hole in a target.
Yeah. Yep, that's unfortunate. It's real.
Didn't you have a video?
I have a video somewhere. I have a blog article.
I was like, I remember that. I'm pretty sure Brian did a video on this very thing.
But even IPSC will let you shoot green tip if the match director is okay with it, like or metal in the ammo. It's actually up to the individual match director to allow it. By default, steel jacket or core ammo is not allowed. But a match director can waive that. Most 3-gun matches or USPSA, for their rule set, if there's metal in it, if it sticks to a magnet, it's not allowed. I've shot thousands of rounds of green tip myself, and at this point witnessed hundreds of thousands of rounds of green tip hidden AR-500. It acts like a regular bullet. In fact, if anything, it's a little bit better to shoot green tip than 55 grain FMJ because that mild steel core actually has the effect of forcing the hot lead to flow around the penetrator, quote unquote, and spread out over a wider surface area. So if anything, it makes your steel last longer than shooting 55 grain M193.
Yeah, so the only time I've seen a target actually shot through was, I think it was actually at SUPS, and it was somebody shooting like a 35 grain varmint bullet.
I have been a dick, and so velocity is a problem.
Velocity
I have done that
people.
where it's like, yeah, let me go ahead and load a 34 grain varmint nightmare at 3650.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what the bullet's made of. 3,650 feet a second of anything semi-solid is going to do a bad thing to your, 3/8 piece of AR-500 at 50 meters. There's just nothing for that.
I have a picture of a 1/2-inch piece of AR-500 as a gong, as a spinning gong on a target, and it had been shot. A bunch of guys had shot it with like AKs and stuff like that, and it had divots in it. And I shot it with a Winchester silver tip, which is a Teflon coated ballistic tip. So it's a hollow point. It's a tipped hollow point. I shot in a 300 with that 300 short mag right there at 100 yards, and it cored a perfectly round hole in it. But that's like, that's a 168 grain bullet going like 3,200
Jesus, basically.
Yeah. I mean, it's
what
it's
a
gonna
wild,
go through.
Also, is that 300 Winchester super short mag or whatever? Wisdom?
Yeah, 300 Wisdom. Yeah.
What
I love
a
it.
wild cartridge. Just that whole stack of things. Like you grab, it's like a ridiculous looking cartridge with a nickel plated case, a black Teflon bullet with a plastic tip. It's
Yes.
just so, because my dad accidentally bought a box of that incorrectly. Just like went and he was supposed to get 300 Weatherby Magnum for my granddad, and 300 Magnum. He gave him 300 Wisdom, and it's like, this is the most ridiculous looking. This might be the most ridiculous looking bullet I have seen. It's not like, it might be the most ridiculous looking bullet in real life that I've ever seen. Like there's that. What is it? The ear splitting Loudon Boomer cartridge was like 50 BMG, neck down to 17 or something like that. Like that exists, but I've never seen it. The most ridiculous thing that I've seen, especially in quantity, has got to be 300 Wisdom.
300 Wisdom is that gun is insane. So I shoot a 208 grain boat tail hollow point match Hornady at 3,005 feet per second.
For all 30 rounds of barrel life you will have.
No, it's measured in hundreds for sure. Yeah. So I probably have all of the projectiles for that barrel on hand.
Yep. 300 PRC, never heard of her. Or basically that's basically like 300 PRC before it existed, right?
It was trying to get 300 Win Mag velocities in a short action that you could actually carry.
Yeah.
You know, and I remember, I mean, that is a hot load for that guy. I mean, it's flattening primers at that point.
Yeah.
But the bolt doesn't stick. But I'm telling you, man, I've shot 1,600 yards and it's just there. I mean, it's 208 grains, man.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's a big bullet. that's a lot of lead flying down there.
Yep.
And I actually really love that cartridge. And I've got other stuff too, but I just really enjoy that 6.
That's pretty compelling.
That 300 the 300 Wisdom is just crazy. And you know, I did a bunch of load development early on, so I know that I use Reloader 17, the Hornady 208 grain, which they don't make anymore. I got to go to I have to actually redevelop the load for the ELD. But I have like 500. I probably have all of the projectiles for that barrel.
You don't need you just need another barrel.
Yeah, that's right. We do load development because we got to change the barrel. Yeah. And I learned that from I have a buddy of mine, Matt, and he's a precision shooter. He used to work with MDT, developing the chassis and stuff. And he's a serious precision rifle shooter. And when he buys a barrel, he buys all the powder, all the primers, and all the projectiles that barrel will shoot the day he buys the barrel. And when he gets to the end of
I know a few people that are kind of like that.
Yeah. He's just like,
and when you're dealing with like a 6 mil, like 6 BR, 6 GT, 6 whatever, that it seems like a lot until you realize it's like, oh yeah, that's like 6,000.
Yeah. Well, I have a 6mm arc that if you were doing hard as hell at the original SUPs, I would bring out for the long range because it's like not even a challenge. Just drop the upper on the AR and let her go.
Yeah, it's I have a 6 arc. I kind of I've thought about that as a like, especially if there's a multiple gun option where like, oh yeah, this stage only has long range. It's like all 200 to 600. Like, oh yeah, let me drop my 6 arc upper on there. But logistically, it's just not worth it. But yeah, it's something worth exploring for sure. And playing with I wanted to do a little bit more precision gas gun style matches last year and this year. I've just resigned myself to the fact that with everything else I have going on, it's like, never mind. They're fun. I like them, but I just don't have the time.
I thought about it too, but the rules for me, the rules are just too unstable, and I just never know what I'm going to need. Right. So I built a really badass 224 Valkyrie for the gas gun matches. And then everybody went to 6 mil and shorter barrels. So now I have a 6 arc. I have a 6.5 Grendel. I have like all of these really cool guns, but are they, which division do they put me in when I go to the gas gun match?
Yeah.
Like, do I need to just?
For that, I do like the simplicity of most of them have some sort of general purpose rifle division where it's like you're allowed to shoot 5.56 up to a 77 grain bullet.
Yeah,
your barrel can be 16 inches or less. Although I think that's a silly rule because it
it should be 20
like
inches.
2/3 of the Marine Corps still has M16A4s. I think that's a pretty general purpose rifle.
Yeah.
But I get where they're coming from, and like, oh yeah, I have a 16-inch 5.56 with a 1-to-8 on it. That's legal for everything.
Yeah, I think it's I'm really trying not to get too far in the weeds here, but I would be more likely to go to a precision rifle match if I didn't feel like that. If I don't have this month's flavor of gun, then I'm basically, in the wrong class or it may have changed. I've
only shot a couple. We had a local level gas gun match here. I forget I shot 3 or 4 of them. One was like 3 years ago. And then I shot 2 quantified performance matches and 1 kind of local unaffiliated gas gun match. And the general purpose division was pretty static all the way through with the same limitations. So that part was nice. But yeah. And I know now there's like Geisley Gas Gun Series and Quantified Performance and the Gas Gun Show. And I think there was one other league that is escaping me right now. But yeah.
I would really like to.
I mean, then again, we did used to shoot 3-gun a lot more where it was a lot less stable. So,
well, but
the guns were pretty much the same. I get.
I mean, you knew you needed a 5.56 rifle unless you could show up with a 300 blackout. Nobody would make fun of you, but you were, hitting.
There was no reason to.
Yeah, there was no real reason to do it. But now, I don't know. I showed up with, I guess what makes me sour is I showed up to a gas gun match, which was, it was just a precision match. You sit at a bench, got a concrete table.
Okay. Yeah.
And you're shooting out to like 1,000 yards or 1,000 meters. And the barrel length for 22 caliber guns, which is my 224, is fine, but I have a 24-inch barrel. It's a 224 Valkyrie. Come on, I mean it's a lot of powder.
Yeah,
I want every inch of barrel I can get in front of this thing, and so they were like, it's supposed to be like I somewhere they had is like 20 inches or under, so.
Oh yeah, that would be that was practical precision for the QP rule set. I know that's been pretty static though. It's I don't think that was a quantified performance match though, from what you're describing.
No, it was just a local match, but they were probably just duplicating somebody else's rules.
Yeah,
which is what happens. And it was like, well, the only reason he went to 20 inches was just an A2 or something was, or the national match ARs are legal if they do that. Right. And so they can use a national match AR with a scope on it. And now it's and I guess a lot of the guys at that club happen to shoot the national match style matches. And so it had never occurred to them somebody would bring out this wild ass 24-inch barreled with a massive brake and carbon fiber handguard, like all of this radical nonsense.
So you're telling me this is an AR, but also this is an AR?
Right. Yeah.
Crazy.
Like, it never occurred to them that somebody would like ignore the entire rule set and just bring out whatever they had. And I like that 224 Valkyrie though. I hate hand loading for it, but I like the gun.
Yeah, I think I'd be curious to see 22 ARC versus 22 224 Valkyrie, what the delta is there, because that suffered from kind of like, it almost feels like Hornady are the only people who can really introduce a cartridge and have it get traction.
Well, Nosler apparently can't.
Yeah,
Nosler just fell right off the face of the earth.
Was that supposed to be a small frame caliber?
It is a small 22 Nosler is the same as 22 Valkyrie or 224.
Okay, yeah, you're right, because I vaguely remembered something like that and completely forgot it existed.
Like you're just,
That's right.
yeah, it's almost. I mean, I think they're
Osler
so
and 24
close.
Valkyrie, and 22 Arc is the only one that's really actually worked out. And Valkyrie very well may have been the better thing, kind of like 260 Remington back in.
Yeah.
I think that came out in '98 or something like that. Not that I remember it, but I read about it. And like same thing, 224 Valkyrie could be better for all intents and purposes than 22 Arc. We'd never know because Federal. I feel like they just like we have this cartridge. We aren't actually done with the development of what the ammo load looks like and the capability, but we think it could be pretty cool. Or we're going to say it's pretty cool. It's going to fall short, and then we're going to figure out how to actually make it do what it's supposed to do. Versus, I think Hornady does it with an eye towards they start with a bullet at a velocity, really back up to what the cartridge is going to
Hornady
look like.
copies people too, because so the best ammo I have for the 224 Valkyrie is Hornady Black.
Mm-hmm.
And 224 Valkyrie, like,
yeah.
So it's like I think that's literally the best out of the box ammo I have. Matter of fact, that may be the only out of the box ammo I have.
Yeah,
is Hornady Black.
And I tell you what, they're also really good at being the only option for a lot of calibers.
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
what other for example, 545 by 39 millimeter AK-74 cartridge.
Yeah,
dude.
I had a 545.
Only thing you could get that wasn't surplus like Soviet ammo or imported was Hornady Black. Or before that, they had a VMAX 60 grain 545 for some reason.
I had a 545 AR upper.
Yep.
And I sold it because
7 and 6 was like $100 a can.
The
only reason for that was the ammo was so cheap.
Right. And once the ammo dried up and I couldn't find it, I sold the upper. I was like, there's no point in having this.
Yep.
I looked into reloading it, and there was somebody was still importing primed steel cases.
Yeah.
So you could charge them and cap them with a bullet. But that's it. And
yeah. Otherwise, your options are like, basically nothing.
Yeah. And Hornady at one time was bringing in their steel match.
Yep.
And it was you could get a 55 FMJ, or you could get a 55.
They had a 60 grain. They had a 60 grain VMAX also in 545.
No, I'm talking about in 223.
Oh yeah,
Hornady brought in their steel match.
They had a 75 grain BTHP as well. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
I still have 100 rounds of it that they sold it as steel match for a while, and then for a while longer, they had a law enforcement training ammo that was same thing in a white box of 50.
Oh wow, I never saw the law enforcement stuff. I'm not in law enforcement, so I don't know.
I used to get it. They had it at Salt Lake Wholesale Sports, and then I just found another 100 rounds of it. I think at in a local store here called Green Top has estate sales. They had 100 rounds of it. Someone died and had it apparently. No, they literally buy estate sales. So
yeah,
it was just cool.
I loved that steel match, man.
Yeah, rest in peace to the Hornady steel match. That was pretty cool because it was 40 cents a round or 50 cents a round.
It was super cheap. It was super cheap, and it was the thing was it was so accurate. And I asked the guys at Hornady about it at Zombies, and they're like, yeah, we used to buy the cases primed from wherever, like probably Afghanistan
or something like that.
Wherever they made them. They buy like boxcar loads of these things, and then all they do is just run them through their machine.
Yep.
Just prime and tip them,
and so to keep steel case in a non-tapered case. So everything Soviet is a tapered case because they planned on making the ammo from steel initially.
Mm-hmm.
So that helps with ejection. If you're gonna load 223 into a steel case, you have the problem where pressure doesn't work on a tapered case. Pressure works to wedge it out of the chamber. Same thing with 9mm. It's tapered case.
Mm-hmm.
When you load it into something that's parallel on the sidewalls, pressure goes out and it makes it want to stick. So lacquer and a polymer coating help mitigate that. But also, you kind of have to load it like Nerf rounds just to stop it from sticking. So if I remember right, from a 16-inch gun, I think that 75 grain Hornady was like 2430 or something like that when I chronoed it.
Could have been, yeah.
So it was going super slow. It wasn't 262, but I didn't really care. It was accurate and it still retained its velocity far enough for me to do everything. It was actually kind of nice because it was soft. It's like,
yeah, I love that stuff, man.
I wish that I never bothered with the 55 grain steel match, but I kind of wish I had, because that would have been a fantastic gamer load.
It really was. And then I went from there to the Fiocchi. Well, they had like a name for like range dynamic or field dynamic.
Shooting dynamics, probably.
Shooting dynamics, yeah. And it was 50 to a box instead of 20 to a box. And I'm like, okay. And it was cheap, and it was good brass cases. And I love that stuff too. And then they discontinued, like, when I would get a factory load that I really liked, and it fit my guns, and it did everything it needed to do.
I would like 10,000. Oh, sorry, we have 0.
Yeah, right.
We're not making that anymore.
Yeah, we're not making that anymore. Yeah, we've it's the same thing. We changed the name to Range Dynamics. I understand that the Range Dynamics already existed, and I don't like the Range Dynamics. That's too hot. I want the stuff you had that was like the sporting stuff that was nice and soft.
Yeah.
And it's funny that literally every ammo that I actually like that goes that way. The ammo I don't like the Winchester white box, I can get that anytime I want.
Yep.
Hornady has now got the Frontier 77 grain and 55 grain and 55 grain hollow point, and it's cheap. They're brass cases, and it's a winner for me. I mean,
I wanted to like the Frontier, and I've used it. I've bought a few cases of it over the past 3 years. I have had 2 case failures where I had one case split in half, and I had another that just blew out at the base of the cartridge.
I have not had that happen.
Ammo. So it's unfortunate. I'd heard the same thing. I'd heard about that from other people too. I'm like, nah, you're tripping. I haven't had any problems with this. Is fantastic. And it's like, it's like 1.5 minute angle for 60 cents a round. That's pretty good. But unfortunately with that, I'm like, and the last lot I had shot like a full 2 mils higher than every other bullet out of my gun. Like, I shot 5 different ammo types, and just on a repair center at 100, refacing every time. And I set it up, and I think, because I shoot like basically kind of like a B8 style bullseye, so the 9 ring is black.
Yeah.
So I shoot my 10 rounds. I'm shooting a 20 round box to shoot one box as what is this group? So I shoot the first 10 rounds. I'm like, I can't really see anything. I'm shooting through an 8 power. Like, it's probably just in the black somewhere. It's probably a pretty good group. Throw the other 10 in there, clack, 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 walk up, and it's like in the high left shoulder of the USPSA target I'm using for a backer.
Wow.
So I pull the thing off, and sure enough, like every other bullet from 40 to 77 grain that I've shot that day is roughly within like a 6-inch area. And then fully 2 mils high left is like this. And then the 68 grain load, which falls squarely in the middle of the projectiles I was shooting. That's way high left. So yeah, it was wild. It's one where I'm like, well, I should contact Hornady. This was a couple of weeks ago, and I haven't really had the time to write down and document.
Yeah, I've had really good luck talking to the Hornady guys about their.
Yeah, I know they care. It's very obvious in everything I've seen come out of them as a company. Yeah. In every marketing product they do. So I'm sure they want that to be good.
I used to love their American Gunner.
Yeah.
55 grain bowtail hollow point. That stuff was so consistent. Like I remember I chronoed it, and then I like checked the batteries on my chrono to make sure that it was working right. I was like, this is like out of the box, just normal stuff. Like, it shouldn't be this good.
Oh yeah.
And I really liked it. It's a shame they hopefully they'll bring it back. They're gradually bringing back a lot of the stuff that I really liked.
And they're moving some things over. Like, I know I have still in a storage shed somewhere in Utah. I have like 300 rounds of the American Gunner 6.5 Grendel. It shot pretty good. And then I have I saw that they're bringing some other cartridges into the Frontier cartridge line. So I think they added 6 ARC. And one other, I don't remember what it was. Maybe it was Blackout.
Yeah. So I have if I have to fly to a match and I have to buy ammo there, right? Like I don't have enough time to ship ammo, and I can't carry long range. Maybe I can carry like a little bit of long range, but not a lot because I'm carrying mostly pistol ammo or whatever. I found that the Hornady Black 5.56 77 grain almost mirrors my hand load.
Yeah.
And the Superformance ELDM does mirror. I mean, it's like, I don't, it is, and we've tried to figure out what powder they're using in that. Like a bunch of people on, huh?
They sell a powder called Superformance,
but it's not the same powder.
Oh, it's not.
It's
of course,
not.
that would make too much sense.
Yeah, that make way too much sense. And that Superformance match ammo is like, I'm using 8208 B.
Yeah, XBR. Yep.
XBR, thank you. And it's magic with that 73 ELDM. I'm telling you.
That's a fantastic powder. I don't know where that all dried up and then gradually came back for like $100.
I think it was made in like Australia or Sweden or somewhere, because.
Well, I hope it wasn't Australia, because I think the one Australian powder factory was the one that caught fire. So
hopefully
that's why Varget and that's like Hodgdon Clays doesn't exist anymore, because it was loaded in Australia. I guess Varget's back. So
yeah, well, they can move production, but it takes time. But yeah, 8208 was gone and now it's back, and I'm so happy.
Yeah,
because I was down to my last pound, bro. Like the last one. I
think I have 1 or 2 pounds, because I was going to bring it back and try a couple of loads, and it was just like, I can find it in like 1 or 2 pounds at a time, and every time I do, it's so expensive. I'm just like,
yeah,
Vitavore M135 is really good too, and it's at this point actually cheaper than that. So
yeah, I haven't tried the Vit powders in a while.
I do kind of like that. At least it seems like to me, my solution for IPSC ammo is N130 for the light bullets, the 50 to 55 grain, whatever the bullet is. And then N133 for the 69 grain bullet. And they both shoot they're both Sierra bullets. They're both Vitavore powders. And they both shoot about between 0.6 and 0.75 for a 10-shot group.
Okay.
At the same spot within a click at my zero. So the trajectories will be different, but inside of my zeroing distance, it's just literally I put 55s in and I aim for those holdovers. I put 69 grains in, I aim for those holdovers. I don't have to account for any zero offset, which was really nice.
Yeah, it's I have for my blaster ammo, I use CFE 223.
Mm-hmm.
And I've used it since it came out. I've tried I've tried the reloader AR
AR Pro or whatever it is.
Yeah, I forget what it's. I've tried it. I don't like it. Doesn't meet my. Honestly, one of the biggest determining factors for me is how it meters.
Yeah.
If it meters like crap and I get inconsistent loads and I have to like trickle every charge, I don't want to deal with that. Like I don't even care if it's better. That's why I don't use Varget. Varget meter.
Yeah.
Varget didn't meter, and I had to check every third load and mess my powder measure.
It's just such a slow and dense powder, or not dense, I guess the opposite of dense. It's like 1030, so my words are failing. Getting it into a load with a 77 grain bullet, it was so compressed that it was like, this isn't even, there's no point, and it's so slow. I don't understand what the attraction to Varget was for heavy bullets.
Well, supposedly it's more temperature stable, but
all the extreme powders are temp stable though. So there's XBR. Actually, XBR might not. It's a IMR powder, so I guess it's technically not, but I don't know. Benchmark is temp stable too, and it seems to make a lot more sense for 223.
CFE, I just had such good luck out of it, and I actually had a what was it? I was using. I did a Mark 262 clone load, and I was using TAC and CFE pretty interchangeably, and I switched to 8208 and I drop pressure and maintain the same speed.
Oh yeah.
So,
yeah, I think someone figured out the most analogous clone to the actual canister powder that Black Hills uses for that 262. It's a YouTube channel. I think it was Johnny's Reloading Bench did a series of like, let's see what we can actually do. I think it was an Alliant. It was one of the Reloader powders.
yeah.
I think it's Reloader. No, it's not Reloader 15. That's what 118LR was loaded with. But yeah. Anyway,
I don't know. I
don't care really that it's clone correct to a bullet. I just
I'm not trying. I'm dialing. I dial bullets into rifles. not
you
I don't really care.
You just want the bullet to have a certain BC and go a certain speed. And it'd be really cool if it would do that when it was cold and when it was hot, or if that bullet's been sitting in a hot chamber for a minute.
So I'm reloading's in it, it's so different for everybody, right? Like my biggest concern is I want really tight. I want the smallest group I can get, but at the same time, I want it to be where I can load it on Moss. If I can't load 200 of them or 500 of them, what good does it do me? Right? Like, and I was actually having this discussion the other day with one of my friends who's a precision rifle shooter who loads 50 rounds a week. 50 rounds.
Yeah.
And I'm like, he's got like this really ridiculous powder measure that measures it down to like the 100th of a grain or something.
Yeah.
Like
it's insane. By granule.
Yeah, it's so insane. The trickler that he has and the scale, and he moves it from one scale to the other, and then that scale is like even better, and then he like has a static proof thing that drops it in, so it gets every granule of powder in the case, and he's like, it literally takes like a full day to do 50 cartridges.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's insane, man.
Any marksmanship pursuit which requires me to care that much, I'm out. You've lost.
You're out.
That's it. Sorry.
You and I are on the same page.
Yeah.
Because I told him, I'm like, he asked me how I load my 5.56 precision rounds, and I'm like, I have a Lee Classic turret press, and I have a Hornady O-frame press from like 1980 or something. I don't know how old it is, and I use if I'm doing 223, I use the turret press, and I'll sit there and I'll prime. I use all primed cases, and I'll sit there and shoot powder, rotate the turret, drop a bullet. I use a micrometer, seating die, and that's it. Now I prep all of my cases like they're going to be precision cases. So I deburr the flash holes. I uniform the primer pockets. I do that. I trim every neck of every case, or at least I check it. I don't trim it, but
yeah.
So I treat every single 223 case like they're going to be precision case, but I'm not weighing.
I don't even do any of that. I literally, I get certified once fired brass because I saw it get shot and it was new ammo when it came out of the gun.
Right.
And I grab it and I tumble it
and
I lube it. And the only reason that I even bother reloading rifle ammo is because I said to hell with this when I was loading on. I had a single stage. When I moved, I left my progressive press in Utah, and I had a single stage. I'm like, I'll just load 77s. I'll just load, precision ammo.
Yeah.
And just doing the case prep manually, like it was a lot of it was crimp primer pocket, like 193 or green tip, and like sizing it and then swaging it, and then there's like, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. I got a Frankfurt X10.
I have one too,
and
I just switched to it.
I literally treat it like pistol brass, where I don't prep pistol brass at all. I don't prep rifle brass beyond I tumble it, I lube it, I dump it in a case feeder, and I load it. And because it's certified pre-owned, it doesn't need to get trimmed.
Pre-owned. That's awesome.
It's like that's it.
I'm a little different than you, so I have a Frankfurt as well, and I drank the blue Kool-Aid a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had within a year, I had 2 primer tube explosions.
Yeah, that's
and I had pieces of primer tube embedded in the acoustic ceiling above me, and my neighbors were all pissed off. And so, as good as the Dylan, or pardon me, the Blue Kool-Aid was, as great as I think the machines are, and how they are wonderful machines, that I just, for me, wasn't the right fit. So I went back to red. I went back to Lee, and I had a Lee Loadmaster that I did all my pistol on. And I either bought primed pistol brass, because I used to buy nickel plate or nickel primed brass by the thousands. And then I would just sit there and just run it through, and it would drop I get perfect powder drops every time, no problems, no primer explosions. and that was, and if I did have to prime it, I would, because if I, didn't have
you run out
brass, or I was knew that I was going to go throw away a bunch of brass or whatever, I would just sit there. I would literally just sit there and watch TV and crimp, or and just run brass.
Yeah.
And so that worked for me for years. And then last year they put the X10 on sale.
Yeah, and it's like $1,000, and I can do all this in one thing.
$1,000,
and it's so hard for me to look and justify, even though Dillon's a great company and they were foundational in progressive reloading and supported so many great shooters. Like,
they support the shooting sports.
They do, and it's just like, it's one of those like, yeah, but this press is like a third the price, and it does 1050 things, and in my mind does some things in a more clean way. I haven't tried a new 1100. I guess I should say that, but
if Dylan would redo their primer system,
I think they did with the 1100.
Okay, well, I'm not familiar with the 1100, but I had a 650, and it would and what would happen is there are plastic parts in there, and those would wear enough to where you would get a primer that would half feed, and you would go down and go boom, and then it would blow the whole tube up.
Yep, had that happen.
Then
notably,
the obvious answer is, hey, check your machine more often, keep the plastic parts on. And Dylan was always really good about sending out free parts.
Oh yeah, although apparently, I hope they still are. I heard a rumor that they weren't, but I shouldn't say that. That's
I'm just saying my experience with Dylan was always absolutely professional.
I would point to that as the example of that is a company that treats you the way you would want to be treated.
Yes. 100%.
They understand that's how they would want to be treated if they were you.
Right. But, I just can't, I don't want to deal with the idea that at any minute the primer tube could explode.
Yeah.
And I understand it's my fault. I don't check it enough. It wears, whatever. I get it. Totally on me. But I don't have to worry about it now, because the way they built the Frankfurt, what sold me on the Frankfurt was the priming system cannot, if that primer blows up, if you somehow crimp it,
there's so much space between the primers and that
cannot set off the rest of the tube.
Yep.
And that sold me on it right then. And there's separation between it and the powder measure, so it can't do it. And that one thing 100% sold me on the Frankfurt. And I bought it about a year ago. I set it up. I ran some 9mm on it. I had some problems with it, where I didn't have it set up quite right. I kind of just left it alone because, I can buy ammo, and I wasn't shooting a ton. But I've been running it. I mean, I've got it dialed in now. I've to run 9mm. Now I need to dial it in to run 223, or I just need to buy a second one and set it up to run 223 and have just a dedicated 9mm and a dedicated 223 machine. But I don't know that I want to do that.
Yeah, I run both on mine. Like I said, I don't load as much 9, although I did load a lot for PCC Nationals last year, with a couple different loads. The changeover hasn't been particularly bad. I remembered.
Oh yeah, nothing on it is bad.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just remembered with the Dylan, with the 650, it was pretty easy to change over as well. It was really easy. That was a nice part about the 650. I did remember the 1050 being a kind of a pain in the ass to do that. The Frankfurt seems to be a little
I never
bit
owned a 1050,
easier.
so I don't know.
So I didn't, but a couple friends did, and I would load on their machine sometimes, or borrow. Jump in at a reman shop that used them too.
Yeah. The only problem I've really had out of my Frankfurt, which I just solved, is I had a problem with the powder well, a couple of problems. I had a problem with the powder measure where it just, I think that mine was probably shipped with like some sort of protectorant in the powder measure.
Oh yeah.
And over time, initially it didn't affect anything, but over time it kind of gelled or something. And I was getting really inconsistent powder drops. And I took the whole thing apart and cleaned it and did everything. And now it's perfect.
I think I did use an entire can of brake cleaner on mine when I put it together.
Yeah.
There's so much Cosmoline and protective grease on the thing.
Yeah. Yeah. And I had a problem with the other problem is that if you, and you won't think about doing it, but you'll do like a half thing and jog it.
Yep.
And if you don't think about it, now you have you have a case with no powder in it.
Yep.
And so I've had that happen, and it took me a minute to figure out what was going on because I had a squib, and I'm like, I don't have squibs. What's going on here? And I cleaned the powder measure. Maybe there was some oil in there. Powder doesn't like oil, so maybe that's what it is. But it was literally a primer only squib. Like you could just hear, there's a difference.
Yeah, and then you rack it, and it's like, oh, this just basically barely went at the lead of the rifling. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I figured out that what it was is that if I skipped it, I just mentally, it didn't occur to me to check that case. So I put a Mark 7 powder check on it, and that thing works perfect.
Yeah,
because I've got the bullet feeder. I mean, it's literally like it's everything I wanted my 650 to be, but my 650 never was.
Yeah. The 650 was, I think, it's what I got as the progressive, like auto indexing progressive press, and it wasn't like 1050 money. I think it occupies the space between the 550 and the 1050 that probably just shouldn't have been occupied.
Yeah,
because there were a lot of warranty. My friend, and coworker, and actually technically immediate boss, used to work for Dylan, and he said, like, the 650 was by far the most warranty problems they ever had was 650 issues and blowing the primers up on it too. Yeah,
I mean, like I said, it really, I really enjoy. I actually enjoy loading on the Frankfurt. I mean, it just runs pretty well. I've now kind of figured out its idiosyncrasies to some degree.
That's for sure. I don't enjoy loading on any of them. I do it because I have to.
You have to.
I've never been like, this is really enjoyable. It's like,
really, I get into it, man. I'm like cranking away.
I'll listen to a podcast of music or something. And I'm like, I'm doing it, and I'm engaged in the process and paying attention and visually checking it. But it's like, all right, cool. And like, hey, I can knock out another, 500, 600 rounds and be set up for, the next couple of things, and I'll do it. But it's never like, I really like being in my basement doing this. It's just a chore that has to be done.
So I have mine in my garage.
I'm not escaping from like kids or anything else either.
Well, I'm not doing that either. But I guess I don't know what it is. I like tonight. I've run through all the prepped or semi-prepped brass for 9mm that I had. So all I have is I have primed nickel brass, which I don't want to run through the press without, because I have to like do a bunch of stuff to.
You have to back all the primer system stuff off, and that's the biggest pain.
I'm all set up to run.
Yeah.
So I just I got my wet tumbler out, and I loaded that thing with probably like 3,000 9mm cases, and set it over there on tumble for an hour and a half, and then came out and poured all that black water in a 5-gallon bucket and put it. And I've got the I love Frankfurt stuff apparently, because I've got their thing that looks like a fruit dryer that dries the brass.
Oh yeah,
and I love that thing. I still dry tumble sometimes, but wet tumbling is just like so much better for me.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
I just dry tumble because I
because it's simple and easy, and you can forget about.
I throw the brass in, throw some flitz polish and a dryer sheet,
and
so I can get more life out of the corn cob. It's like, all right, walk away, forget it's going, go down. It's like, oh, it's been like 4 hours. Okay.
Yeah, I get that.
This is shinier.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. And I have a dry tumbler too, and I do the same thing. I just there's something about the wet tumble that just, for me, especially pistol brass, it's just, I just like it better. I don't like it.
Certainly looks much better. I mean, you can definitely tell that, like, oh yeah, this brass looks much more tumbled and shinier and cleaner.
I used to get really kind of weird about it. I would tumble my rifle brass, and then get all the media out of it, prep the brass, trim, deburr the flash holes, do all the stuff, and then I would load it, and then I would tumble it again to get any kind of like lube or anything that was on the outside of the case.
I do dry tumble for about like 10 minutes after I'm done loading to get the case lube off too, rather than try to do it with a rag. It's much better that way.
I never liked the idea of doing it with a rag, and it doesn't hurt the media, so Now
the only concern I could see that's kind of legitimate is especially if it's not a good case fill, you've got the powder going back and forth. You could have some powder just break down because the granules getting crushed.
Yeah.
So don't do it for an hour. Do it for like
no. Don't do it.
Do it for enough time to get the case lube off.
Yeah, don't walk away and watch.
If your powder can't handle that, then you shouldn't be using it.
Yeah,
that's happening right now.
Yeah.
What even is this conversation?
And then and then that's it, man. I just put it in the case and let it go, and then it looks like brand new ammo.
Yep.
It's pretty. And then I go shoot it and make it ugly.
Yep.
Especially when you shoot with a suppressor, it makes it really ugly.
Yeah, that's especially with an overgassed one. With a conventional.
Are you using adjustable gas on your rifles now, or are you just fixed? Or
for match guns? Yeah. For teaching and general purpose rifles, I'm not certain it's a good idea. I would rather have a gun that's overgassed that just works when it's cold with different ammo. Like, I know some guys are super about it. The other thing is I generally don't use general purpose rifles suppressed, just because I like to have a gas system that runs all the time. And when you put a conventional suppressor on there, which is all I have right now, your bolt velocity is so increased that, overgassing is a problem. Overgassing unsuppressed, not really a problem, in my opinion. And the adjustable gas causes more problems, especially in a general purpose rifle I just want to leave alone. If you're not on top of everything, causes more problems than it solves.
What optics are you using these days?
Primarily for 5.56 rifle, LPVO is a Night Force NX8 1:8 with the DMX reticle. I'm a big fan of that. I tried a Vortex 1:6 again for PCSL Nationals, and it was fine. Supposedly it'd be a little bit better for close range. I'm not at all convinced of that. Yeah, PCSL is only 200 yards, so
no. I mean, I didn't think they made that anymore.
Well, it's an old one I've had, but I'm pretty sure they still make the 1:6.
It was like because I've had the thing for like
5 years. I just put it back on the gun.
Yeah. I thought it was like I was like, wait, all they sell now are like 1-10.
No, they still sell the 1:6.
Do they really?
I'm like 99% sure they do. Because the 1-10,
I haven't paid any attention to Vortex stuff.
I
lately.
don't like the 1-10 that they have. I think the reticle's a little bit, and it's just trying to fit too much stuff into a tube that like shouldn't. That should be a 1:8 for the size it is. I think the compromises they've had to make to get it to that zoom ratio in that size, it's a significant achievement to do so, but it doesn't make a compelling scope anymore because. I'm not super sensitive to the eye box, but eye box focusing and just generally having used them on other people's guns, I was not really impressed. And the 1:6 is a good option for inside of 300 meters.
My and this may surprise you because I'm kind of an optic geek. I went through a lot of scopes, and I still I'll tell you here in a minute, but I didn't think I was going to like this, but I bought an Athlon 1-10. It was because Kevin, I can't think of his last name, he used to work for Athlon. And I shot zombies with him every year, and I'd see him at all the matches, and he put out this thing. He's like, "Hey, we're looking for some people to try these scopes, and we'll give you a discount, and you know, just let us know what you think." And I'm like, "All right, I'll do that. Why would I not?" So we put the scope on the gun, and it's one of my favorite optics now. It really is. Like I am absolutely shocked because it's not a cheap optic. I mean, it's like $1,000 or something, but
well, for 1 in 10, that's relatively very cheap, because I think you're looking at your next options would be Vortex, Trigicon, or EOTech, and they're all north of 2,000. So
yeah. Well, I don't actually know what they cost because I got a deal. I'm guessing, but the glass is clear. The clicks mean something, which is not always the case on LPVOs right now. And it returns to 0 every single, and it's got 0 stops. I was fully expecting this thing to be a piece of crap. 100%. It's still on the guys. I've had it on there like 2.5 years, and I have beat it up. It's got scratches on, obviously, because it's mine, and I beat my shit up. But it's held 0. Like I have no idea how. I mean, you've seen how I like do the long gun toss into the dump barrels. It's held 0. I've dialed, and it goes right back to 0. I mean, I'm absolutely shocked at that scope. Like I can't even believe at the price point it's at how good it really is. Because I've got the Night Force NX8, same what you were just talking, and it is every bit as good. The Night Force probably has a little bit better glass. Probably. I can't tell. I mean, I use readers, so you know. I'm not the best judge of what optical quality is, but the Night Force, I have like a few requirements of optics, right? I need them to return to 0. Well, first of all, I need 0 stops. I need them to return to 0, and I need every click to mean something. And if it doesn't, then I just won't even use it. Like it's not worth it. And I had and I'm not going to throw any particular manufacturer under the bus, but I tried a very popular, maybe the most popular 3-gun scope, and I tried 2 of them, and I ran box test on them, and they both failed the box test. And the clicks mean nothing. Nothing.
I've seen that, and it's unfortunately common with a lot of and red dots as well. Unfortunately, especially EOTechs, the older ones, where and it's not that you expect to dial a scope on the clock necessarily. Even a scope that won't track. It's not even a scope won't track. If it's not if it's a consistent value that's just a little bit off. Okay, like it's annoying, but it's not indicating like a catastrophe. When 1 click moves the scope, moves the reticle 1/10 of a mil, and then 3 clicks moves it 0.7 of a mil, something in there in that mechanism is not functioning correctly. And it's the same mechanism that holds the reticle in there, that holds it in place. So what that tells you is, oh yeah, I'm getting completely random jumps as I'm moving through the travel of the scope. That means the system that holds the reticle in place is broken. So it's probably just going to randomly just completely lose 0 on me at some point.
And I've had that happen.
Yep, me too. It's not fun.
I was shooting a match, and I was shooting a plate rack with a rifle at like 150 yards, and I hit the first 3 plates, and then I missed. And I'm like, well, that's okay. Shot again, missed again. Shot again, missed again. So then I moved to a different plate, and all of a sudden I hit again. It had literally moved all the way left. And so when I aimed at the far plate, it hit the 3rd plate in line.
Oof.
It was like,
yeah, that's
it literally moved all the way left. And it would just randomly, it was just random in there. It's like you get 3 shots this way and 3 shots that way. So it was actually, that one actually broke. Okay. That was broken. But I'm actually really shocked at the number of people who take themselves seriously and take it as a serious sport that don't do a box test on their scope. And 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 a lot of them won't pass. And if it doesn't pass, just send it back and have them fix it. Like that's
kind of the big thing about scope companies. Just about all of them make a big deal out of especially several of them. Like the warranty is the big deal. Like the warranty is the best service you'll ever have. It's like awesome, cool.
Yeah,
test your stuff, and if you break it, utilize that excellent warranty, please.
Right. Yeah,
I'm sure they would be stoked that you did that.
Yeah, I just I can even deal with like less than awesome glass for the most part, because we're not shooting it. We're not shooting a mile away.
To me, clarity is a threshold. Once you get past a certain point, it's like that's clear enough. It's no longer something that I like granularly rate things on. It's like I can see we're good. I can see what I need. We're there.
Yeah. Now I say that, and I have a scope that is terrible in low light. It just doesn't have good light gathering.
Yeah.
I just know that just if you're going to be shooting in anything near the dark, don't use that scope. That easy. Just use a different gun. I'm really surprised with that Athlon. I love the Night Force, man. I love everything. I love the reticle. I love I don't use a lot of illumination, but when I do, I like the illumination in it.
Yeah, that was the big thing for me too. I actually think, and I'll have to shoot them side by side some, going to the Vortex 1-6, again, just a match with more of a close range bias. I'm like, oh, let's try this. It's supposedly better at close range. I actually think the illumination on that NX8 with a fresh battery at 10 with the gain setting at 10, because of the way that segmented circle in there works, it might actually be better for close range shooting than that Vortex is.
And this is a scope I don't dial because I don't think it has zero stops, but this is one of the best scopes I own is the Bushnell SMRS 1.5 to 6. It is insanely good. It is, it has like field of view. I don't know how they got the field of view that they do, but the field of view is amazing. Nice. The reticle is like perfect for 3-gun or any kind of like close-up stuff. You can still hit out to 400 yards. Yeah. It's not a problem.
There was that little window where Bushnell was really killing it with the HDMR and I think was the SMRS also in that similar time frame. I think right, like that.
Yeah, they were all part of their elite line or
tactical.
Whatever.
Yeah. They were really crushing it there for a minute, and I don't know what happened.
Well, the scopes were too expensive. Nobody wants to pay $2,000 for a Bushnell scope.
Which, but looking at pricing compared to the competitor,
right,
they were still significantly lower priced. They were actually falling in that notch where, like, oh yeah, this is a little more expensive than like, I don't know. I don't want to throw.
It was slightly less expensive than a Vortex 1-6.
Yeah,
right around the same price as the base Trigicon 1-6.
Yeah, exactly. Somewhere thereabouts, and it just gives me a good compelling option. I never really scoffed at that product line for Bushnell. I just never bought it because that was still right in that. I went from using, I think, a Burris, they're like the MTAC, I think it was, and then picked up a Leupold off of a prize table, and then asked very nicely, and for a little while was sponsored by Leupold for optics. So. Yeah. But it was one of those. And my gig with them is the same as my gig with every other sponsor. And I'm not sponsored by Leupold anymore, but I'm going to use the thing. I will say the lines and promote the product in the best way possible. I will never lie about another product though. Right. So the Bushnell Elite Tactical was a compelling option. The Vortex scopes were a compelling option. I like the Leupold for X reason. It's like now I'm not sponsored by any rifle scope company. I have a good relationship with the especially the military folks, but the marketing people at a few scope companies. But I use the Night Force because it's what I prefer. I am sponsored by Aimpoint for red dots, though. But again, my gig with them. Here are the compelling reasons why I use Aimpoint red dot sights.
I just put the Acro back on my Romulus.
Nice.
Yeah, I had it. I took it off and put a Holosun on it because I thought I have this pistol is just frustrating me, man. It's this Alpha Foxtrot Romulus.
Mhm.
It's got enough weight to it, and it's ported, but it's sprung wrong or something. There's too much slide weight. It has too much felt recoil for what it is. The gun moves too much. And originally I thought maybe there was just too much slide weight, just too much inertia. So I took the acro off and I put a Holosun RMS sized.
Oh yeah, okay. I was gonna say you're not really saving a lot. The acro is lighter than people think, but going to an RMS size,
a compact. You know, I think that's considered micro. It might be mini red dot. I don't know.
They're all micro to me.
They're all confusing.
So it's a micro compact sized thing. It's supposed to go on a 365.
Yeah. And so I put that on there and I liked it, but I just decided that I'd put but again, the recoil impulse is weird. And so I put the acro back on. That hasn't really helped. I really think that it's got too stiff a spring in it. And it's just slamming that slide forward. And it takes too much recoil back, and then it just hammers that slide forward.
That very well could be. This is a Hammerfire again, right? Are we talking?
Yeah, it's a 2011.
2011. Okay, that sounded familiar, but I couldn't quite place that in my brain. Maybe
it's
try
literally like your Sand Viper,
okay.
Except it doesn't cost. It only costs $2,000 and not $8,000.
Yeah, maybe try a heavier hammer spring as well. That'll slightly retard the unlocking of the gun. Just it has to overcome more spring pressure. I don't know what's on it right now.
It's all stock right now, so I'll pull the. I'm gonna.
Yeah, but that could mean anything between like 17 and 23 pounds. So
I think it needs I just going by like every other 2011 that I have. I think it probably has a 14-pound recoil spring.
Okay.
Or 12-pound, which is too much.
Try like an 8 and then a heavy mainspring, like a 20-pound mainspring. It's not really. Yeah, it's probably on the heavy side for 9mm 1911, but I like heavy mainsprings because, again, it delays unlocking a little bit more, so you get just lesser slide velocity. And I hate the idea, especially on a hammer-fired gun, of ever having. I want that thing to light off a piece of flint if it's in the primer pocket. Like, ignition problems are a dumb thing to have on a striker.
I've never used it. I know there are guys out there that use 17-pound mainsprings, but I've never used one. I think I have Wolf mainsprings, and I think they're all 21 pounds.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Well, then I think like the factory, the wild part too is you look at like a Browning high power mainspring, which is still a hammer fired gun with pretty much the same relationship, I think, to the firing pin and the breech face as a 1911. There's nothing super special about it.
Yeah.
And those hammers are the same weight, if not heavier. And those mainsprings are like, I want to say the regular BHP standard power is like a 21-pound mainspring, and it's like up to 28 or something like that. Just wild hammer spring pressure or hammer springs available. I don't know why. Sorry, that just popped into my head as we were talking about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever even. I don't own a Browning high power. I need to, but I don't own one.
Yeah, they're not as cool as you'd think. Like I really wanted to like it because I'm like, oh, Browning designed double stack 9mm hammer fired steel frame. This has got to be cool. Why isn't this like the popular thing? How come, from 1935 onward, this just wasn't it? And then you shoot one, you're kind of like, yeah, this is pretty mid.
Well, that's probably because you shot a Beretta.
Yeah.
Because the Beretta is everything the Browning wants to be. Just didn't make it.
Well, the other thing that gets me about the high power is that on a regular BHP, the hammer bite is atrocious for me. I mean, it chews the ever-loving hell out of the web of my hand. So I took mine. I just cut the entire spur off the back of the hammer. It was a Turkish, like a Tisas. It was like a $400 BHP clone.
Yeah.
But
supposedly the new Springfield one's really nice.
Yeah, they seem like they're real nice. I think they are made in Turkey, even though they said they were made in the U.S. I think that was a controversial thing. I don't know if that matters.
Doesn't make guns here. So.
Yeah. But yeah, they do seem like you grab it's like, oh, this seems nice, but it's just one where it's like, this is not really as compelling as I thought it would be.
Yeah, I have that with Steyr, Augs, and Tavors.
I have that with any bullpup.
I really, really, really want one until I buy one, and then I'm like, God, I remember why. Except for the Keltec RDB, that's the only acceptable bullpup. I've owned probably 4 Augs and 2 Tavors, and I'm stupid. I'll just buy it again.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
but this time
it's gonna be different.
This time I'm really gonna see what is so damn compelling about this Steyr AUG that really makes me want to. I never thought the Tavor looked cool, but the Steyr is like, yeah, that does look cool. Hell yeah, that's and then you grab one, it's like
the trigger sucks. Actually,
the trigger sucks. Everything about this is just kind
of
gross.
It feels like a cheap piece of plastic that your kid plays with.
If you unbullpupped it, you would just have an AR 180, and it's still. I'm sorry, no, that's not true. I'm thinking of the L85. Either way, it's like if you unbullpup this gun and you made it a normal gun with a magazine well in front of the trigger group, it would still be pretty bad. Like it wouldn't be great.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be like, it'd work, but it wouldn't even be like you'd look at it as like, yeah, nah, I think I'd rather have an AR or a Scar even or a Palmetto Jackal or whatever the hell. It's like this is really just bullpups are never like. It's never like a really good gun that also they just made a bullpup as a design consideration. It's like it's not
except
even
for
really
the RDB. I take it. So the Tavor, I really wanted to I was one of the guys who paid the extra money to get one when they first came over in like 2018 or 2017, somewhere along in there. They showed the pictures of the crates being unloaded and I paid the like $2,300 for that piece of crap, and then I shot it and I didn't like it. The biggest thing is like a Scar. The sensation of the charging handle flying at my face, bothers me like a lot. It's really distracting when I'm shooting.
I like the thing about the Scar is it's got reversible reciprocating charging handle, so it can jam on both sides of the barricade.
That's right. That's true. But my true hatred for the Scar came when I suppressed it.
Yeah.
And then it just blew massive.
Has a suppressed gas setting that's still not enough of a reduction and still avoids the warranty because it's that overgassed. Yes.
It is ridiculous. It was the amount of garbage that I got hit in the face with.
Short stroke piston. There's no reason for it to even be that bad in your face. It's like, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, you're right. There is no reason, but it is.
Yeah.
And I've never met anyone that's fired a Tavor suppressed that still likes the Tavor.
Yeah.
Like they're just like, no, this gun sucks. I don't like this at all. And then I met the RDB, and I had avoided the RDB for like a decade because I thought it was a piece of crap. I like Keltec, but I have a bunch of Keltecs. I just didn't know about that RDB. I thought, well, it's gonna be a piece of crap. Every other bullpup's a piece of crap. I love mine. That is it has been absolutely flawlessly reliable. The only thing I don't like about it is you can't get a D60 in it.
Yeah.
Because the way the magazine port is.
Is it okay? It's the magwell, not the pistol grip.
Yeah, the magwell won't come in, won't let it go in, but it's got the external gas adjustment, which actually works. So you could, for a long time, it was just a suppressor host. That gun literally was nothing more than a home for a suppressor to live. And it was because it's a bullpup, because of the way it ejects all the brass down, and you'd never get anything in your. It's so nice to shoot suppressed.
Oh yeah.
And I was at an indoor range shooting it with a friend of mine, and you would hear the trigger and you would hear the impact of the bullet on the steel, and that's it. And my buddy was like, "This is insane." He's like, "How is this good?" And I'm like, "I don't know, but I like it a lot. I'm really glad that I own this." And so that's the only bullpup that I've kept of all the ones I've tried. And I've tried the triggers in the Steyr to make them better, which they never did.
Yeah. It's one where I had a Tavor that I went off a prize table very briefly, and I never shot it.
You never shot it?
No, I even dry fired it. It was one of the original, the older Tavors as well. It's one was like picked it up for prize table. I'm like, appreciate it. That's cool. I was like, someone really wanted it, and I'm like,
Oh yeah, somebody always
Okay.
really wants it. That's
All
that's
right.
one good thing about it.
Yep. I was like, yep. Here, you know what, dude? Tell you what, I did that with a Keltec. I won too. I won one of the CMR 30s. So not the PMR, but the
Yeah. I like that gun too.
That was really cool. It's just I think I posted like an Instagram video or something of it. This was years ago. And a dude's like, "Oh my god, you have one of those? I can't get one anywhere. I will pay you." It was like $50 over MSRP, and it says this is like I've shot the thing, right? I'm like, "Hey man, just so you know, I've got
cool,
like
but it ain't that cool."
Hey man, just so you know, I've got like 300 rounds through the thing, and he's like, "Yeah, that's cool." I'm like, all right, meet you in the parking lot of Walmart because it was Utah, and you know,
Yeah, I buy most of my guns at Home Depot.
Yep,
because I'm in Tennessee.
Yep.
So.
I think they just got rid of universal background checks in Virginia too, so that was good. That was a circuit court or Supreme Court thing, but that was good.
Yeah, I was in Colorado for a long time, and I actually one of the deciding factors to sell the house there, because I was never going to go back, was the universal background check.
Yeah,
when they passed that, I'm like, you guys have lost your damn minds. Colorado used to be free state, not anymore.
Yeah, it really took a hard turn, I think, when they legalized weed.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. I like Keltec. I have a Keltec, whatever the rifle that thing. I forget what the designation is, but it's a 223 rifle. Uses AR mags.
Oh yeah, it's like folding
stock.
Yeah, the SU-16, I think it is.
Yeah, dude, that thing is awesome. And it's great because I can take it to California because it doesn't have an AR stock.
Yeah,
but it's just it's just an AR.
Yeah,
I mean, it's all it is. It runs great. It's
like a mini 14, but
works.
Yeah,
and it's accurate.
Yeah,
so it's the two things the mini 14 isn't.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but no one put a Keltec SU-16 in the A team, so
yeah, that'd be great. But then they would hit things.
Exactly. That would ruin the entire show. Imagine if the guys in the A team could actually hit stuff. That would be one episode.
Oh no. That'd be one episode.
It'd be one episode, everyone's dead. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. All those bad guys. They're not here anymore.
Yeah.
Dave's not here. But that's
deep
funny
in Los
because
Angeles underground, there's like 5 dudes that can actually really shoot. They killed like 30 dudes in the first episode. No one wants to mess with the A team.
Right. That's true. That's true. Give them red dots.
Yeah.
instead of firing from down here, just get a red dot. Teach them some basic teach them some basic manual of arms, and give them a red dot, and it's all over.
If you have a problem and no one else can help, just rumor the idea that the A team, who shot 35 people in the first episode that actually, could shoot, just rumor that they're on the case, and all of a sudden all your problems are solved.
All the problems are solved.
Terrible TV show. No one wants to watch that.
It's that's funny, and it's pleasantly very true as well. But I actually had a Ruger Mini 30 and Mini 14, and I hated both of those things.
Yeah. They always seem like they're going to be so much cooler. Then you grab it, it's like, this is cast and really.
They're on my list of guns, like the Tavor, like the Steyr. Every time I see one, I'm like, man, that's cool. And then I remember you've owned one of those, and it was not cool.
You just like rack, and you're like, oh, because I was thinking this was going to be like an M14 or an M1, which is a Ford receiver. And you see how cheap and shitty the cast receiver is, and that alone is like, never mind.
Yeah. I have,
and even that would be not such a big deal if it was like $400, but a new one's damn near 800 or something.
Yeah, it's nuts. Well, so there's so many. I actually have an M1, and I bought it from a guy who could not get it to work. He said it jammed all the time and all kinds of problems with it. I cleaned it. And I changed a couple of springs because why not? I had them.
Yeah.
And it's never missed a beat. It's never not fired.
Did you just not know that you had to have these things called M-block clips, or?
Well, no, it's an M1 carbine. It's an M1
carbine. Okay.
Yeah, it's an M1 carbine. And so, you put the little tiny clip mag in there. Because remember, I asked you one time if I could shoot my M1 carbine as a PCC
Yeah.
in one of your matches, because why would, I mean, it's a 357, you know,
Yeah.
or 30, it's closer to 38, but you know.
Nah, it's out of those 18-inch barrels, because I remember, and I did shoot on AR 500. It would probably have been fine. On mild steel, it'll put a hell of a dent in 3/8 mild steel.
Yeah, I forget, it was like some PCC match or something that you were going to shoot.
Probably berries, and I really wanted the carbine to be allowed because I think it was pretty cool. But
Yeah,
we used enough mild steel plate that I just took one out and shot. I was like, yeah, that unfortunately, it's just a little too fast with the 110 grain bullets.
Yeah, I love that gun. It has the shittiest sights of anything I own, but that's okay. It's okay. It's still cool.
Well, that's so I got one of the inland M1 carbines as a the reproduction inlands as a prize table or one of raffle or side match or something.
It was a side match in Texas at the
Starlight. Yeah, that's right.
I was there. You shot the suppressed 22.
Yep. And it was fantastically fun. Well, I shot that match later at 1 year at Desert Brutality, which is kind of it's a weird match.
I know about that match.
Yeah. But I shot they have a vintage division, which was pre-1946. So that's why I got the high power. I already had the carbine. I'm like, I need a pistol for this. Like, I have a single stack 45 I could use. It was like, I have a lot of 9mm. I don't have any 45 right now. I'm like, this Tassos gun's like $400. Case of 45, or the 2 cases of 45, is also going to be like $400. And like, it's a better gun. I've always, I've never had high power. Let's try this cheap Turkish high power. It'll last long enough for me to shoot this match with, and it did.
Yeah.
Did a trigger job on it and everything. Took the mag disconnect out. Cut the hammer so it wouldn't shoot. Eventually got to the point where I'm like, I'm done with this. I'm just chopping this hammer spur off. I tried everything else to make it like kind of look correct. I'm like, nope, Dremel, cut it off. We're done.
Perfect.
But I shot that match with an M1, with that inland M1 carbine. With I was running the 30 round M2 mags with 25 in the mag. Had no issues there. The goofy little stamped steel muzzle brake they came out with as part of the M2 product improvement. So they had a flash hider.
Mine has flash hider.
The flash hider is for the M3 carbine, and it attaches the same way. It's like this goofy clamshell thing with a wing nut that literally just finger tighten over the barrel. That was for the M3, which was like the first night vision mounted firearm too. So they used those a lot on Okinawa for centuries because the Japanese would be creeping around in the dark and think you couldn't see them. And Gen 0.5 night vision was still enough to be like, you don't know I can see you. Bang. But Gen 0.5 night vision with muzzle flash off a 30 carbine was a problem. So anyway, that's how the flash hider came to be. Well, when they started converting to M2s, which is the select fire, arguably the first assault rifle we ever had, like, well, it's weird how those how a 30 carbine kind of like wants to buck away on you, because it is, it's not super high recoil, but it's got some
it's spicy.
Especially on auto, it tends to want to run away from you.
Yeah. They
made a muzzle brake that attaches the same way, and it looks fake as shit. Like, there's no way this thing works. I got it as a joke because it was like $20 as a GI surplus part.
Yeah.
And it works really good. It was like surprisingly good. I could rip splits with that thing. I'd be curious if that thing was auto. Like, it'd be super controllable.
Yeah.
So I set that up. I had a high power with the 15 round Mech-Gar mags, and I was like third or fourth overall shooting that vintage division, like in that match with an iron sighted carbine and 25 round mags.
That's awesome.
And a high power. So like those things, the carbine's like, it's one of my favorite little guns.
It's underrated. It's an underrated gun.
Yeah, it's just one of those, you grab it.
It's got enough power to do everything.
Same thing, doesn't have a pistol grip on it, so it's like kind of featureless. With a 15 round mag in there, it doesn't look super scary, and it's handy. Like, you can put the thing in a scabbard to the same degree as a lever gun or something. Like, you could put it on a scabbard on a horse, and it wouldn't really be a problem.
I didn't think I was going to like the M1 as much as I have, because I used to read, when I was growing up, I used to read books about how, guys would have, surplus M1 carbines, just in their pickup trucks or whatever, and in a Jeep or in the airplane or whatever. And I was like, yeah, they sound really cool. I ought to get one of those one day. And I just never had that much interest in it. And then I don't know, I don't even know why I picked that one up other than the guy said it wouldn't work. And I'm like, wow, really?
And even when I was a kid, they were pretty cheap to find used ones because it was the most produced small arm we'd ever made as a single block, I think. So I remember like a pawn shop in Beaver, Utah, where I used to help. When I was a kid, I'd help my grandparents with a Forest Service campsite in the summer. We'd go down and the pawn shop there. It's really a cool gun store. Had just a racks of M1 carbines and like pick one. The dude, I don't think the dude even checked who made them. It's like there could have been an IBM or Rockola or something that was valuable,
something super valuable.
And it's like, yeah, take your pick. I think it was like $500 or something like that.
Yeah,
which is not the case anymore.
Yeah, no, for real. So it's funny you talk about that because I remember, we would have all these cool guns, and a lot of people don't know the stories of so many of them. One of them, the M1 carbine has a really interesting story. So do you know have you ever heard of David Carbine Williams?
Yeah.
So for the people who are listening who don't know the story, David Carbine Williams was from the South. I'm not going to say which state, could be mine. And he was a criminal. He made illegal alcohol at a still site, and he was being raided by the sheriff, and he shot a sheriff's deputy. I think he killed him, and he blamed it on his Negro still hand. And eventually the truth came out, and David Williams went to prison. In prison, he taught himself how to be a machinist, and he developed this really like obsession with firearms and how firearms worked and all of the machinery behind them and all of that. And he would draw these intricate self-loading rifles. And Winchester wanted him to come work for them. So they made a deal with the governor of, I believe it was North Carolina. It wasn't Tennessee, by the way. But he made a deal with the governor to grant him clemency or give him a pardon so that he could go work for Winchester. And while he was at Winchester, he led the team that developed the M1 carbine. And so he became from that day on known as David Carbine Williams. And he was a convicted felon who designed one of the most popular firearms of all time. So it's a pretty interesting story of course I've told it really quickly and really fast, and I know you like historical guns and historical gun knowledge. So
yeah, definitely.
You're the appropriate guy to talk about this.
Yep. Too. So yeah, it's great. And one of the things I like, bringing it back to that gun that I have too, I don't know what the status is of them. I do like that Inland came back and they stood up a company that was basically making a reproduction of the M1 as well, because those guns are kind of going away. In the same way that like a Uberti 1866 or 1873 or any of those Italian guns, Uberti, Pieta, whatever, Rossi in Brazil, they may not be the highest of quality thing ever. I'm not going to take one of those guns to war, but I am super glad that they exist because they make a gun that gives me the idea of what this gun would be like if I had bought an original or if I could get an original M1 carbine. So I'm super happy to see that, and I hope that we see that with some of the popular things that will eventually be starting to go away. I think they're starting to make I heard they were starting to make new M1 Garand receivers and make actual new production M1s, but I don't know how true that is. That's just a rumor I heard. That'd be something I'd really hope that we can get into. In the same way that Palmetto State, with when they bought the H&R brand, are doing that for retro M16s and ARs. They brought back some esoteric stuff like the DOE 9mm guns. I think they did a DEA, one of the integrally suppressed Clan Lab guns. They did some, and then the JSOC carbine, which is, I really regret not getting the handguard or upper receiver. It was literally based on those kind of if you look at the back cover of Kyle Lamb's book, The Green Eyes Black Rifles, it's like a gun that looked like that. They really just anodized the green handguard to kind of look like those Armalite fiberglass tubes that dudes put on, or that the JSOC armors put on. But anyway, I like to see that. You know, it gives you the idea. You get some appreciation for what those guns were and the dudes who carried them.
I really appreciate the Ubertis and the other Italian Pieta and the knockoff 6 guns and other kind of replicas, especially the ones that can be converted to fire center fire cartridges, because
it's like my 73s and 357 Magnum, because I can buy that anywhere.
Because if you can't go buy one of those guns now. And a lot of people like me, for example, I had it was like an American Pistol Company or something like that. It was a 32 Smith & Wesson or something. It was a weird caliber. So I never could find ammo for it. But I had this revolver and I ended up selling it to this guy, or trading it. I actually traded it to a guy who was going to make obsolete ammo. He was starting an ammo company making obsolete ammo, and he needed a pistol to fire the ammo because he did, he could find the dimensions of the cases, and he could do all of that. But
I just got to make sure this actually works, and I have no gun.
Right, and there's no, and he couldn't find one.
That would be awkward. It's like, hey guys, I made this ammo, buy 50 rounds of it, and really appreciate if you could tell me if it works.
Making custom ammo for people, which is probably going to be very expensive. But I mean, how much 32 Smith & Wesson are you going to sell in a year, right? Well, and even at that, so I have a Ruger Vaquero. No, pardon me, it's a Blackhawk in 44 Magnum, and I've never fired it. And one of the reasons I haven't fired it is because for about 2 years that I owned it, I could not find ammo to buy.
Really?
There was no 44 Magnum, no 44 Magnum in any sporting goods store anywhere near me. And so I finally found a box about probably 6 or 8 months ago that for $65 for 50 44 Magnum shells. And so I'm like, well, at least I have ammo for it now. I still haven't shot it because I've just kind of lost the urge to go shoot it. But it took so long to get the ammo for it. But one day I'll break out the wheel guns and go. I don't shoot very many wheel guns. Right now I'm shooting mostly I have a Bull SRS in 9mm, obviously. It's a 2011 for. That's what I use as a limited gun, iron sights. And then I have the Alpha Foxtrot 2011. And then I have the 2011 that I built, which is still iron sights. I put a red dot on it, but I don't really like it on it. And I've got a couple other 2011s that are all my 2011s are iron sight except for that Romulus.
I've just got the one Sandviper that's my iron sight 2011 actually. Well, and I have an actual traditional frame mounted open pistol. So
didn't you have like some like the 2011 that you had when I met you was like it was a
5.5 inch. It was a DLC that was like a very bronze-ish coppery.
Yeah, it was bronze and like almost pink or purple or something.
Yeah, rose gold is what we kind of jokingly called it. Still have that fantastic gun. I just shoot Red Dot 2011 now. So unfortunately, that gun hasn't really been shot for a minute. I probably need to bring it out. I've got it. Still great. Still a gun that makes me very that was so well built by Cameron's Custom when that was together. That was Ed Cameron, Eddie Garcia, and Tony Luciani. I don't exactly know the circumstances of how that gun came into being, but I do know that the barrel fit on that, everything was so very well done that it made me shoot a lot of open pistols and just kind of be like, meh. Like this 5.5 inch iron sight gun over here actually shoots really good.
What do you? So I know you've and you know, we're getting a little long here, so I'm gonna try and wrap up soon. But what do you think is acceptable mechanical accuracy for a 3-gun pistol now?
Well, you need to be able to hit every target. So to me, that would be 12-inch target at 50 is probably so yeah, what's that? 24 minutes? That's probably the outside end of what's acceptable. Really probably needs to be better than that. So yeah, it needs to probably be hanging at least a 3 to 4 inch group at 25.
Yeah. So I think most of the 2011s that I've shot shoot under 2 inches at 25.
Yeah.
My Nowlin barreled 2011, Nowlin guaranteed the barrel to shoot 2 inches at 50 yards.
Yeah.
I never tried it. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, the hard part with that is like, yeah, I don't think I can shoot 2 inches at 50 yards.
Right.
With the pistol.
Right. And that's where you
that
just
ain't
get the
my
rest
game.
out. You just get the rest out.
Yeah.
But I'm interested because I've been listening a lot to Ben Stager, and he's talked about how much he's come to kind of believe in or whatever, that Glocks have really good accuracy, like better than what most people are capable of delivering.
Especially the Gen 5 and 6 barrels where they switched away from, I think it was the switch away from the polygonal rifling they had. But as I recall, the spec for the Gen 5 barrels came from the 17 and 19M, which was the FBI contract Glock, which was the precursor to Gen 5. And essentially the accuracy standards that they set necessitated Glock to change how they did the barrels. And especially the 5s and 6s and 1917Ms are much more mechanically precise than Glocks used to be. But I could also be talking out my ass about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying it's interesting because Stager's like, he's like, for most, you know, I guess, you know, on his little 15-minute segments that he does, somebody had asked him about, you know, how accurate they needed to be, and he's like, you know, if you do your job, the Glock is going to hit what you aim at. It's just, you know, most people's, you know,
most people will never match the capability of the pistol to begin with. That's probably also true. And from a USPSA context, I mean, it needs to shoot 6 inches at 25. That's probably the hardest thing that you will have to shoot in a USPSA.
Isn't there a limit in USPSA on how far they?
Actually, no, I don't believe there is a maximum distance, but I could be wrong about that. The minimum
I don't
target
shoot USPSA
presentation
enough, so I don't know.
The minimum target presentation is either the entire upper A zone in the head or 25% of the A zone in the body. And realistically, I've never really seen anything less than a full headshot presentation unless it was very close.
Yeah. It's going to be I don't know. I've never really cared for Glocks.
No, I mean, the best thing I can say about them is they pretty much always work if you don't mess with them. But they are certainly harder to shoot or learn to shoot than any other pistol. If you're good at shooting, and especially if you practice with them a lot, you can shoot them very well. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of them either, and I think that the reliability, Gen 6 could change my mind, and I hope it does. Right, just the features on that, changing the trigger, changing the grip a little bit. Also, Glocks give me horrendous slide bite too, and I have above average hands in terms of size, but they're not like ridiculously large. So I hate using the term ergonomic because you can't really assign an actual value to ergonomics. But ergonomically, they just are kind of not very good. When I have average hand size and I can't shoot the thing without, or above average hands, not retardedly large, I can't shoot the thing without bleeding, and I grip the gun, you know, well, just gripping it high. And the way that the triggers progressively build, everything about it makes it reliable, makes it harder to shoot, and everything that people do to make them easier to shoot makes them way less reliable than just about any other polymer pistol if you leave it alone. If you think about it that way.
I have one actual Glock, but I don't but even it has, I'm 90% sure it doesn't have a Glock trigger in it. I'd have to go look, but I don't think it does.
Yeah. Glock brand Glock is generally the best way to have a Glock, because at least then it's as reliable as you're going to get in a pistol.
Every other Glock I have has no Glock parts in them.
Yeah.
I have serialized polymer 80 frame. I have 2 or 3 of those. I have somebody else's frame. I forget whose. And then they all have either Terran or Lone Wolf or Apex triggers. Just none of them have. They have Anderson barrel, or not Anderson, something else that starts with an A. Barrels. I have fluted barrels. I have copper or TIN coated barrels. I've got, no Glock parts.
Yep.
Except the slides. I think the slides are all Glock, but I'm not even 100%. It could be Lone Wolf slides too.
Yeah.
Or Adams.
Mills had some, or Timber Creek, I think, had some, or there's a few others now. True Velocity, or something like that. Not True Velocity.
But I don't have any. I only have one actual Glock, and the others are all like Glock adjacent.
Yeah.
Not Glocks.
Trans Glock, as you were.
And now I guess the last thing to talk about is the SIG P320, which will be a short conversation because I've never had any problem out of mine. And I've listened to everyone's explanation about why they think that the SIG
uncommanded discharge,
uncommanded fire release or trigger or whatever. And I don't understand how they come to that because of the way that works, especially the high power spring guys are talking about how the sear engagement is not enough, but then they forget that the firing pin stop is engaged, which can only be
I think that's the root of the problem. So you can read the FBI Ballistic Research Facility report on the Minnesota State Police SIG 320. It was an M18 safety delete model that did in fact go off in the holster, apparently uncommanded. And it was found to have it wasn't a non-functioning striker lock, if I recall correctly, which I could be remembering it wrong. But it was reasonable to assume that the striker lock can suffer a failure. So the striker lock can fail, which if combined with a striker lock failure and tolerance stacking to get to the point where you have insufficient sear engagement, might create the condition where the gun can go off, still not uncommanded, but in some circumstance where the slide and frame becomes separated, and it still requires some amount of rearward movement of the trigger. So
that's what SIG has said is that
there's always the trigger is pulled in every one of them. But that to me is, the trigger was moved to the rear somehow, and that firearm did also have abrasions on the trigger guard consistent with keys that had gotten into the holster as well.
Yes,
but when it went off, there were no keys like wedged in the holster that anyone could see, right? So I don't
that
believe
anyone could see. There's just too many unknowns.
It wouldn't have gone, to me, it wouldn't have gone any further if it's like, oh, my gun just went off. Oh yeah, my keys are in the holster. Duh, right?
Oh, no cop's going to want to say that. Remember, they're still getting over Glock leg because of that's why they don't have zippers on their jackets anymore. Remember, you got to understand that they're sensitive about that.
It's a thing. It's for sure. It's a
they're sensitive about that.
It's a pool of people who basically get insufficient firearms training, and then I've said it in the past. Probably 90% of uncommanded discharges in the SIG are caused by people pulling the trigger negligently or accidentally, because of the same reason you had Glock leg when you went from K-frame Smith & Wessons with a true double action trigger to a Glock, which is not even a good trigger, but it's not as forgiving of mishandling as a double action revolver. Yeah, and then you're going basically again the same magnitude or the same distance or difference in triggers from the K-frame to the Glock. You're going from a Glock to a SIG. It's just less movement and less resistance required to fire the gun. So you're catching more of those problems. But there's still some conditions where some amount of movement on the trigger, not enough that it would fire the gun, where like not enough movement for me to say that, yes, if I apply this to the trigger, it should fire, right? Some partial movement of the trigger to the rear is disengaging or partially disengaging the sear and causing the strike, and with a failure in the striker lock where, some condition you can get the gun in where it goes off without you touching it, the trigger getting pulled. That could be problematic.
Yeah.
What frustrates me is that, I don't really feel like anyone can have an honest conversation, because half of the people are just, SIG 320 goes off for no reason. I make the jokes too because it's funny. But then on the other hand, you have SIG kind of not really admitting or being super cool about that there could be a problem. It's just flat denial that there's any problem whatsoever in the platform. And
I can't say that I like the way SIG's handled it, but I think the last interview with Phil Strader on Coleon War was decent.
I haven't seen it. The other thing that's a target indicator to me, though, with all of the SIG products, there's great people who work at SIG. Phil's one of them. Mason Lane's another one of them. There are great people that work at SIG and are part of the company, right? And looking at it from a perspective of they're a business, and when you understand what that is as an actual business owner, it does maybe change your perspective slightly. You can't just say, "Oh yeah, this sucks. We did it wrong. This is a problem." Like other people within the company, everyone there is reliant on the company to continue to exist in order to feed their families.
Yeah.
So it does change how you maybe look at it or approach it, where hey, you lose the M17 contract that they won. Well, that's actually people out of work, out of a job, because they're not producing the same volume of guns. Whether or not they won that contract honestly or anything, fine. Right. Anyway, all this to say, I'm not just trying to bag on SIG. However, there is a consistent trend of SIG products, especially on release, just being not good and not correct.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. And so when I got my SIG into the when I made it into the X5 version, before that I had it in the M17 version. And I think you and I were talking about it at Hard as Hell, and I was showing you how the trigger, and I'd put an agency arms trigger in it, and when you would pull the trigger, or when you would, the trigger felt very strange and very inconsistent without a magazine in it. When you put a magazine in it, it preloaded the slide in the right way, and then the trigger felt like it should.
Yeah.
And so if it has a magazine inserted in it, then I don't see how, because then everything's tight and you don't get that rocking and everything that they're talking about. So I'm trying to get my head around what the people who are saying, well, you can move the slide or whatever, make it fire. Well, that was the opposite that I experienced. Is if you try to move it,
what you got when you bottomed the slide out was consistency in the relationship between the sear and the striker. But putting a magazine or anything in there does push the slide up, which pushes the striker away from the sear. Just by nature, it is reducing the sear engagement on the thing. In your case, it's just giving it a consistent relationship with the sear.
Yeah.
So that's probably why you saw the difference in how the trigger felt.
Yeah. Oh, the trigger feels absolutely horrible without a mag in it.
Yeah.
Put a mag in it, feels fine.
Well, what's happening is when it feels good, you've got less sear engagement. It's going to be lighter when it's got less sear engagement. Or
for sure, it's definitely. And I, of course, I have the aftermarket trigger, so it is lighter, it is more consistent than the stock trigger. I don't even know if I have the stock trigger parts. Now, also, mine started out as an X carry, so it had the flat trigger, it had the the factory spring package in it, and all of that from the factory. So I've never shot a stock P320.
the lefts and rights of what you can get in a stock P320, just in all the M17s and M18s I've shot and factory commercial SIGs and military guns, it's pretty wild how different the trigger pulls can be. I've had some where I grab the thing and go, God damn, that's like an Apex trigger out of the box. And then some where it's like, this is not really got that many rounds on it, and it feels like I'm dragging a brick across gravel. So,
yeah,
unfortunately,
it's interesting.
Yeah,
it's an interesting thing. I don't know that. I think for what the Browning Spring guys are talking about, for that to happen, there has to be several failures all at one time, which could happen. I'm not saying it can't happen.
I mean, I think the FBI took a mishap firearm and still had to essentially modify the slide to deliberately disengage a striker lock in order to induce a problem with it. So the FBI report wasn't really as damning as people, I think, made it out to be.
Well, actually, I thought the FBI report absolved SIG. They literally had to modify the gun to get the behavior that was supposedly
present. Yeah.
I mean, and that's kind of what SIG has been saying. Is SIG's like, we've tried and we can't make it happen. The FBI's tried, they can't make it happen. Every armorer or weapon specialist that has been hired by these defense lawyers can't make it happen without modifying the gun. You have to modify the gun to make it happen. And so I'm going, well, what is that? Where does that leave us in this? I mean, what's the truth? Are these guns that have been not, and I'm going to really piss some people off here, but the way that police tend to maintain, and by maintain, I mean not at all, their firearms, is it a question of these guns are gummed up somehow and the striker lock doesn't engage, and therefore you could get the sear if the sear disengaged, now the firing pin is free to move? Is that possible? But wouldn't that show up when they took the gun apart?
Yeah, and I think they noted, at least with that mishap firing, that it wasn't exceptionally dirty.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just, I'm trying to figure it out. I have not.
And I mean, if that were the case, then I would say that's probably a design that doesn't need to find its way into law enforcement either. I suspect that's not the case. I don't think it's a maintenance issue with fouling or anything. But if it were, like, man, oh yeah, I didn't clean my gun, so it shot me in the leg randomly.
I haven't cleaned my SIG.
That's a pretty bad. I haven't cleaned a SIG, I think, ever.
Yeah,
but
I'm in that same boat. I don't know that I've ever cleaned my SIG. It probably needs it, but
so yeah, I don't think that's the case. But if that were the case, where it's a maintenance issue, where like not cleaning the thing makes it go off randomly, that's not service. That's not a service.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm very interested to see how this plays out. In my head, something's gonna have to come up to explain how this works. It's just I can't get there.
Yeah, I know Bruce Gray did a series of videos on abusing a 320 to see if he could make it go off.
Yeah, I haven't had time to watch them all.
Neither have I, and apparently it's not even that long. I feel bad, but it's like I also can't expend the energy on it right now to watch through and go, oh, okay.
I just want the answer. I don't want to I don't want to read all the books. I don't want to become an expert on the SIG. I just want the answer. Somebody just give me the answer, and that's all I need. I'll move on. I'll be happy. I don't need to become a SIG expert.
Yeah, it is kind of like it does really feel like all of the 320 discharge problems. The 320 uncommanded discharge. It's a lot of innuendo versus the only person who's really technically explaining it to where I've seen it's a repeatable thing is Bruce explaining how it can't happen.
Yeah. Well,
but then in front of your eyes, you see a bunch of videos of guns going off in holsters. It's like, well, obviously something's happening.
Well, I've only seen one where I could be convinced that the guy that there was nothing interfering with it, and I can't say 100% for that because it's a really, really grainy video.
Yeah.
But it looks like the guy's hands are clear, and it looks like the gun's in the holster, and it just goes off. What's in the holster, I don't know. They don't show me a before. They don't show me an after. They just show bang, and then video cuts.
Yep.
But the cop getting out of the car, we can't see where his hand is or her hand is. I can't remember if that, but the cop getting out of the car where the gun discharges, it's that very easily could have gotten caught on something getting in and out of the car, or something in the holster or something, whatever. That could be foreign material. I don't know. The video is not conclusive. I don't know. I would not count that as a strike against SIG. Now, maybe if you got another video angle, or maybe something that we don't know comes out. Okay. The one that was what I considered the most damning initially was the guy on the firing line, where you hear the single shot while the guy's explaining his what the next drill is. And he says, the guy, is that a SIG P320? And the guy says, yeah. And he's, the guy, get it off my range or whatever. You never actually see that gun go off. And it's pretty much been accepted that's a traumatization. You could call it a hoax. I wouldn't. I mean, I'm not going to publicly, but people could. And basically all the other ones I've seen are like, can't see where the guy's hand is. And the one of the cop walking out of the store with his hand physically on the gun, like pushing and twisting it in the holster. Like, his holster shouldn't make it fire, but
that, and it is one thing that's becoming more and more common. Light bearing and optic ready holsters that have more space where you can get in on the trigger guard. I mean, I know they did basically prove that one uncommanded discharge was actually a result of, it was either a detective or a school resource officer around a bunch of kids, like elementary school, and one of the fingers got into the holster and fired the gun. So yeah,
I did not hear about that one.
Yeah, I forget where it was. I want to say it was somewhere in the Midwest, but I remember they investigated it right there, and it's like, hey, the officer didn't do anything, nobody got hurt. But as it turns out, we look at it, and it appears to be that one of the kids with small fingers.
The same thing happened with the Air Force, right? Like,
that was a dude that just straight up shot his buddy and lied about it.
Yeah, yeah, but yeah. In the beginning, everybody was like, "Oh no, SIG strikes again!" Now, guys, like, and that's why all the gun ranges banned them, was that specific accident, deal. So I don't know, man. I'm a little bit annoyed because if I shoot at the Glock store, which is local to me, if you shoot in their 270 bays, they won't allow you to shoot a SIG.
I mean, it's in the name, Glock store. So
right, it's like they banned the SIG. Like, no SIG P320s, they're banned, and I'm like, oh, come on, isn't that just a little biased? Just a little bit, but.
The real danger is you shouldn't. The real danger isn't when the gun's out in your hands. The real danger is when the gun's just holstered, not doing anything. So if anything, you'd say you have to have the gun in your hands at all times.
Hey, that's, you know what? I like where your head's at. I like where your head's at. So I guess that's SIG. That is SIG. Oh man. There was one more thing I was going to ask you about, but I'm kind of drawing a blank. I'll remember in just a second. We talked about the Glock store holsters, SIG. Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking forward to the competition season. I'm glad to see that there'll be a hard as hell at Grand Island. I hope you're involved in it. So
I'll at least be there shooting it, and Craig, Crystal, and Tom all know how to get a hold of me if they have any questions or anything they need to. But I think they're going to do a very good job with it. They definitely.
Those guys are awesome. Yeah, those dudes are really awesome. Yeah, and there was one more thing. It was just a really quick take on something, but I've forgotten it.
That's okay. I probably don't have anything of value to add. So,
oh, come on now, you're a smart guy. You're a real smart guy. That USPSA may, I guess, you may have heard of it, that they may have had to rename themselves See,
No, I didn't hear anything about that.
Yeah, they apparently had a one of their area directors or something, somebody on the board. They basically kicked him out, and then he sued them, and they said he didn't have standing, and they so well, of course he has standing because he was a member of the board, and then you kicked him out. So he obviously has. He's just because he's no longer a member of the board doesn't mean he has standing, and they kicked him out of USPSA, which is something that seems like they've been doing a lot, like being overly political and all that. But
yeah, they hit like a apex of that, I think, last year, but it seems like they really have kind of calmed down. Maybe it's just that I haven't been paying attention because I hit
well, I mean, I'm
saturation
sure
of,
the
like, I
suit
don't
was
care.
filed last year.
Yeah, but also, what damages? I'm not a lawyer.
I don't know.
I've had mercifully few dealings with lawyers in my life. What
That's
damages are you claiming for getting kicked off of the unpaid volunteer board position in the USPSA?
I am not sure.
And then banned from the sport, which has right there in its code of conduct, which you agree to when you're a member, and in the bylaws that the board can ban anyone for any reason.
Yeah, it's a very interesting.
I don't understand. That's really just what it is. Whether it's justified or not, I won't speculate. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I roughly am familiar with what had happened there.
I'm grossly unfamiliar. I only noticed the only reason I know anything about it is because Ben Stager was talking about it today, and they finally let Ben back in.
Yeah, it's just the one reason that you would that you would sue the organization, especially as you got he's not. Ben could claim material damages because, like, oh yeah, I got banned from USPSA and it was nonsense because they said that it's this and blah 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 blah, and it hurt me as a competitor who gained some amount of money from sponsorships and some from training classes and stuff like that. This guy was an area director and as far as I can tell, I think he was a shooter. It's not, you can't claim any material damages that occurred to you because you got your reputation didn't suffer a hit. I don't think didn't affect you professionally, didn't affect your livelihood. I don't see what the damages are. And you're a member of an organization which you can be banned from for any reason by the board in the bylaws, which is not really outside of the norm for nonprofit shooting organizations like the USPSA. So the only reason you would sue is because you think that the organization is just, you want to spend money to punish the organization for something that you can't really get damages. You're just making them go through the process.
Yeah, it's a weird thing for sure. The USPSA has been so weird the past few years with all the lawsuits and the like. They fired one of their they voted down kicked one of the presidents out and then brought him back, and then I don't know. It's been crazy past few years.
Yeah, that's all drama stuff that I have some opinions on, but I'd rather not really talk about because I don't think they're really even worth.
It doesn't matter. So, well, it's been really good talking to you again. It's been a while.
Yeah, sure has, but likewise, it was
really
good to catch up.
Yeah, I should. The thing is I assume that everyone is busy and has a life, and so I just don't bother people. I figure, hey man, if you need something, you'll reach out, or if I really need something, I'll try and pick a time where I feel like where you're not in any, like, you're probably not busy, and I just don't. I try not to bother people. I think a lot of people we have this immediacy in our society now where we think that we can just pick up the phone and call somebody and they're just going to talk to you instantly. And I'm like, why? Why would you think that? Like, that's crazy. Yeah, it was good to catch up. It's been a good show. I think we covered just a ton of ground. And I still didn't. There's still things I'd like to talk about. We'll get to those maybe on another. I'll have you back on, and we can talk about other cool stuff like training and like technique and some of the things that you've found that are really super helpful and for match prep or gear that you always forget that you wish that you didn't forget and things like that. So because I have all those things that I'm like, man, I always remember when I don't need this, but I need it.
Yeah.
And but it was good. It was good talk. And
Likewise. Well, happy to do it again anytime.
Yeah, man, absolutely. And so I'm launching this is kind of like this is kind of a test episode. I'll be putting this is live, and obviously we've had people chatting throughout the evening. Some of it I've been able to pay attention to, but mostly I've been focused on the show. And but this will be on YouTube forever. I'm gonna download it and then move it over to the actual Gun Prattle channel. The channel's so new that it wouldn't let me go live.
Oh yeah.
I had to wait 24 hours, and I was like, well, that's stupid. So we just did it on my original or my main channel, which is the political channel where I talk shit on the internet and get paid for it.
Brilliant.
Which is a great job if you can get it.
Every white man's dream.
That's right. Exactly. I get to call people degenerate and things like that. So it's wonderful. It's just
brilliant.
And but this will be over on the Gun Prattle channel, and I hope to see you at SHOT Show.
Sweet. Yeah, I'll be around. So
yeah, maybe is your dad going to be there?
Nah, probably. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I think he will be there.
That'd be awesome. I haven't seen him in forever. I should take you guys to dinner or something. So
yeah, that sounds like a good time.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Well, I'm going to let you go do whatever it is you do at nighttime. Probably at this point, call it a night and hit the sack. That's what I'm going to probably
I don't know, throw some night vision on, go walk around the neighborhood, scare the neighbors.
That's what you need to do.
Yeah.
We're doing a night match in February here.
I probably won't. I kind of made a commitment to myself that after the craziness of this year with the 3 international matches and big trips and stuff, and the busy season being January to December, I'm not going to shoot anything for score until probably about March.
Okay. All right.
So,
yeah, we've got the night match coming up in February again, and I have. So since you've seen me, which was when I was hurt. I probably wasn't that heavy when you saw me last, because I had just gotten hurt at Hard
as Hell.
Yeah, as Hard as Hell Resurgence or whatever it was. What was it? Resurgence? What was?
Resurgence was the one. Resurrection.
Resurrection. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I knew I was getting it wrong. I just wasn't sure how far off I was. But after Hard as Hell Resurrection, I didn't admit that I was hurt. Then I tried to shoot that match and had to admit that I was hurt. But that was in February. It wasn't until the end of April or the end of March, 1st of April, before I went to the orthopedist, and he's like, "Yeah, your knee and hips all torn up." They ended up shooting something in my hip. They used a needle that was big enough they had to use an ultrasound to guide it in.
Oh,
yeah, it was bad, and it hurt. And then I put on the pounds, man. I was earlier this year in July or June, I went to Alaska. I came back from Alaska. I was 243 pounds. It was the heaviest I've ever weighed. And today I'm at 203.
Nice.
Yeah, so I dropped a ton of weight off. And I did that partially because I wanted to be able to shoot matches and not get hurt. So
yeah.
When you weigh a lot, it turns out that when you're old and you weigh a lot, it hurts.
Massive velocity equals that impact when you do just about anything.
Right. Yeah. So I've still got. I'm gonna drop down to about 195, I think, and so that's the new goal. But yeah, since I've seen you, man, I dropped a ton of weight. I've been doing the podcast thing now for well over a year, and it's been pretty good.
Right on.
Yeah, and but I don't know how many people have held on for this long. It's been a long one, but
it's been a long stream. Yeah, but
it'll be good. I'm gonna put it on probably Spotify and all the other. I have all of that stuff, but I don't do that. I have somebody that does that.
Yeah,
and we'll it'll be good, man. It'll be a great show to listen to on a drive.
Yep.
And we'll do it again. We'll do it again pretty soon. I want to have Kita Boosie on. I really trying to get Max on. You need to convince Max to come on and talk about PCSL.
Yeah.
So that's what I need. I need Max to come on. He says he's just busy, but he can take some time.
Yep.
And I actually miss Max. I shot with Max quite a bit when I was in California, and I obviously he was like on a whole other level than I was. The dude's I don't know, he probably still is, but back in like 2016, 2015, he was a beast. He was just brutally strong.
Still the only PCC national champion that we've had.
Really?
Yep.
I remember it. He got back from I think it was hard as hell, and he's like, "Yep, I'm done with rifle and pistol. I'm gonna concentrate on PCC."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah." And then he was like stacking quarters and
I remember Wave Springs and all that. Yep.
He's just doing all kinds of weird stuff with the PCC, man. I was like, "Hey, it's crazy." But I really like that guy. I really need to get him on the show. I've asked him a couple of times. I don't like to bug people. So.
Yeah.
But if you have,
he is one you do kind of have to be persistent with, though.
Yeah. Well, if you think about it, next time you talk to him, say, "Hey, man, you need to get on this guy's show," and we'll have a good time. We'll hopefully we can get a little more interest in shooting sports, especially competition, and bring some, not necessarily just 3-gun. I mean, obviously my focus is multi-gun, but all this stuff will be cool. But I'm gonna just sit and talk to the chat for a few minutes. So if you want to drop off, that's fine. You can just hit the pink button that says quit, or not. You can tell everybody good night. And
I appreciate you having me, Don. And I'll catch you next time we do this, or see you at SHOT Show, whichever comes sooner.
Yeah, man. You've I know that I'm like probably as old as your dad, but I've always counted you as like a friend. I've really enjoyed shooting with you over the years, and you've always given me good feedback on what I'm doing, what you're doing, and it's very interesting how far you've come, and you haven't really changed a ton. You're still that like, just I want to go shoot kid that just has so much fun shooting, and it's awesome. It's awesome that you've been able to do it as a career, and you're doing really important things out there with the military, and then you get to have fun and go shoot the world shooting stuff. So that's awesome, man.
Yeah, no, I'm really lucky and blessed to be where I am. So
yeah, well, awesome, dude. Well, I really appreciate you being on. I really do.
My pleasure. Well,
all right. Well, have a great night, man, and we'll see you when we see you.
Yeah, see you around.
I'll have you back on soon.
Right on. Bye.
All right. Night. Well, everybody, that is Brian Nelson, the man, the myth, the legend. Happy to call that guy my friend. For all of you that have stayed or been in and out over the night, I haven't been able to really pay attention to the chat because I was talking to Brian. I'll try and answer some of these questions. I don't actually see any questions, just you guys chatting amongst yourselves. Surprise, Cali actually has a massive shooting sports group. Richmond Rod and Gun Club. I'm a member there. I was a member there. I don't know if I still am. I guess I'm on hiatus or unpaid or whatever, but I'm still a member. Still carried. I still get the memos, I think. But I really enjoyed shooting out there. They have a tremendous competition element, but it is a failed society. I agree with you 100%. What time it is? Oh, Brian, it's midnight for Brian. Oof. Sorry, Brian, if you're still watching. Sorry. Any other questions? Anybody want to know anything before I head out of here? See who's on the See who's out there. Do you guys enjoy the show? Was it informative? Did you like it? A lot of places are switching to membership only. Well, to shoot the competitions, they can't be member only. But for just going and showing out, going and showing up to shoot, yeah, you're gonna be out of luck if they're member only for sure. If you guys haven't noticed, this is the man card hat that I have been speaking about, and finally got the sample in and decided to put it on, and it's awesome. You enjoyed the whole show and tried to learn something. All right, you thought it was cool. You have a home range, no rules. There you go. I had a home range. I don't now, but it is what it is. Brian is a truly interesting dude. He's like super humble. Uncle Guns, thank you. I appreciate that. Well, guys, it is 11 o'clock, and I do quit at 11 o'clock. So I really appreciate everybody that hung out. For everybody watching this on the video on demand later, this was the first one of these. It's not as polished as it will be, but it will be great. Kicked you out for binary triggering is full on. Yeah, that's a crappy range. Yeah, there's some good ranges out in Texas though. I know some of them. I'll put you in touch with some people. But at any rate, I appreciate all of the people who said that I look like I've lost a ton of weight, because I have. I also appreciate everyone talking about the set and everything. I appreciate all of it. I hope you enjoyed the show. If you didn't enjoy the show, drop me a line in the comments section of the YouTube video. Let me know what you did and did not like. Let me know what you think about what I should change on this show. This is a different format. It is not it's not a debate show. It is basically nothing but gun prattle. So let me know what you think about it, and give me some feedback in the comments section. And this video will be downloaded and uploaded over on the Gun Prattle channel probably tomorrow. And I will be on tomorrow night, more than likely. It is the holidays, and I hate to commit to being on when I don't know what's going on with my family. I think I'm clear for tomorrow, but we'll see. In the meantime, as always, guys, be cool, wear glasses if you need them, and go stand on your own lawn for a little while. You guys have a great night.